Welcome back to the Deep Dive, where we take a stack of source material, cut through all the complexity, and build you a personalized, state-of-the-art knowledge toolkit.
Today, our mission is really focused squarely on the modern manager.
Right. And specifically, how you can stop working harder inside these, outdated systems and really truly start working smarter.
We are hunting for those 21st century work methods. It's about challenging what Steve Jobs famously called other people's thinking.
And that challenge is so essential, isn't it? Because inefficiency, it's not just a loss of time, it's really a failure of imagination.
Exactly. We're looking for strategies to get that high-impact efficiency in areas that are traditionally, well, they're slow and painful. Things like financial planning, the month-end close.
And at the same time, we're going to try to streamline your personal workflow, which for most of us means that relentless, chaotic email inbox.
That's the one.
Okay, so let's unpack this. When we talk about finance smarter work methods, we're really synthesizing decades of operational philosophy. We're pulling from thinkers like Peter Drucker, the insights on excellence from Jim Collins.
The agility that Gary Hamel advocated for, and of course the frameworks from Peters and Waterman, all of them, at their core, we're asking why. Why are things done this way?
And the practical answer to that why, the philosophy that has decades of results behind it, seems to draw so heavily from the lean movement.
It really does. And it's often, mistakenly seen as just a manufacturing thing.
Right. Cars and factories.
Exactly. But its core idea, the relentless elimination of waste and maximizing speed and quality, that's completely relevant to any white-collar work.
So where did this all start?
It kicked off in Japan during the post-World War II Reconstruction. They had to do more with less. But it was also heavily influenced by American pioneers, quality control guys like W. Edwards Deming.
Oh, Deming, right, the guy they famously ignored in the U.S. for years.
The very same one. So lean really becomes this engine room for operational efficiency that now informs, well, pretty much every corner of the modern economy.
So we're bridging that gap between the high-level management philosophy and just concrete, practical action. The source material distills all of this into an immediately usable lean toolkit. So what are the three core applications we're focusing on today?
Okay, first up, we have a revolutionary and honestly a surprisingly low-tech tool, Post-it reengineering. It's a method for mapping out and radically redesigning your major routines.
Post-it notes, I love it. What's second?
Second, we're adopting agile methodologies. Specifically, we'll talk about stand-up scrum meetings and Kanban boards to manage the daily flow of work.
And finally?
And finally, the philosophical foundation that makes it all stick. We're going to analyze the 14 management principles of Toyota. These principles create the cultural environment you need for the tools to actually succeed long-term.
So our deep dive today is essentially a shortcut. It's a fast track to implementing these methods. We're moving straight from theory into practice, whether you're trying to speed up the annual plan in the finance department or, like you said, just desperately trying to get control of your email.
Let's jump right in, and let's start in the financial world and talk about speed.
The first radical target that the research lays out is the annual planning process. For most organizations, this is a slow-motion catastrophe.
Oh, it's months of pain, negotiation, budgeting, endless iterations.
Exactly. And the goal here isn't just to make it a little bit better, it's a total overhaul. The aim is to complete the entire annual plan in 10 working days or less.
Which, to most finance teams, sounds like science fiction.
It really does. How do we even begin to get that kind of speed?
Well, we begin by accepting that most of the time is wasted on unnecessary detail and duplication. The target's ambitious, for sure, but it's totally achievable if you focus on simplification and you're ruthless about removing granularity.
Okay, so 3 key simplification techniques. Let's start with the first one. Dealing with that crippling level of detail.
Exactly. You have to stop budgeting at the detailed account code level. These codes, the minute classification for every single expense, they're necessary for statutory reporting, sure.
But not for planning.
Absolutely irrelevant for strategic planning and for the decisions a budget holder needs to make. So instead, you focus strictly on key expenditure categories.
By doing that, you just eliminate all that noise.
You instantly get rid of the need for this detailed row-by-row scrutiny in these massive cross-linked spreadsheets. The recommendation is literally to just hide all those unnecessary rows. You change the conversation from, did you classify this travel expense correctly, to
2, is the overall travel budget right for what your department needs to achieve?
Precise.
Okay, that sounds fantastic from a finance perspective, but I have to play devil's advocate here. If I'm a budget holder, I feel like I've just lost control. If I go from a monthly budget by account code to a quarterly budget by category, how do I avoid that political backlash of, hey, you're making me fly blind just to save your own team time?
That is a fundamental and a very valid concern. And it links directly to the second technique, changing the forecasting frequency.
Okay.
To speed up the compilation time, you forecast using quarterly figures instead of monthly ones. And the counterintuitive answer to your question is that by forcing budget holders to look at quarterly trends, you actually compel them to think more strategically, not tactically.
So you're trading that short-term granular detail for long-term strategic clarity.
You got it. This simplification immediately hides 2 monthly columns per quarter. Again, you're just removing visual and intellectual clutter. Budget holders have to focus on these broader, more stable trends rather than getting bogged down in these, arbitrary month-by-month numbers that are probably wrong anyway.
But the detail is still there if you need it.
It's still recorded in the general ledger for the statutory stuff, but it is surgically removed from the strategic planning discussion. If you need to manage cash flow monthly, well, that's a different process handled by cash management, not the annual planning review.
And the third major simplification, this one targets the consolidation process. This is often where that 10-day timeline just completely collapses because the spreadsheet model becomes a monster.
That's where all the fragility is. If it's at all possible, the consolidation has to move entirely out of spreadsheets and into your general ledger system, your GL, or maybe a dedicated planning tool.
But there's a big caveat there, right?
A critical one. You can only really do this if you can easily add the category headings you need for internal reporting into the GL itself.
Let's dig into that a little. What specific function does the GL need to have to make it better than a spreadsheet for this?
So a standard GL is great at capturing account codes, right? But if you need to report by category, the system has to allow for dynamic grouping or mapping of those codes under a strategic heading-like marketing spend without someone having to do it manually.
So you need flexible reporting hierarchies.
Exactly. Flexible hierarchies and mapping rules. If your GL can do that, you eliminate the inefficiency, the risk of error, and just the sheer time waste of trying to pull everything into these huge Excel workbooks where one broken formula can sink the whole ship.
Instant results, no manual summing.
Instant results based on validated input. It's a game changer.
These simplifications are brilliant for the process, but as we said, budget holders need a lot of one-on-one help. And we've now constrained that core planning period to just 3 working days to hit our 10-day goal.
Right.
How do we provide high-quality support under that kind of pressure? The existing finance team can't possibly do it all.
You can't. You need a dramatic but temporary team expansion. And the research has some really creative suggestions for how to scale that support quickly by looking outside the usual finance structure.
Okay, lay out the strategy for me. How do we expand the support team?
First, you leverage your internal expertise. You get all qualified accountants involved, even if they're not in the core finance team. And this explicitly includes the CFO.
The CFO doing one-on-one budget sessions.
Absolutely. And that gives you 2 massive benefits. 1, instant seniority in decision-making, no need to escalate for approval. And 2, it sends this unmistakable message that this deadline is absolutely mission-critical. It's non-negotiable.
That's a huge political signal. What about bringing in external resources? That often sounds counterintuitive for an internal plan.
This is a brilliant practical tip. Ask your external auditors to loan you some of their audit seniors from the local office. Yeah, especially if you have remote or, geographically spread out locations that need coverage. Audit seniors are highly numerate, they get the business context, and honestly, they're usually eager for tasks that break up the monotony of a standard audit.
The audit firm gets goodwill, you get qualified temp staff.
It's a win-win. It's really thinking outside the org chart.
Okay, what about support for those, less complex situations? The budget holders who just need a bit of help with the system interface or basic data entry.
For those gaps, you've got a couple of options. You can bring in temporary staff, contractors who are experienced in budgeting, and maybe know your core systems. But even better, for supporting smaller budget holders, the research points to senior accounts payable staff.
Interesting. Why them?
Because they understand transaction flows inside and out, they are detail-oriented, and they know where money actually goes in the organization. They're the perfect resource for that lower complexity support.
And for those dispersed organizations, how do you make sure everyone gets this focused support quickly?
You have to use virtual meeting, text, Skype, Zoom, whatever you use. Offer synchronous one-on-one training and support to those remote budget holders. You have to make sure geography is not a barrier to getting a quick answer.
So the whole strategy is about pooling resources, using non-traditional expertise, and just delivering targeted, efficient support to meet a very tight deadline.
That's it in a nutshell.
That sets the stage for strategic speed. Now, let's move from planning to detailed process execution. We come to one of the most powerful and, like you said, surprisingly low-tech techniques, post-it re-engineering workshops.
This is the heart of it. This is where you challenge other people's thinking and implement that lean philosophy directly into your administrative work.
The philosophy here seems to be about radical democratic simplification. The sources are pretty blunt about it. They say bringing in consultants to map out your current processes is, well, they call it a futile exercise.
Futile is a strong word, but it's the right one.
Why is it futile? Why is paying a consultant to document our process a waste?
Because you're paying a huge sum of money to meticulously document a process you're about to radically change. Or, even better, abandon entirely.
So you're just documenting waste.
You're documenting waste. And secondly, and this is a key psychological point, those traditional data flow diagrams consultants produce, they often end up being understood only by the consultants themselves.
Right. They look impressive, but don't drive change.
Exactly. But post-it re-engineering, it's DIY, it's democratic, and it's instantly understandable by the team that actually owns the process. It forces the people who do the work to physically redesign it, and that generates immediate ownership.
So where do we apply this? What are the biggest bottlenecks that are just ripe for this kind of approach?
The research identifies 4 core areas: your month-end routines, annual planning, rolling forecasting, and the annual accounts process.
Where do you start?
The recommended starting point, the one with the most immediate payoff, is always the month-end routine. It's regular, it's ingrained, and it is usually just riddled with processes that died years ago but were never formally buried.
Okay, let's walk through the mechanics of that month-end workshop. It's a full-day event, but the setup actually starts well before that day. What are the essential 7 stages?
Right. Stage 1 is all about invitation and preparation. This kicks off about a week before. For that high-level buy-in we talked about, the CEO should be the one sending the invitations.
It elevates it from a process review to a major initiative.
Instantly. Then the finance team sends out detailed instructions. And the rules for the sticky notes are absolutely critical for making this whole thing work visually.
Right, if the prep is sloppy, the whole day falls apart.
It does. Teams have to list only one procedure or process per post-it note, and this is key. Every single Excel spreadsheet counts as a separate process. It needs its own note.
And you document when it's done.
Yep. Day -2, day -1, day +1, and so on. And for the visual control to work, the notes have to be readable from 4 or 5 yards away. So you have to use a thick whiteboard pen, no pencils, no ballpoint pens.
And the color coding is what gives you that instant snapshot of who does what.
Correct. Unique colors for each team. Accounts payable is yellow, accounts receivable green, financial accounting blue. You get the idea. This lets you see instantly where bottlenecks are forming or where duplication is happening across departments.
So now it's the day of the workshop, stage 2. The stand-up workshop around the whiteboard. This is where the physical environment itself becomes part of the method.
It is. You start by setting the scene, maybe with a quick 10-minute video on best practices. But here is the essential and slightly uncomfortable rule. You remove all the desks near the whiteboard. Everyone must stand in a semicircle.
That sounds brutal, but I think I get the logic. You're weaponizing physical discomfort to get cognitive speed.
It is a deliberate physical mechanism. The source material notes that nobody will enjoy standing for over 2 hours. That physical constraint plus peer pressure, it just accelerates decision-making tremendously.
If you're comfy and sitting down, you'll argue forever. If your feet hurt,
You find consensus in minutes. So then, representatives from each team physically place their colored post-it notes in time order under the headings on the whiteboard.
once the board is covered, we hit stage 3, missing processes. This is about making sure everything is actually on the board.
Right. You probe the attendees. What did we forget? There is always a forgotten process, usually something small, like backing up a server. The goal is validation. The host keeps pushing until at least 2 more processes are added, and then asks each person one by one to formally acknowledge that the whiteboard now represents all processes.
That's collective accountability. No one can say their job wasn't represented later.
Exactly. Then you move to the low-hanging fruit. Stage 4, removal of duplication.
Simple, quick wins.
The quickest. You find where 2 stickers exist for a process that only needs 1. Happens all the time with internal reporting. You just remove the duplicates immediately. It's a great morale booster because everyone sees an instant reduction in wasted effort.
And then we reach what the research calls the gold mine. Stage 5, abandonment. This is where we get back to Drucker.
It is. This is pure Peter Drucker. Why do things that are no longer necessary? Things that are often just done because they were done last month. The silence when you ask that question can be pretty profound. People have spent years on processes they've long suspected are useless.
But they didn't have the authority or the political cover to stop.
Which is why the incentive matters so much here. The research suggests buying a dozen movie vouchers before the workshop and giving one to every person who points out a process that can be legitimately abandoned.
It's not about the money, it's about the permission.
It's about giving them official permission and political cover to kill something. You are celebrating the removal of work, not the creation of it. Each removed sticker is like finding gold. A good host can spend up to 2 hours just in this stage because it yields the most waste elimination.
So after we've cleared out all the dead wood, we move to stage 6, rescheduling or challenging the status quo.
This is all about challenging the timeline, moving those bottlenecks to their earliest possible completion time based on best practice. The host will physically pull off a key sticker, maybe the accounts payable close-off. They hold it up and ask the group, when could we finish this if we use the absolute best practice?
And you're trying to move that sticker further to the left on the timeline.
The goal is to get to noon on the last working day. That's the best practice answer you're looking for.
Okay, but what about the inevitable pushback when someone says, that's impossible because of our system, or whatever the reason is?
The key is to seek consensus but enforce progress. The host questions the logic of the dissenters and maybe suggests a friendly wager. If their pessimistic prediction comes true next month, they get coffee and donuts. If they're wrong, they owe the group.
A low-stakes commitment device.
Right. And again, after 45 minutes of standing, peer pressure usually makes those disagreements just fade away. Everyone wants the process to end.
And finally, stage 7, spreading the workload and getting it all documented.
You review the timeline, specifically looking at the day-1 column. It's often a huge spike of stress. So you move non-time critical tasks to day-2 or day+1 to even out the workflow. The finality is clear. It's very hard to justify any task needing to be done after day 3.
And the documentation.
The only documentation required is putting the final sticker arrangement onto a spreadsheet. And you assign that task to anyone who, for health reasons, couldn't stand for the whole workshop. It keeps them engaged.
This method sounds like it should generate results almost immediately. Do we have case studies that actually show this kind of rapid turnaround?
We do, and they're powerful examples. Take the CFO of a famous Australian entertainment center. He took 20 of his team members to one of these sessions. 6 weeks later, they were consistently hitting day 3 reporting, down from a much longer, more painful cycle.
6 weeks is an incredible ROI for a single-day workshop.
It is. Another example, a regional council finance team. After a one-day in-house workshop, they moved their next month end from 7 working days down to 2. They paired the re-engineering with a day 1 flash report and daily scrums, which we'll get to.
It created more cohesive teamwork.
Totally. They developed a common view on materiality because they had all collectively defined what was actually important.
And for organizations with dispersed teams, that collaborative standing environment must be a fantastic catalyst for cohesion that you just don't get from email.
Oh, absolutely. The final case study is a CFO of a radio conglomerate. She flew all her management accountants in from around the country. Some of them were meeting for the first time. The fun, collaborative nature of it, especially that abandonment phase, led them to just toss out these complex spreadsheets and low-value activities.
Activities that were only being done because we've always done it that way.
Exactly. 2 weeks later, she achieved day 2 month-end reporting, down from day 8. The power of standing consensus is, well, it's undeniable.
So now that we've established month-end as the proving ground, how do we scale this technique to those other massive routines, like annual planning?
The methodology stays exactly the same. The only things that change are the timescale and the attendees. For annual planning reengineering, you just change the column headings from day to week.
So week -2, week -1, week +1.
You got it. The goal is to pull tasks forward in the calendar before the planning period officially starts. And obviously, you invite different stakeholders, budget holders, senior management.
And for annual reporting reengineering, which has those tight statutory deadlines and external stakeholders.
The timescale shifts again, week -2, week -1 before year end, week +1 of the new year, and so on. But crucially, for this one, the external audit manager must be invited to the workshop.
So they're part of the process from the start.
Right. It ensures their requirements are factored into the streamlined process, and it avoids those last-minute bottlenecks. It gives the auditors early sight of the whole timeline.
Okay, we've tackled the big, infrequent processes. Now let's shift to the daily engine room. We're moving into the agile world, specifically adopting Scrum stand-up meetings to manage that moment-to-moment chaos.
Scrum introduces this powerful, rigid structure to daily communication that's designed to minimize wasted time. It's a stand-up 15-minute meeting first thing every morning. And again, like the post-it workshop, the physical act of standing keeps it tight and focused.
If you sit, you ramble. If you stand, you get to the point.
That's the essence of it. And every team member has to quickly answer the same 3 specific questions.
Okay, what are they?
1, what did you complete yesterday? 2, what are you focused on today? And 3, what are the barriers to your progress? The debrief for each person is strictly limited to a minute or so. It is not a problem-solving session.
It's a status and roadblock identification session.
Precisely.
Okay, I have to bring up the,
That's so cool.
let's call it an extreme measure.
Yeah.
Mentioned in the source material, you have the 10-pound dumbbell rule.
Ah.
Holding a 10-pound dumbbell out horizontally with your weaker arm, and you can only talk for as long as you can hold it. How does that not just create resentment or, injury?
It sounds brutal, I know, but it's a form of high-impact psychological conditioning. It works because it externalizes the cost of being long-winded. It's a humorous, visible way of enforcing the single most crucial rule of Scrum. Be concise.
So it's a challenge, not a punishment.
If it's run correctly, yes. It becomes a game. The moment that weight drops, your time is up. And it instantly forces the speaker to prioritize only the most critical information, which is usually their roadblocks.
And the person running this meeting, the financial controller or CFO, gets renamed the Scrum Master. Their job isn't just to listen, it's to clear the path.
That is the most critical cultural shift of Scrum. The Scrum Master notes all the roadblocks, the barriers to progress, and immediately goes to remove them. They don't wait for an email. They intervene right away.
Like what?
A phone call, a decisive email, a walkabout. If Sam says he's been blocked for 3 days waiting for data from the sales team, the Scrum Master says, I am calling the head of sales right now. Sam, you'll have that data by 11 a.m. today.
It forces immediate action and makes everyone accountable for their dependencies.
It completely replaces massive email chains and those awful hours-long status meetings. In finance, you should be using Scrums during every month end, during the planning process, during the annual accounts prep, really anytime you have a complex team project.
Let's dig into the history here.
Yeah.
It's fascinating how a concept from software development applies so perfectly to accounting.
Scrum was developed by Jeff Sutherland. He was a software developer, but also a former fighter pilot.
A fighter pilot.
Yeah, and he was trying to radically reduce the time it took to write new software. As a pilot, he was trained to operate under extreme pressure, assess information rapidly, and clear threats instantly. He saw that large software projects were a lot like combat missions.
They both need to execute quickly and not get shot down by complexity.
Right. And he observed all the classic project management failures we see everywhere. Projects were always late. Adding more people just made it worse because they were tricking over each other.
Brooks' Law. Adding manpower to a late software project makes it later.
The very same.
Yeah.
He also saw constant duplication, over-planning that was useless because the game had changed, and continuous roadblocks that team members just couldn't get past.
So where did he get his inspiration?
2 key places. First, a 1986 Harvard Business Review study called The New Product Development Game. It noted that the best teams resembled intense cross-functional sports teams. They didn't pass a baton, they ran together. And second, he observed a company called Borland that thrived on daily stand-up meetings.
And that gives us the name, Scrum.
Exactly. Named after the formation in rugby where the whole team packs together to fight for the ball. The system focuses on a clear, shared vision instead of months of sequential planning. Work gets broken into a small, focused chunk called a sprint.
How would you define a sprint in a finance context? Time and output.
In software, a sprint is typically 2 to 4 weeks of focused effort, designed to create a standalone, valuable deliverable, something the customer, your internal manager, or the CEO can sign off on. For a finance team, a sprint might be migrate all subsidiary reporting from Excel to the GL, or complete the Q1 forecast variance analysis.
And the daily Scrum manages the progress within that sprint.
Every single day, keeping the team on track and removing those bottlenecks as soon as they appear.
So if Scrum provides the communication rhythm, Kanban provides the crucial visual control. How do we adopt Kanban boards effectively in a management or finance setting?
Kanban, which literally means visual signal or card in Japanese, is all about making the workflow visible to everyone. It increases efficiency, and this is important, it instills a sense of team accomplishment. You can see the progress.
So what's the physical setup?
It's incredibly simple. A whiteboard divided into 3 main columns: backlog, to do, doing, and done. And you add a small, crucial 4th box for things that are stuck.
And tasks are represented by sticky notes.
Sticky notes or note cards, yeah. Each one is a work item. You can use different colors for different people or different types of work, just like in the re-engineering workshop.
And the core concept that makes Kanban so effective is the pull system.
Yes, this is key. Kanban uses a pull system. Staff are forbidden from just taking on new work whenever they want. They only pull a new task from the backlog when they have completed their current work and moved that sticky note to done.
It stops people from trying to juggle 10 things at once.
Which, as we know, just makes everyone inefficient because of all the context switching.
So that stuck column is that basically the triage zone where the Scrum Master knows exactly where they need to intervene.
Precisely. The beauty for a manager is that instant visibility. You don't need a status meeting, you just look at the board. If you see a bunch of notes piling up in the stuck box, that is a massive visual alert that intervention is desperately needed right now.
We've covered the tools for redesign and daily workflow. Now let's step back and look at the deep cultural backbone that makes all of this successful long-term. We're talking about the Toyota way.
The philosophical framework, often cited as the key to what is arguably the most operationally efficient company in the world.
And that reputation is no accident. It's built on Jeffrey Laker's analysis of their culture, which he encapsulated in 14 management principles.
Right, and he breaks them down into 4 foundational categories. The 4 Ps: philosophy, process, which is all about eliminating waste, people and partners, and problem solving, which is continuous improvement and learning. These aren't just rules on a wall, they're the ingrained traits that Toyota embeds globally.
Let's focus on the principles that are most relevant for a white-collar management or finance team trying to get efficient. Let's start with the long-term view, philosophy.
This is Principle 1. Base management decisions on a long-term philosophy, even if it compromises short-term financial goals.
That is so counterintuitive in a world obsessed with the next quarter's earnings.
It is. But Toyota is willing to sacrifice an immediate profit if that sacrifice ensures the long-term health of the company, its supply chain, or its partners. For a finance team, this sets the expectation that efficiency is a continuous journey, not a cheap one-off fix to hit a quarterly target.
It means you invest time in improving the process in Kaizen, even when you're under deadline pressure.
Exactly. Then moving to process, or eliminating waste, Principle 4 hits a major financial hotspot: leveling out the workload, or Haijunka.
Which is the direct opposite of that classic month-end spike.
It is. Haijunka is a breakthrough concept. It's often translated as just leveling. It says that once you streamline processes and eliminate bottlenecks, you can achieve a steady, reliable flow. In a factory, that means standardizing production to avoid chaotic peaks and troughs.
And in the finance department.
It means actively working to even out the flow of, say, purchase invoices to eliminate that crushing month-end bottleneck.
But how can finance achieve a steady flow if transaction volumes are naturally lumpy?
You manage the input, not just the output. Finance can do this by negotiating for electronic, consolidated invoices from major suppliers at regular intervals through the month, instead of letting them all pile up on the 30th.
And for smaller invoices.
For minor stuff, staff should use alternative systems, like a corporate purchase card. Those expenses are captured daily, which eliminates a massive stream of chaotic paper that always hits at the worst possible time.
This steady flow then allows the team to adopt Principle 5, stop to fix problems. It's about recognizing that if you're always just processing, you never have time to fix the process itself.
That is the trap. Finance teams just cycle from one month end to the next, one annual plan to the next. They operate in perpetual firefighting mode. Toyota's principle demands that you allocate time, maybe just an hour, to evaluate after the process is finished and ask, what can we do better next month?
You have to force that pause for reflection.
If you don't, you just institutionalize the inefficiency.
Okay, next up is Principle 7. Use visual control, so no problems are hidden. Toyota is famous for the and-on cord.
The and-on cord is the physical manifestation of this. Any worker, no matter how junior, can pull it. It stops at the production line, flashing lights go off, and engineers are summoned. They have a short window, maybe 8 minutes, to fix the fault before the entire line stops. The core idea is that no problem can be covered up or ignored.
But how does a white-collar manager, especially in finance, pull the anon cord without, risking their career?
That is the crucial cultural challenge. In finance, the cord has to be a mechanism for escalating a systemic failure, not for assigning personal blame. The tools we just talked about, the Kanban board with its stuck column, or the daily scrum where you report your barriers, those are your low-stakes daily end-on cords.
And for a manager, visual control also means simplifying the output, the reports themselves.
Yes, so that nobody needs to be a rocket scientist to read them. If a report is confusing, that's a flaw in the system. Someone should pull the cord on it.
Any guidelines for that?
A few good ones. Reduce all major summary reports to fit on a single A3 page. Force that conciseness. Use the Kanban board in the team area to highlight problems instantly. And use internal notice boards or screens in the canteen to report daily progress on your KPIs. Make performance and problems visible and shared.
Then there's Principle 8. Use only reliable, thoroughly tested technology. This feels critical in a world driven by vendor hype.
It is. Toyota is famous for never being the first to adopt new third-party tech. They wait, they let others break the new ground, absorb the risks, and then Toyota becomes the best user once the tech is proven to serve their people and their processes.
So they're conservative, not cutting edge.
And that has enormous implications for finance teams choosing foundational systems. It's a crucial principle when you're selecting a new GL, a new planning tool, or a new accounts payable system. You have to resist the urge to buy unproven bleeding-edge solutions just because they're new.
The tech has to serve the process, not the other way around.
A fast computer with new software that constantly crashes is just waste.
Let's move to Principle 11. Help your extended network to improve. This extends the lean philosophy outside the walls of your own organization.
Right. For the finance team, this means ensuring all your transactions with major long-term suppliers are paperless. You're promoting efficiency upstream. You help them improve their process, which in turn reduces your own internal waste.
It also means streamlining internal purchasing.
Definitely. Maybe moving to just one national supplier for things like stationery or travel. Reducing the complexity of your supply base drastically reduces your transaction volume and all the effort that goes with it.
Next is Principle 12. Go and see for yourself, or Genchi Genbutsu. This is the absolute opposite of management by spreadsheet.
Toyota managers are expected to walk about. They don't just rely on written reports or meetings. They have to physically go to the floor, or in a finance context, they have to go and sit with the teams they support, like sales or manufacturing.
Because staying behind a desk just reinforces that stereotype of finance being scorekeepers who don't add value.
It's so damaging. Managers have to physically go and understand the situation on the ground where the financial transactions actually originate.
Now for one that really runs counter to the modern tech mantra of move fast and break things. Principle 13. Make decisions slowly by consensus and then implement rapidly.
It's the anti-agile in the planning phase, but it's what enables hyperspeed implementation. Toyota is meticulous when they plan. They consider all the options, they get full consensus from stakeholders, and they agree on contingency plans for failure.
So the process of getting everyone on board is slow.
It's very slow.
Yeah.
But because of that slow, thorough preparation, because everyone owns the decision and the contingency plan, the implementation is extremely fast and effective. There are no sudden surprises or internal resistance when the action starts.
And the finance implications.
Finance teams really need to take this to heart, especially when changing a GL, buying a planning tool, or migrating from annual planning to rolling forecasting. The planning of that transition should be slow and deliberate, involving everyone. The actual execution should be rapid and decisive.
And finally, the capstone principle. Number 14. Relentless reflection and continuous improvement. Or Hansai and Kaizen.
Kaizen is what really sets Toyota apart. Every single employee is expected to reflect, or Hansei, daily, what can I do better tomorrow, and to come up with at least one innovation per month. The average at Toyota is 10 innovations per employee per year.
This sounds a lot like Jim Collins' idea of measured innovation. That 1,000 ideas bloom, but you constantly and ruthlessly prune the ones that don't work.
It's the same concept, and for a finance team, this translates into a structured monthly Kaizen session.
How should that session run?
It should be held once a month after the month end is done, maybe on the morning of day 3. Each team member has to come prepared with one innovation, a new way of doing something, and one abandonment, a process to kill.
Can you use the Scrum format for it?
A quick stand-up discussion. You ask simple, critical questions of each idea. Will this be a concern if it fails? Is there any good reason why we should not try this? And the default answer should be, if we can't find a good reason not to, we try it next month.
It creates a safe, structured environment for continuous incremental change.
And a simple, often overlooked form of Kaizen is just maximizing the use of the technology you already have, constantly adopting more features of your current GL or planning tool. Most companies only use about 20% of the features they paid for. Learning the rest is pure Kaizen.
We've covered organizational flow and cultural philosophy. Now for the daily personal struggle, the inbox. This is where lean principles meet personal chaos.
And the research estimates that many of us spend up to 20% of our working week just reviewing and processing emails. Often we're just pushing workflow around instead of creating value.
It is time to apply lean principles to our email addiction.
This section outlines 11 golden rules for mastering that inbox and reclaiming your concentrated time, which is so essential for high-level work.
Let's start with the timing rule, which sounds like it requires immense discipline. Rule 1. Timing is everything.
Never open your emails before 10:30 a.m. The rationale is simple. It's like the old mailroom schedule. Physical mail didn't arrive until mid-morning. The idea is to start your day by achieving a flow state, by scoring a goal, completing a crucial task, before you dive into other people's priorities.
You secure those 1.5-hour blocks of focused time.
Right. And if something is truly important and urgent, the person will call you. The real danger here is curiosity. If you just scan your inbox at 8:30, curiosity always wins, and your focused work time just dissolves.
Okay, rule 2. Unplug. I think we all need this one written in big letters on our wall.
Unless you are literally a heart surgeon, your work is not critical to human life. Do not live and sleep with your iPhone vibrating next to your head. And the silliest waste of time is handling an email twice.
Once on the phone, once at your desk.
Once on the phone saying, I see this, I'll get back to you, and then again in the office. You're just creating this double administrative burden for yourself.
Rule 3. The 5-sentence rule. This forces extreme conciseness.
Limit all your email responses to 5 sentences. All of them. Treat them like a concise text message. This forces you to be direct and to make sure all the necessary context and attachments are there before you hit send.
It disciplines the writer and helps with document management. Then, rule 4. Attention-grabbing header.
The header must be the main message. Never use vague subjects like quick question. Instead of meeting notes, use meeting outcome. Month-end move to day 2. Never recycle an old header. And if you can't think of a good, definitive header,
Maybe you shouldn't be sending the email at all.
maybe you should pick up the phone.
Rule 5. Actively terminate email exchanges. Stop the digital ping pong.
Email chains are waste. If you get to the 3rd or 4th exchange on one topic, stop. A quick phone call is almost always better than a long chain of responses. If you have to, you can use the explicit sentence. No more emails on this one, thank you. Let's discuss by phone if needed.
It establishes closure. Next, rule 6. The phone test.
Only send emails to people you are prepared to call. This targets organizational spam and the whole CYA email culture. Avoid broadcast emails, hitting reply all, or copying people just to show that you're busy. Some managers get 200 emails a day. You have to refuse to contribute to that havoc.
Rule 7. Keep it professional.
This one's simple. If you wouldn't put your words in a formal printed letter to the CEO, do not put them in an email. This is especially true for silly jokes or memes. Perception rules. You want to be seen as a focused professional, not the office entertainer.
Rule 8. Master the application tools. This isn't about buying new tech, it's about using what you have properly.
Spend 30 minutes with an expert. Learn how to turn off those automatic notifiers, which are huge distractions. Use filters to sort and prioritize. Set up autoresponders that manage expectations. And most importantly, set filters to send non-essential mail, like newsletters, to a folder you only check twice a week.
Rule 9. Your inbox is not storage. It's for collection and triage only.
Messages should be deleted, actioned, or filed immediately. Handle it once. And be ruthless with deletions. The metric for success here is a bit counterintuitive. You've only deleted enough when you occasionally have to politely ask someone to resend an email.
You accept a minimal recoverable risk for a massive gain in focus.
Exactly. Then there's Rule 10, the night sleep rule. This is the career saver.
A buffer for emotional responses.
For complex responses, complaints, anything written in frustration, draft the email and file it overnight. Send it to a mentor for review. Poorly thought out emails written in anger have dented so many careers. A 12-hour cooling-off period prevents permanent professional damage.
And finally, Rule 11. Avoid monkey-on-the-back emails. This is about stopping other people from offloading their work onto you.
Especially when they haven't done any basic research themselves, the strategy here is genius in its simplicity. You politely thank the sender and respond with a specific instruction. Please call inconvenient to discuss.
And that works.
The source material says this eliminates 95% of those requests. The sender realizes they'll actually have to talk and justify their question, not just use you as an instant research assistant. It's a simple, verbal barrier to casual delegation.
This has been a profoundly practical deep dive. We've gone from the philosophical foundations of Deming and Drucker all the way to the physical reality of Post-it notes and 10-pound dumbbells.
And we've really established that powerful connection between the collaborative, lean methods, the re-engineering, the Kanban boards, the scrums, and that deep continuous improvement philosophy of the Toyota way.
The key benefit here for you, the learner, is gaining knowledge, speed, and efficiency all at the same time, which lets you focus your precious time on high-value strategic work.
Ultimately, the source material reminds us that these challenges aren't new. They're human challenges of complexity and complacency. Peter Drucker, who the research calls the Leonardo da Vinci of management, will probably be better understood 400 years from now than he is today.
Why is that?
Because the problems he identified, organizational structure, accountability, purpose, they're eternal. There is not a management problem you're facing, or are about to face, that he hasn't already provided the foundational answer for in some form.
The concepts are eternal, even if the tools, like Post-it notes, change. So if you want to dive deeper into the ideas that inspired this toolkit, the source material recommends 3 foundational books.
First is The Definitive Drucker by Elizabeth Haas Edersheim. It's brilliant because it synthesizes 32 of Drucker's volumes into one accessible read. Second, Winning by Jack and Susie Welch. Jack Welch was greatly influenced by Drucker's principles.
And third.
And finally, The Toyota Way. 14 management principles from the world's greatest manufacturer by Jeffrey Laker. That will give you the blueprint for installing these critical traits into your team's DNA.
And remember, the resources we drew from are actionable. Templates, checklists, those detailed re-engineering instructions. They're available for free download in the associated toolkit mentioned in the source material. This knowledge is ready to be put to work tomorrow.
So think about this as you reflect on your work week. If you are relying on email to resolve an issue that has already taken 2 replies, you are likely just documenting waste. The final provocative thought you should take away from this deep dive is to ask yourself every single day, what transaction, spreadsheet, report, or outdated email habit can I eliminate today?
That's it for this deep dive. Go be lean, smart, and leading edge. Welcome to the deep dive. This is where we take, a whole stack of essential sources. We're talking the latest articles, research, expert notes, and we synthesize all of that. Well, we turn it into the knowledge you really need, crisp and actionable.
And today, we are plunging right into a crisis. It's something that's facing, I think, every financial leader out there.
It's a challenge so crucial, it almost makes the P&L statements look secondary. We're talking about the talent retention dilemma. It really shows up in these exasperated questions that you just hear echoing across boardrooms everywhere. We reviewed a ton of material that pinpointed this pain so precisely.
Yeah, I remember those quotes.
Yeah, listen to what 2 troubled financial leaders asked. One of them said, "Why is it that when I actually find some talent, they never stick around?"
You can just feel the frustration in that.
Completely. And the other one was even simpler, just pleading, "Where is the talent, for I cannot find them?"
And that, right there, that is the sound of a system under enormous pressure. It hits the finance function particularly hard, I think, because the demands of the modern business world are they're evolving at breakneck speed.
So it's not just about the numbers anymore.
Not at all. Our sources all confirm this profound and, I think, irreversible shift. Being highly proficient with numbers, with systems, compliance, all of that is still necessary. It's the basic entry fee,
It's the ticket to the game.
Exactly. But that technical capability, it's just not the core strategic challenge anymore. The far greater and honestly the more impactful issue is growing, developing, and crucially retaining that high-performing talent.
Right. So our mission in this deep dive is to explore the specific framework you need to succeed in this new reality. We're moving way beyond, just talking about compensation packages.
Oh, way beyond that.
We're analyzing a complete leadership development blueprint. We're going to detail how you create an attractive, almost magnetic work environment And this is critical, how to transform the finance team from that reactive sort of back office.
Yeah, back office function into something genuinely service-centered, a proactive organization.
Exactly. We've synthesized a huge amount of material, and it all seems to focus on the deeply personal requirements for success here.
And that emphasis on the personal is absolutely where we have to begin. I mean, if you, the listener, are seeing consistently high staff turnover, the very first and most immediate place you have to look is in the mirror.
That's a tough pill to swallow for a lot of leaders.
It is, but poor leadership performance in this specific area is identified again and again as the #1 driver of retention failure. So, to provide a sound leadership platform, one that truly attracts and keeps great people, our source material details 6 foundational stones.
These aren't just good ideas, are they?
No, not at all. They are, in the spirit of leadership philosophy from people like Jack Welch, the essential tickets to the game. If you lack even one, your entire leadership foundation is structurally compromised. So let's start right at the base. Let's get into the behavioral and psychological requirements for effective financial leadership.
Okay, let's unpack this blueprint. Foundation stone #1, minimize personal baggage. I have to say, I appreciate the language here because it immediately acknowledges that we're all human, we're all imperfect.
Right. It's not about being flawless.
No, it recognizes that being charismatic or, a perfect leader is useful, sure, but it's not remotely required. What is required is something much more difficult and I think far more foundational, radical self-awareness.
And what's fascinating here is how success is defined. The goal isn't the total elimination of all your personal flaws or habits. I mean, that would be an impossible pursuit for anyone.
Yeah.
The must-have is the awareness of those traits, those biases, those ingrained habits that act as limiting factors. If you're a leader, you have a professional, and I'd argue a moral obligation to your colleagues, to your staff, your family, your organization, to work on this awareness.
And when you don't.
Well, when we see financial leaders whose effectiveness is just completely hampered by these unseen limitations, people who cause organizational chaos without even realizing it, it's typically because they just haven't taken the time to understand their own misfiring cylinders.
So how does a highly rational, results-oriented finance professional, let's call them the skeptical accountant, how do they actually achieve this deep self-discovery? The material provides a guide with 4 pretty powerful tools that go beyond the usual 360-degree feedback. Let's look at the first one, the Enneagram.
The Enneagram is an incredibly sophisticated approach to understanding people and relationships. It describes 9 interconnected personality types, but it really moves beyond simple labels.
It's not just putting you in a box.
Not at all. Once you identify your type, it doesn't just describe your behavior, it powerfully predicts your behavior, especially under stress. And, most importantly, it highlights the specific emotional and tactical pitfalls you are most likely to fall into.
And the power is in knowing what those are ahead of time.
Precisely. The power is then in knowing those pitfalls and being able to make minor modifications to avoid them. It's about proactive self-management.
And the method of learning this seems quite deliberate. It's not just about picking up a book.
No, it is. The source material strongly recommends learning the Enneagram not just from a book, but by attending a course, and ideally with a close partner or a trusted colleague.
Why is that so important?
Because the ability to share life experiences with others who have the same core traits, hearing how they react to pressure, how they lead, how they fail, it just immensely deepens your own self-understanding. For a finance leader, this immediately translates into understanding, for instance, why you might default to over-controlling analysis when you're facing uncertainty, and how that reaction is frustrating your team.
Okay. Following the Enneagram, we have Herman's thinking preferences. This feels a bit more tactical, something you could apply with a team right away.
Oh, absolutely. Herman's model breaks down cognitive style into 4 quadrants, or preferences. And if you understand whether you, your boss, your colleagues, your direct reports are primarily logical, organized, creative, or relational thinkers, you can fundamentally transform your communication strategy.
Can you give us an example of that?
Sure. Imagine you're trying to present a major capital expenditure request. If you know your CEO is a predominantly creative, big-picture thinker, leading with pages of detailed account codes is a guaranteed failure.
You've lost them before you even started.
Instantly. You need the big picture, the analogy, the what-if. This model is so practical, it's recommended as a fantastic, actionable in-house team building or awareness workshop. It turns what can feel like abstract psychology into a daily, tactical communication tool.
The third tool listed is neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP. This is something I often associate with sales and coaching, but here it's positioned as a tool for personal leadership transformation.
That's right, because NLP is less about external categorization and more about internal active visualization. It can profoundly impact leadership decision-making, professional goals, and even personal relationships.
So how does it work in a nutshell?
Well, the core mechanism is training yourself to use your five senses: smell, sight, feeling, hearing, and touch to create these vivid, emotionally resonant internal visions of future achievement. You aren't just intellectually forecasting a goal, you're experiencing it.
And by doing that,
You're essentially programming your subconscious mind to relentlessly work toward closing the gap between your current reality and that future you have so powerfully and sensorially imagined. For a leader who's looking to achieve a major transformation, this internal clarity is just invaluable.
and finally, deep behavioral change often requires more than a one-day workshop. This leads to the recommendation of intensive life skills courses, things like the Landmark Forum, which demand a real-time commitment.
They do. And behavioral science really backs this up. It suggests that true ingrained behavioral change takes time up to 12 weeks of weekly exercises to truly reprogram habits. So these courses of longer duration are deemed most effective because they enforce that continuity.
There's a really compelling anecdote in the source material about this, isn't there? It kind of encapsulates this whole foundation stone.
It really does. The skeptical accountant's journey.
Right.
Yes. The author recounts attending one of these courses as a highly skeptical, very successful accountant.
Yeah.
He went in expecting, a mild challenge, maybe a refresher on some management techniques.
And instead,
He was forced to confront the fact that in his successful drive to become this analytical, unflappable executive, he had effectively shut down his emotional side for over 2 decades. He realized, in that intensive setting, that he had never properly grieved certain losses in his life. He shares that the deep work he did there allowed him to make a fundamental shift, to just be able to express sadness and loss as any normal person would.
wow, that transformation, going from a purely analytical mindset to acknowledging these deep emotional needs, that's really the core of foundation stone number 1, isn't it?
It is.
It proves this isn't just about reading a management book, it's about being fully human and present, which is absolutely essential if you want your team to trust you enough to stay.
Precisely. If you're not fully aware of yourself, you cannot be fully aware of others. And that brings us perfectly to foundation stone number 2, which is about moving from the self to the team. Love thy neighbor as thyself.
A classic principle.
A classic. But the source material argues that so much corporate conflict and the resulting staff burnout and, unnecessary litigation is directly traceable to the failure to honor this simple guiding principle.
There's a wonderful quote cited here that sums that up perfectly.
Yes, a trusted friend of the source author put it this way: people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. This foundation is built on 5 ethical and behavioral pillars: respect, hostmanship, humility, integrity, and candor.
So these are the building materials for ethical, engaging, and ultimately high-retaining leadership.
Exactly.
Let's start with respect in action. This goes way beyond just simple pleasantries, doesn't it? It's about managing expectations and, critically, valuing the time of the people who work for you.
Yes, respect means treating your colleagues' time as carefully as you treat your own or your clients'. Don't interrupt them with meaningless tasks that could have waited for a scheduled check-in. You have to allow your staff quality, uninterrupted processing time to focus on complex analytical work.
And deadlines. That's a big one.
A huge one. Critically, it dictates that you set realistic deadlines. We see this all the time. A leader asks for a report by 9 a.m. Monday morning, forcing a team member to work all weekend, only for the leader not to even look at the report until Wednesday.
That is so demoralizing.
It's a profound demonstration of disrespect for their personal time. That wasted effort is just toxic. And this respect has to be universally applied, extending outside just the finance department.
To everyone in the organization.
Absolutely. It must extend to all colleagues, even those you might not invite home for dinner, and especially to your suppliers. The source also notes that how you handle your own stress and how you manage the emotional climate of your team is a direct measure of this respect.
Okay, the next pillar, hostmanship. This is an unusual inclusion in a finance leadership guide. It sounds like something from the hospitality industry.
It is. It's a term popularized by Jan Gunnarsson, and it's deeply endorsed by management gurus like Tom Peters. Hostmanship is defined as the way we make people feel welcome, and it has profound implications for how the finance function interacts with its internal clients, the budget holders.
So if you want budget holders to proactively engage with finance, they need to feel welcome, not intimidated.
Exactly. They need to feel like they're coming for help, not for an interrogation.
What's the specific example that drives this home in the source material?
It's the simple act of greeting and departure. A good host meets visitors in the foyer upon arrival and, just as importantly, walks them back down upon departure. This small action makes a strong, lasting impression.
And applying this internally.
Well, imagine the impact if finance staff treated a budget holder coming in for a consultation not as an interruption, but as an honored guest they actively greet and see out. It instantly reframes the entire relationship from something transactional to something collaborative.
Moving on to humility. This ties directly to organizational and, I suppose, personal longevity.
It's the essential antidote to the first stage of corporate collapse. Jim Collins, in his deep research on why great companies fail, identifies the very first stage as hubris born of success, that excessive pride or self-confidence that replaces discipline.
So if hubris can take down a multinational corporation, it can certainly compromise a CFO and their team.
Absolutely. The source is unambiguous here. The day a leader ceases dealing with individuals as equals, regardless of their rank or function, is the day of their personal decline. Humility maintains that necessary connection to reality and prevents that dangerous slide into excessive pride.
Integrity follows, and this is especially important in an environment where, as the source puts it, money is God.
Integrity is the unwavering foundation. Values are inherently not trainable. You can't teach someone to have integrity in a weekend workshop. Therefore, values must be the core criteria that you recruit around.
So the hiring process is everything.
It makes the values interview and the hiring process arguably the most important function the CFO performs. In environments where high-meaning values are compromised, the CFO has to constantly monitor for breaches, call them out immediately, and uphold the standard because organizational culture always follows the leader.
And finally, candor. Jack Welch famously called this the biggest dirty secret in business. It sounds brutal, but it's presented here as a moral obligation.
It is. Candor is the quality of being open, honest, and frankly truthful. Welch insists it's the leader's obligation to tell staff candidly how they are doing, not just with pleasantries, but with clear, constructive feedback on what they must improve.
And it applies beyond just performance reviews.
Oh, absolutely. Candor is essential when you're evaluating a business proposal that might be emotionally attached to an executive, in daily discussions with stakeholders, and especially when dealing with an underperforming staff member.
But I want to explore the specific insight provided about that, the Golden Buddha insight. This suggests candor can actually be an act of profound kindness.
This is a beautiful piece of reframing, I think. The insight argues that the kindest action toward an underperforming staff member may be to candidly encourage them to follow their passion elsewhere.
Why? Because they're just in the wrong role.
Exactly. They might simply be in the wrong job at the wrong time. Continuing to keep them in a role where they fail harms their self-worth, it wastes the organization's resources, and it compromises the team's performance. The goal is to help them find the job where they will truly excel and where their unique talents can shine, liberating that golden Buddha within them. Candor provides the necessary honesty to initiate that difficult but ultimately positive change.
So the personal blueprint concludes that true care requires this brutal honesty and self-awareness. Now we transition to foundation stone number 3, how that honesty translates into a communicated vision. We're talking about mastery of communication and public relations.
Yes, because you cannot lead unless others understand the direction and are enthusiastically sold their flight tickets for the journey.
And this mastery, it covers both the oral and the written word, which, let's be honest, for many in finance, is a developmental area.
It often is. On the oral skills side, being a good orator is absolutely vital for board presentations, for budget presentations, for all staff meetings. This is a skill that really requires special coaching and just endless practice.
The source offers a very specific tactical tip on this.
It does. For any major presentation, especially to the senior management team or the board, you should practice it end to end more than 10 times. That level of investment ensures clarity, confidence, and message retention. It shows you respect the audience's time.
And the written word needs to be equally precise and, I would guess, efficient.
Absolutely. Leaders should actively seek help from SMT members who demonstrate superior writing skills, and they should attend professional business writing courses. The key technique advocated is Mary Munter's reverse pyramid style.
Explain that for us.
It dictates that you put the conclusion and the most important information right at the top. You immediately address the executive's time constraint. The supporting detail and the background information only follow after that crucial conclusion has been established.
So you prioritize impact over a long narrative buildup.
Exactly what a time-constrained executive requires.
Okay, so beyond that formal communication, leadership requires physical visibility and proactive engagement, moving away from just relying on email. The source suggests replacing long meetings with more agile scrums in one-to-one sessions, which I know we'll cover in detail later. But what about managing the political landscape? What about dealing with people who function as adversaries or roadblocks?
This is a critical leadership test in relationship management. Great leaders realize the business world is surprisingly small, and relationships matter long-term. What goes around comes around.
That you can't just ignore them?
No. If someone is acting as a roadblock, creating friction, or functioning as an adversary, the hardest thing to do, but often the most effective, is to proactively approach them, take them out for coffee or lunch, and open a genuine line of communication. It flips the dynamic from confrontation to collaboration. It allows you to understand their motivations and find some common ground. Ignoring that friction just guarantees organizational drag.
And central to visibility is this practice of the walkabout.
Yes, great leaders should schedule a walkabout at least twice a day when they are in the office. It serves three strategic purposes. First, it provides necessary physical exercise in what is a very sedentary role.
Good point.
Second, and most powerfully, it allows staff to ambush the leader with informal issues, concerns, or ideas that they might never raise in a formal meeting. This bypasses bottlenecks and captures latent information. And third, it allows the leader to subtly ask questions and observe, showing they are up with the play and keeping everyone, including themselves, on their toes.
There's a Drucker quote about this, right?
Yes. Peter Drucker was famously critical of leaders who communicate only by email. He advised them instead to go and ask.
And the material specifically encourages all finance staff, not just the leader, to adopt this walkabout practice. It's about reframing their role from post-mortem analysts to proactive prevention specialists.
Exactly. The powerful metaphor used is putting fences at the top of the cliff instead of only sorting out the bodies at the bottom. Finance staff visits to operational areas should be highly proactive and service-oriented. Their goals are not just audit-focused.
So what are they trying to do on these walkabouts?
They're trying to increase compliance with electronic receipting and ordering, set up paperless processes with key suppliers, see firsthand how expenses are actually accrued, and undertake waste reduction exercises. It shifts the perception of finance from scorekeeper to a continuous service partner.
Okay, let's move to foundation stone number 4. The absolute necessity of having a cluster of mentors and a safe haven. The statistics cited about the isolation of financial professionals it's pretty alarming.
It is deeply concerning. Less than 10% of corporate accountants surveyed reported having a mentor. This leads to isolation, tunnel vision, and a much higher propensity for burnout.
And Jack Welch had strong opinions on this.
He was adamant. He said one mentor is never enough, and that anyone who believes they have arrived without needing a mentor is dangerously complacent. It's like a matador turning their back on the bull mid-fight. Mentors provide that vital external counsel on career stages, political landscapes, work relationships, and future opportunities. And asking someone to mentor you is one of the highest compliments you can pay.
And the source material, it draws from the work of Uclesia and Lorber to break mentorship down into 4 distinct essential types.
Yes, and we need to cultivate all 4 types to achieve a real balance. First, you have the upward mentors. These are the true Obi-Wan Kenobi types. Older, wiser, often retired CEOs, successful entrepreneurs, professional mentors who have seen several economic cycles. They provide the strategic, long-term guidance you need for major career decisions.
Okay, so that's the view from 30,000 feet. What's next?
Next are the friendship mentors. These are your peers, people who have shared life stages with you, college, early career, perhaps family life, and they know your strengths and weaknesses intimately. They share knowledge gained from their own parallel paths, offering empathy and tactical advice grounded in that shared experience.
The third type, the sandpaper mentors, sounds exhausting, frankly. These are the people who constantly challenge your perspective,
You're right, they can be deeply uncomfortable. The sandpaper mentors are colleagues or life partners who see the world totally differently and often create genuine friction. Their role is not to support you, but to challenge your assumptions.
And a leader has to actively seek that out.
Yes, a leader must consciously embrace these challenging views because they function as an external quality control system. They spot the crevasses and the blind spots that the leader, who might be steeped in their own success, is often oblivious to.
But how do you prevent those relationships from just becoming toxic, especially when you're under immense organizational pressure?
By clearly defining the relationship's purpose right up front, you seek out the sandpaper not for validation, but for perspective. The leader has to enter that relationship with genuine humility. That's foundation stone number 2 again. Recognizing the goal is not agreement, but avoiding a catastrophic error. It requires a specific kind of mental toughness to thank someone for pointing out your flaws, but that's what high-level leadership demands.
And the fourth and final type, the downward mentors, where the leader takes on the role of teacher.
This is often the most rewarding stage. When you mentor someone else, you are forced to articulate your own accumulated wisdom and experience. This process of explaining, guiding, and reinforcing what's important in professional life, it teaches you a lot about yourself. It emphasizes the foundational principles you should continue to apply and reinforce in your own leadership style.
So within this same foundation, every leader requires a safe haven. Why is this retreat and recovery space so essential for a finance leader who is under constant pressure?
Leaders who are undertaking significant organizational change face intense pressure, criticism, and these profound moments of soul-searching and self-doubt. They need a second passion or a hobby, something totally outside of the professional sphere, like Jack Welch's well-known dedication to golf, to retreat, recover, and avoid succumbing to that sense of failure or burnout when things inevitably go off the rails.
And Drucker wrote about this as well.
He did, extensively. He noted that a safe haven acts as a necessary emotional failsafe, and critically, it stimulates the brain in entirely different ways than financial analysis does. This cross-stimulation leads to clearer thought patterns, enhanced creativity, and ultimately better decision-making back in the office. It's a real investment in your own cognitive resilience.
That brings us to the final 2 foundations, which really define the leader's long-term driving force. Foundation stone number 5 is being fearless in the pursuit of legacy.
Drucker stated powerfully that outstanding performance is fundamentally inconsistent with the fear of failure, and legacy is presented here as the deepest driving force for human existence, that need to leave something behind that says, I was here, I added up to something, I changed people's lives or this organization for the better.
So this becomes a guiding star for the leader.
Exactly. It shines brightly and provides direction through any economic or organizational uncertainty. The key, highly actionable step here is for leaders to take the time to draft a simple 1-paragraph statement defining precisely what they want to be remembered for. And that paragraph should guide every major decision and staffing choice they make.
And foundation stone number 6 closes the personal blueprint by recognizing that this journey requires continuous input, being a follower of paradigm shifters.
You just cannot lead into the future using only the knowledge and systems of the past. It doesn't work. Leaders must consciously devote actual, scheduled time to reading and absorbing the wisdom of great writers and thinkers in leadership and strategy, like Drucker, Welch, Peters, Hamill, Collins, Hope.
The problem is that many executives feel they are just too busy to read.
And that's the trap. But if you are too busy to learn from the best, you are destined to repeat their mistakes. Making time for this continuous learning is foundational to ensuring that the leader's platform remains robust and competitive.
Okay, we've established a very strong leadership foundation. Now we can shift our focus to segment 3, turning the finance team itself into an efficient, agile, and magnetic place where top talent actually wants to stay. And this starts with operational efficiency and lean management.
Yes, and the objective here is radical capacity release. It's about reducing the time spent in what the source calls the 3 potholes.
And what are those 3 potholes?
They are the cyclical activities that consume vast amounts of high-value professional time for really limited strategic reward. Month-end reporting, the annual planning cycle, and the annual accounts process.
So the goal is to shrink the time spent there.
Drastically. The source material sets a hairy, audacious goal. Qualified accountants should spend less than 30% of their total time in these 3 areas combined. This capacity must then be redirected towards strategic analysis, internal client consultation, and innovation. That's the work that actually retains talent. And achieving this goal requires some aggressive lean management techniques.
Let's drill down into shrinking one of those potholes. Lean annual planning. The goal is to compress the entire process down to 10 working days or less. That seems incredibly ambitious.
It is, and it requires radically streamlining the input and consolidation stages. The methods are highly specific, and they're all designed to strip out unnecessary granularity.
For example,
First, you budget at the category level, so travel, IT software, personnel costs, rather than at the overly detailed account code level. This hides rows that don't drive strategic insight. Second, when you're building the annual forecast, use quarterly figures instead of forcing a monthly breakdown. You can even hide 2 of the monthly columns for each quarter. This reduces the time spent generating numbers that are, frankly, statistically unlikely to be accurate anyway.
and the third point is about consolidation.
Yes, and this is critical. You must consolidate the budget via the general ledger, provided you can add the category headings, instead of relying on manually managed, error-prone spreadsheets.
That GL consolidation point seems crucial. It forces process discipline and a reliance on technology, freeing up time from just reconciling spreadsheets.
That's the whole point.
But if you squeeze the planning process down to 10 days, your budget holders, your internal clients, they still need personalized support. And the source suggests this critical support window might need to happen in as little as 3 working days. How does the finance team handle that surge of one-on-one demand without completely collapsing?
This is where creative resource expansion comes in. You temporarily expand your internal client support team strategically using resources that are often overlooked. First, get all your qualified accountants involved, including the CFO. This communicates top-level commitment.
So it's an all-hands-on-deck situation.
It has to be. Second, approach your external auditors and ask them to loan you some audit seniors. They're often happy to be involved in an interesting high-value task outside of routine audit work, and they bring that external rigor. Third, you bring in temporary staff with specific budget experience. Fourth, you can utilize senior accounts payable staff to support the smaller, less complex budget holders.
And technology plays a role.
Finally, yes. You leverage technology by offering remote budget holders structured one-on-one training sessions using Skype or other virtual meeting technologies, which maximizes efficiency in that very compressed time frame.
Okay, shifting to the physical environment. The source advocates for 21st century office practices, recognizing that the workplace itself impacts morale and retention. I was surprised by the emphasis on stand-up desks.
This isn't just a fad. It's being presented as a productivity and health mandate. Research strongly suggests that utilizing stand-up desks increases life expectancy and significantly boosts productivity by keeping staff more alert and engaged.
There's a personal detail from the author here, too.
Yes, the source author notes that he now uses his chair only 3 to 4 hours a month. If a financial leader needs convincing, reading the documented research on the health benefits of reducing sitting time is presented as the final hurdle to overcome this transition.
Another progressive organizational shift is the move to revolving work areas. This sounds disruptive, forcing staff to move daily.
It's designed to be disruptive, but in a good way. It dismantles several ingrained dysfunctions all at once. Firstly, traditional offices encourage these personal paper filing systems, which become a complete disaster if a staff member is suddenly indisposed.
Right. Nobody can find anything.
Exactly. In the revolving model, staff collect their personal 3-drawer cabinet daily, and then they work alongside colleagues from different teams and functions within finance. This physically forces better organizational mixing, it reduces paper usage, requires a clean desk policy, and most importantly, it necessitates the crucial switch to centralized electronic filing. All documents become accessible to the entire team, which reduces dependencies on single individuals.
And then there's the innovation engine, Blue Sky Fridays.
This is perhaps the most powerful tool for future retention and growth. It's a structured innovation practice, a half-day, weekly or bi-weekly, spent in a quiet, designated space, and critically, away from the main office floor.
And what do they work on?
They work exclusively on projects related to the finance team's future, like system upgrades, process redesign, or strategic analysis methodologies. The critical rule is zero tolerance for interruption. Absolutely no handling of daily tasks is allowed. No email, no calls, no responding to operational meetings. The entire purpose is to create that uninterrupted deep work focused only on future value creation.
Let's move to mastering meeting management. probably the biggest time waster in corporate life. The source offers a strategy that starts with strategic scheduling to protect productive time.
The majority of professionals are at their most productive in the morning, so the strategic goal is to defend this productive time aggressively. Why should the SMT hold a 3-hour meeting at 9 a.m. on a Monday?
That's a great question.
The source suggests rescheduling major meetings to 4:30 p.m. on a Friday. The scheduling choice inherently encourages speed and focus as everyone is mentally prepared to wrap up for the weekend. This frees up those bigger, uninterrupted chunks of morning time for critical service delivery tasks, allowing managers to score early goals and feel more relaxed going into the afternoons.
But time slots alone don't fix meeting dysfunction. That requires a methodology, and the Action Meetings methodology is highlighted as a simple but profound solution.
It is. It's a targeted attack on the core problems. Rambling discussions, unclear goals, and poor follow-through. Let's walk through the key components. First, there's the first and last word. At the start of the meeting, attendees state their current state. A simple, unchallenged phrase like, "very time challenged today," or "eager to progress on this issue." This brings necessary emotional and chronological context into the room instantly.
The clarity of the agenda is then transformed by using outcome-based agenda points.
This is the critical shift. Agendas must use precise wording that defines the intended outcome. So instead of listing "discuss project progress," the item is rewritten as "project progress examined and understood." Instead of "budget next steps," the item reads "the next steps for the Q3 forecast agreed and assigned."
And that focus gives people an out if they can't contribute.
Precisely. It empowers attendees to decline the invitation if they genuinely cannot contribute to that specific defined outcome.
And the discipline continues during the session itself.
Yes. The methodology makes the meeting participant-owned, not chairperson-owned. All attendees are trained and share the responsibility of policing the meeting structure, which reduces reliance on one capable chairperson. Once an outcome is closed, say, "the next steps are agreed," it remains closed. Any non-related issues that arise are immediately parked for a future discussion, which prevents that classic meeting derailment.
And what about follow-up?
Finally, all action steps are captured meticulously on specialized pads and entered into a visible web-based tracking application which ensures accountability and follow-through.
Complementing these formal meetings, the source advocates for agile scrums.
Right. These replace the long, often aimless sit-down team meetings with fast, highly focused 10-minute stand-up scrums. They're held daily during high-stakes periods like project rollouts or month-end reporting. The key discipline here, however, is crucial. Never mix different scrums.
So a month-end scrum is separate from a project scrum.
Completely separate. If you have a month-end reporting scrum, it must be completely separate from the IT project abandonment scrum scheduled for the same day. This intense focus maximizes productivity during that compressed window.
And none of this efficiency is sustainable without the necessary embrace of technology.
No, and this is both an operational necessity and a talent attraction strategy. Using modern technology makes the finance team inherently more attractive to prospective staff. The source lists the required minimum 21st century tech stack: a robust planning and reporting tool, a consolidation tool that can integrate acquisitions easily, a paperless flow tool for accounts payable, and a friendly, intuitive drill-down tool over the general ledger.
So these tools are the foundation for reducing the time spent in the 3 potholes and elevating the work from clerical to strategic.
That's it exactly.
Okay, we've covered operational mechanics. Now for the internal culture. Team dynamics, recognition, and development. These are vital for retention. What advice do we have from the world-class coach cited in the source?
The coach emphasized several points that are crucial for building trust. First, leaders must take the time to find out what truly makes each team member tick, which often requires less formal off-site meetings. Second, promote shared leadership. The leader should primarily be a facilitator, guiding the collective intelligence rather than just dictating tasks.
And mistakes.
Third, and this is probably the most important, always be accepting of mistakes. Instead of punishing, the leader must analyze the decision-making process that caused the mistake. This allows both the leader and the staff member to learn constructively. And finally, never forget the permanent damage that emotional outbursts can cause. Long-healing emotional damage is a primary driver of retention failure.
The necessity of fostering front-end recognition is also stressed. Finance teams often have a reputation for being, miserly or grim, and that image repels talent.
They need to actively combat that stereotype. Off-site meetings, say, a half-day, quarterly, or annually, should have a structured agenda that includes both a strategic talk from a senior management team member and external presentations on new tools or methodologies, like the Herman preferences, to promote continuous learning.
And there's a practical tip for birthdays.
Yes, encourage staff to take the day off using their vacation time and then celebrate their birthday the next day in the office with the whole team. It's a simple, effective idea.
And recognition doesn't have to break the budget.
Not at all. It should be frequent, timely, and cost-effective. Film tickets, restaurant vouchers for two. The leader should aim to thank and recognize at least 3 team members publicly during every team meeting. Celebrating success publicly is also a crucial internal PR trick, signaling to the wider organization that the team is high-performing and dynamic.
There's a Jack Welch quote on this.
Yes, work is too much a part of life not to recognize moments of achievement. If you realize you haven't celebrated something meaningful in the last 2 months, you must immediately find something worthwhile to organize a function around.
The idea of discretionary time is a powerful retention and innovation tool, borrowed from successful tech organizations.
It is. Talent requires intellectual room to breathe and innovate. Following the model of companies like Google, finance teams should give their highly talented staff 20% of discretionary time to pursue ideas that would specifically benefit the organization. This isn't downtime, it's self-directed value creation.
In Google Earth is the famous example.
Exactly. It famously originated from discretionary time. This proves that giving staff freedom and autonomy to pursue new ideas is a direct breeder of organizational value, and, crucially, it dramatically increases job satisfaction and retention.
Finally, let's turn to structured development. How should leaders ensure talent grows under their watch, validating the investment made in them?
You should aim for at least 1 dedicated in-house training day for the whole team annually and cover critical non-financial skills like interpersonal communication, NLP application, client management, or consultancy skills. For high-potential CFO protégés, you should offer formalized support for further tertiary education, like an MBA program, after several years of loyal service. This demonstrates a deep, long-term investment in their future.
And essential for managing this growth, the structured one-on-one progress meetings.
These must be fixed, monthly meetings with your direct reports, say the first Tuesday of the month, fixed for 2 p.m. Ask the direct report to prepare maximum 30 minutes of PowerPoint slides, not a written report, which is easily avoided, covering 5 key questions: what went well, what did not go well, lessons learned, plans for the next month, and the organization of their training requirements.
So these fixed regular meetings replace the need for constant ad hoc project progress updates.
And they ensure continuous, transparent feedback is embedded right into the culture.
The final internal optimization tool is the finance team balanced scorecard.
This tool dramatically increases alignment and ensures the team is scoring goals in a holistic, balanced way. Even if the broader organization doesn't use a formal scorecard, the finance team can lead by example. The scorecard must measure performance across 4 essential categories: customer focus, internal process efficiency, innovation and learning, which ties directly to that 20% discretionary time, and of course, financial goals. It forces the team to look beyond just the historical numbers and actively assess how effectively they are serving stakeholders and developing the capabilities required for the future.
Okay, we've covered the personal blueprint and the optimized internal operation. Our final and perhaps most critical segment focuses on the external mandate: how finance must strategically improve its perception, service delivery, and marketing within the organization. Fundamentally, accountants must now fill their significant marketing gap.
They really must. Accountants are often not natural marketers or public relations experts. The source urges them to address this gap immediately. This involves active networking, acquiring a marketing mentor, or collaborating closely with the in-house PR expert. Marketing is no longer an optional soft skill. It's a necessary strategic function for the modern financial leader who needs organizational support and wants to attract top talent.
So what are the practical daily tactics for networking within the organization, for making the finance team visible and approachable?
First, connect immediately with staff from major subsidiaries when they visit headquarters. This builds bridges to the coalface. Second, utilize your morning and afternoon coffee breaks not for working, but for networking with budget holders and stakeholders. Working through these breaks is explicitly called a lost opportunity, not a mark of commitment.
That's a huge mindset shift for some.
It is. Third, organize a simple Coffee for a Cause event, raising small funds for a local charity and inviting all stakeholders. Just organizing this scores a valuable PR goal. And finally, ensure finance staff attend all corporate functions, making themselves visible and engaging socially.
The team's intranet presence is also flagged as a major marketing tool, requiring specific user-focused content.
Yes, the goal must be to have the most interesting and best-maintained team page on the intranet. The content should be heavily service-oriented. Success stories of finance projects, quick, actionable tips on using finance systems, a link to the procedures manual, and crucially, photos and short professional CVs of all team members. That visibility humanizes the team and makes those processing invoices or generating reports feel like approachable partners.
And personal marketing has to align with this strategy.
Of course, leaders must create a living list of their top 10 outside contacts, people critical to their long-term success, and commit to meeting one of them weekly for coffee or lunch. This ensures continuous external engagement.
And there are two other tickets to the game for visibility.
Yes, appearance and attitude. Successful managers look successful. Investing in quality business attire and maintaining a well-groomed appearance is deemed a sound strategic investment because appearance impacts perception. And leaders must radiate a positive attitude, keeping negative thoughts strictly private because popular and effective leaders are seldom fountains of negativity.
And the final critical piece of perspective here is about managing stress by reframing the importance of financial work.
This is a powerful stress management technique. The source reminds us that, to its knowledge, nobody has ever died because a corporate accountant's work was late. Our work is important, but it is not a matter of life or death.
So work long hours on the right things.
Exactly. We must work long hours only on truly important activities. Working long hours on unimportant or inefficient activities sends the wrong message. It's essentially shooting yourself in the foot by demonstrating poor prioritization and inefficient workflow.
Okay, moving to high-stakes communication, delivering killer presentations. Accountants have to be great on their feet because they are selling data and strategy.
Presentation mastery is absolutely non-negotiable for external influence. The source suggests integrating 10 to 20% high-quality photographs into slides, often without captions, to create visual impact and anchor memory. They recommend referencing seminal works on visual communication, like Presentation Zen and Slide.ology.
And there's a specific rule they recommend.
Tactically, they strongly recommend using Guy Kawasaki's famous 1:20:30 rule for pitches. 10 slides, a maximum of 20 minutes, and a minimum 30-point font size. Theatrics, memorable props, activity, and fun should all be incorporated to engage the audience. And echoing foundation stone number 3, important pitches should be practiced more than 10 times in front of a sample audience.
All of this marketing and visibility is aimed at transforming the internal relationship with budget holders, converting the finance function into a genuine client management consultancy. The accountant has to be a business advisor first.
This transformation requires high-value service delivery. Finance staff should actively give budget holders new, forward-looking insights into their operations, not just regurgitate historical data. Reports need to include trend information rolling. 15 or 24-month graphs are far more valuable than monthly snapshots, and key performance indicators.
And they need to actually talk to them.
Yes, finance must schedule time to talk through the monthly results with them, recognizing that budget holders might not understand the complex reports. Furthermore, they should provide proactive training for budget holders' staff, help them with reforecasts and project tracking, and even give a small, symbolic gift to the first budget holder who submits a correct monthly return to incentivize compliance and speed.
The ultimate measure of service, however, has to be quantifiable. The final, accountability-driven step is measuring in-house customer satisfaction.
You can't just claim to be service-centered, you have to prove it with data. The source advocates running a short, statistically based sample survey, initially annually, using a simple web-based tool. The format is critical. Use positive statements like, "I am happy with the responsiveness of the finance team," and a standard 5-point rating scale.
But as you noted, the real actionable value often lies outside those numerical ratings.
That's right. It comes from the 2 mandatory open-ended questions. Ask, what are the 3 things we do well to reinforce success, and what are the 3 things we can improve on?
And the language there is deliberate.
Very deliberate. You never ask about problems, as half of those problems won't be fixable due to resource or systemic limitations, which only leads to frustration. Suggestions for improvement, however, are actionable. The responses must then be categorized and sorted to identify clear opportunities.
Well, once the results are published, what is the critical step for maintaining credibility and ensuring this isn't just an empty exercise?
Action and accountability. The cardinal rule is that you must implement the top 5 service improvements identified in the survey within a very tight deadline, 6 weeks of the published results. This rapid response closes the feedback loop, demonstrates commitment, and ensures that staff and budget holders trust the process enough to participate the following year.
There was a great example of this in action.
Yes, the CFO, who proactively asked key budget holders precisely what the finance team needed to do to get a very good rating in the next survey. He then acted specifically on those 3 or 4 suggestions and achieved outstanding results, validating the entire transformation effort.
So let's synthesize what this comprehensive deep dive means for the financial leader today. To solve that initial talent crisis, that question of why do they leave, the solution is profoundly holistic. Leadership begins with brutal personal honesty and self-awareness, captured in foundation stone number 1, minimizing personal baggage.
And operationally, efficiency is achieved by aggressively attacking those 3 potholes: month-end, annual planning, and annual accounts, and adopting lean, agile techniques like the Action Meetings methodology and Blue Sky Fridays. You have to free up that organizational capacity to allow your people to do the strategic, high-value work they were actually hired for.
But the truly transformative mandate for finance is external. It's moving from a back-office auditor to a service-centered business advisor. This requires active marketing, high-visibility walkabouts, the confidence to deliver killer presentations, and proving your service value via measurable satisfaction surveys.
With results acted upon within that critical 6-week window to build trust. The transformation from a functional unit that struggles with retention to a genuine talent magnet requires that strategic combination of the human-focused humility, candor, mentorship, a safe haven, with rigorous operational excellence and technological mastery. This comprehensive approach is how the finance team elevates itself to a strategic player, ensuring that the best people stay long enough to help you achieve your larger organizational goals.
If knowledge is most valuable when it's understood and applied, let's circle back to foundation stone number 5, that idea of legacy. If you were to craft your 1-paragraph leadership legacy statement today, what you want to be remembered for, what specific candid action drawn from these sources, perhaps instituting Blue Sky Fridays or adopting the Action Meeting methodology, will you start taking tomorrow to ensure your team's talent stays long enough to actually help you achieve that legacy?
It's the daily actions, those tiny improvements in candor and efficiency that define whether your tenure will be marked by highly effective leadership or just another CFO who couldn't keep their talent. It's something meaningful for you to think about as you move forward.
If you work in finance, if you run a business, or frankly, if you manage any team that relies on timely financial data, you know that feeling.
Oh, yeah.
That universal sense of dread that starts to creep in right around year end. It's the accounting marathon. And for most companies, it's not just painful. It's this anchor that just drags down productivity for months.
It's worse than painful. It's profoundly wasteful. I mean, our source material for this, which pulls from a lot of high-performing CFOs and modern accounting principles, it makes a really brutal assessment.
How so?
They describe slow month-end, the long annual planning cycle, and a never-ending year-end as the 3 major lost opportunities. And they say it actually sucks the life out of far too many accounting teams.
Wow. Sucks the life out of them.
And that sucking sound, that represents millions of dollars lost in opportunity costs.
Okay, let's unpack that level of criticism, because I think conventional wisdom is so rooted in this idea that year-end has to be a 6-week, drawn-out grind. But today, we are tackling a colossal challenge, one that needs a complete paradigm shift, achieving quick annual reporting. We're specifically aiming for audited and signed reports within 15 working days post-year-end.
3 weeks.
3 weeks, maximum.
And that's the mission. That's the benchmark of exceptional performance. And to get there, we're going to explore the whole framework, the technology, the operational shifts, and the essential cultural overhaul that's required.
It sounds like treating the year-end process less like this slow archaeological dig.
And more like a high-precision, non-negotiable military operation. That's the phrase our source material uses.
Before we get into the tactics, though, let's just solidify the why. Why is this level of speed so critical? I mean, annual reporting is a legal requirement, right?
Yeah.
Mandated by regulators. If we have to do it, why not take a few extra weeks to get every number perfect?
Because it's a compliance requirement that, in and of itself, creates very little value for the business. The value is created when the finance teams are analyzing those numbers, providing insights, helping with strategic decisions, modeling future scenarios.
Right.
When that team is tied up for months preparing a historic document that, let's be honest, most people barely read in detail, they are completely blocked from creating that real forward-looking value. So the goal has to be to drastically tighten the timeline so the team can get back to their critical high-impact jobs.
Where they can actually influence the company's future.
Exactly.
I really appreciate that focus. Moving from historical reporter to strategic partner, it's a powerful motivator. So to set the benchmark for this, what are the industry standards that we're trying to just completely blow past?
We can use a pretty clear rating scale. It's based on the time from the year-end date to the signed annual report. It gives us clear goalposts.
Okay.
So average performance is about 35 to 45 working days. That's almost 2 full months of work and interruption.
2 months. Wow.
Yeah. Above average is 26 to 35 days. Better, but still dragging. Outstanding performance is 15 to 25 working days. Now, this is already a huge achievement. It takes a lot of discipline.
And that's still not the goal.
No. The target we're aiming for, the exceptional benchmark, is less than 15 working days. If you can achieve this, you are proving your organization is just hyper-efficient.
Let's start by calculating the price tag of just inertia. Because you can't sell a massive organizational change like this unless you can show the sheer eye-watering expense of the status quo. I love this quote from one of the CFOs in the source material. Accounting teams are often hijacked by the annual reporting process.
That analogy, hijacked, is so perfect, isn't it? It implies a total loss of control. An external process dictates the priorities of your internal team. And when this hijacking happens, teams are just doing reporting for months.
Auditors of the past, not planners for the future.
That's it, exactly. Little to no forward-looking value is being created during that critical time, which is usually Q1 and Q2.
And it creates these dangerous ripple effects across the whole organization, right? Way beyond the finance cube farm. The source notes that budget holders, because they're lacking that support from finance, they start to pick up bad financial habits.
Precisely. If the finance team is too busy closing last year, they aren't managing the current year. So people get less rigorous about compliance. They might delay submitting invoices. They lose that sense of financial discipline because they know finance is too overwhelmed to enforce it. It's a systemic breakdown.
And speaking of bad habits, the sources point out this serious paradox with Pareto's 80-20 rule. 80% of results come from 20% of effort. We seem to flip that upside down with annual reporting.
We absolutely do. The quote we have here is just a powerful truth. Most organizations look at the annual report financials as being special numbers that they have reworked many times.
Right.
This is where 80% of the non-value-added time just gets sunk. We chase that last 1% of accuracy.
You mean those endless, immaterial, trivial adjustments that shift the final number by, what, a fraction of a percent?
Exactly that. And the CFO, quote, clarifies the right approach. In 99% of cases, the first internal report cut, the one you generate on day 1 or 2, should be basically identical to the final external one.
Really?
Yeah. He says, most adjustments are trivial and result in printing delays. The annual report comes out so late, virtually nobody reads it anyway.
That's so blunt.
It is. If the information is 6 months old, its precision is way less valuable than its timeliness. We have to stop chasing decimal point perfection and start chasing relevance and speed.
Okay, let's translate that waste into actual dollars.
Yeah.
The source gives a detailed costing breakdown for a typical company, about 500 full-time employees.
Yeah.
Walk us through the full cost.
Right. We have to factor in the total staff time across the whole organization, not just the finance team, because this thing touches everyone. So let's look at the effort in productive weeks. The core accounting team effort ranges from 52 to 94 weeks in total.
A year and a half of work.
In total effort, yeah. Budget holders across the business spend 40 to 80 weeks dealing with requests. The senior management team, the SMT, they allocate 6 to 10 weeks of their time. And even the CEO dedicates 1 to 2 weeks.
That total effort is massive. And we have to remember the cost of senior time. The source points out that the SMT and CEO have way fewer productive weeks in a year, maybe only 32, when you factor in travel, meetings, all of that.
Which is why their time is so disproportionately expensive. When you factor in the personnel costs using a conservative range, the direct internal salary cost alone for this exercise is somewhere in a staggering range of $290,000 to $530,000.
$500,000 just in internal salary costs.
Yeah.
Before a single external bill arrives.
Exactly.
Right.
Then you layer on the external costs. Printing usually ranges from $40,000 to $70,000, and the mandatory external audit fees. They're usually between $270,000 and $300,000 for an organization this size.
So when you total that all up, you're painting a genuinely terrifying picture of waste.
The shocking total estimated cost for this one required, but low-value historical activity is between $600,000 and $900,000 for a typical mid-sized company.
Wow.
When senior management sees that price tag, the need for change becomes, well, it becomes an undeniable strategic problem. You're paying almost $1 million to be slow.
That reframing is key. It justifies all the drastic measures we're about to talk about. So what are the immediate tangible benefits of doing this?
The benefits of a quick year-end are transformative. First, you get better value from your audit visits because they're focused and compressed. Second, and this is maybe the most important, you get improved data quality from just enforcing discipline all year. You stop relying on a frantic year-end cleanup. Third, you dramatically reduce costs. Audit fees often come down and staff time is freed up.
And the biggest benefit, the one that makes finance a strategic partner.
The fact that finance staff get so much more time for the critical stuff. Analysis, scenario modeling, decision support, forecasting. If you save 3 months of closing time, you give the organization 3 months of proactive strategic support.
We've established the overwhelming cost of being slow. Now let's get into execution. Section 2 is all about getting organized, setting rules, and adopting these lean concepts. I want to start with something the source calls the accountant as artist.
Right. This is a crucial philosophical shift that has to happen before any procedure changes. Accountants have to recognize that when they're preparing the year-end, they're not just transcribing facts, they're sculpting a result.
Sculpting a result.
There's no single objective right number. There's only a true and fair number, which is based on professional judgment.
That's a fascinating distinction. So if we took a major company's financials and had 10 different expert teams prepare them independently, what would happen?
You'd get 10 different but equally true and fair results.
Yeah.
Inevitably. Because complex accounting requires judgment calls. Things like setting materiality thresholds, determining accruals for, say, warranty claims, or deciding the useful life of an asset. Each team applies its professional standard, and you get slightly different but defensible outcomes.
So if perfection is impossible, chasing it after month 12 is just pure waste.
Pure unadulterated waste. Exactly. Once we accept that, we can implement rules that just dramatically cut down on that wasted time.
Okay, that mindset leads right into setting up clear finance team year-end reporting rules, or YORs. What are the non-negotiables?
You need discipline. So Rule 1. The month 12 flash report numbers are the year-end numbers for all external communication, unless a material misstatement is found.
Okay, no fiddling.
Rule 2. We have to prevent delaying the whole process for trivial details or minor cleanups. And critically...
banning the spring cleaning mentality.
Yes. Rule 3 is banning spring cleaning at year-end. That destructive habit of tidying up accounts that should have been dealt with months ago. If it hasn't been done by month 11, it's too late.
So how do you handle adjustments that still pop up? You just let them offset each other.
Precisely. You use a strictly controlled overs and unders spreadsheet, but you only process an adjustment if it's genuinely material to the overall position. We track all the minor ones, and, they almost always offset each other to near zero.
The pursuit of the perfect number is now an unacceptable high-cost activity.
It has to be. And Rule 5, which is huge, ban spreadsheets for key routines, especially consolidation. We'll get more into that later.
Well, that sets the standard for the close. But speed also requires efficiency way earlier in the cycle, right? In the annual planning process. The source advocates for something incredible, completing the annual plan in 10 working days or less. That sounds borderline impossible for a big company.
It sounds impossible because we're used to it being a 3-month internal negotiation, but it's achievable through aggressive simplification. First, stop budgeting at the minutia level. Budget at the category level, not the individual account code.
Less data entry, less debate.
Exactly. Second, for forecasting, use quarterly figures, not monthly. Hide the monthly columns. It shifts the focus to meaningful trends. And third, if your system allows, consolidate the plans right in the GL system itself instead of using error-prone linked spreadsheets.
But if you compress the cycle into 10 days, budget holders need intense one-on-one support. The source says that support window is often only 3 working days. How do you scale the support team for that?
It's a classic resource problem that you solve by expanding your team internally, just for that short period. You have to use every qualified resource you have. That means all qualified accountants, including the CFO, spend 3 days as budgeting coaches.
And what about resources from outside the core finance team? This is where some of the really unconventional thinking comes in.
Absolutely. You look outside the normal hierarchy. The source suggests a clever move. Ask your external auditors if you can loan some of their audit seniors.
Really? You can do that.
Yeah. These seniors are highly skilled, and they would probably enjoy doing an interesting task like this rather than just ticking boxes. You can also bring in temps or use senior accounts payable staff to help smaller budget holders. You just have to get creative for a few days.
I have to ask, though, is there a conflict of interest there, using the auditor's staff?
That's a fair question. But in this capacity, they're just providing technical training on how to use the templates. They're not preparing the accounts. So the conflict is minimal, especially if they're junior staff. You're basically using them as skilled temporary trainers.
That's brilliant. It gets the whole organization used to high-velocity financial operations. Now let's talk about the ongoing discipline that makes this possible. There's a chart, Exhibit 9.12.
Right, the expenditure trend graph. This just illustrates that a quick report isn't a year-end miracle. It's the result of continuous, disciplined processes all year long. The chart tracks key spending categories, comparing actuals versus forecasts every quarter. The point is, you're constantly monitoring major deviations. It prevents big surprises and that desperate spring cleaning we just banned. You should be looking at this every month, not waiting for month 12 to find a $5 million problem.
Now for the external piece, auditor management. They're critical, but the source suggests auditors often delay to fit their own schedule, which gives them the luxury of hindsight. How do you flip that dynamic?
The finance team has to manage the auditors, not the other way around. First, you acknowledge a core problem. Audit staff turnover is high. Studies show up to 40% of a junior auditor's time is wasted just figuring out where things are.
So you fix the logistics first.
You have to. You start with simple organization, give them a secure room with good network access, and crucially, you schedule a mandatory 60-minute induction session for all new audit staff. Cover systems, org charts, key contacts.
That alone could save hundreds of hours.
It does. But the biggest tactical move is preparing all financial schedules, the entire audit file, in a single indexed electronic file, ready for them on day 1 of the final visit.
No excuses.
It prevents them from chasing paper. The clock starts ticking the moment they get that file.
And then comes the big strategic move, renegotiating the sign-off deadline. This sounds like it requires the CFO to be pretty assertive.
It does. This is where the CFO has to be willing to leverage the market. The message to the audit partner is clear. We're going to be hyper-efficient, and so are you. If you can't hit this 15-day deadline, we will explore other options next year.
Wow.
You have to mandate the tight deadline in the engagement letter. Speed has to be a measurable performance metric.
And the source warns that if the process drags on, auditors will use 3 to 6 months of hindsight to find dirty laundry.
That's the key risk you're mitigating. A tight deadline denies them that luxury. It forces the audit to focus on the immediate, true and fair result based on the facts available now, not an exhaustive hunt for trivial issues months later. It enforces a level playing field where everyone is incentivized for speed.
They've established the rules, the urgency, and how to manage the auditors. Now for the really revolutionary operational concept that ties it all together, the hard close. This is what makes that 15-day time frame even remotely possible.
The hard close is the absolute key strategy. It means pushing the heaviest, most disruptive verification tasks off the critical path. So for a hard close, all your major assets, debtors, stock, fixed assets, are verified and valued at the end of month 11.
So all the heavy lifting, the physical counts, the complex valuations, it all happens a month early. Isn't that just creating a month 11 bottleneck instead of a 12 bottleneck?
It's a trade-off, but a necessary one. The month 11 bottleneck is more manageable because the whole organization isn't also trying to close the year and manage the audit at the same time. Crucially, if you need to do a debtor circularization, you should base it on month 9 or 10 balances to give enough time for responses.
So by the time you get to month 12, the auditors have already formed an opinion on the first 11 months.
Exactly.
And what do they do in month 12?
They only need to audit the movement of the numbers, the transactions that happened in that final month. They already have comfort on the foundational balances. This lets them start their testing way earlier. It front-loads the audit work, which is really the only way to get a sub-15-day close.
That pushes verification off the critical path, but it requires a brutal commitment to what our sources call process abandonment. The idea that we can't be trapped into living with the results of other people's thinking. What do we have to abandon?
We have to perform radical surgery on routines that just serve habit. There are 3 major high-cost things that have to stop immediately. First, using a spreadsheet for consolidation. We've touched on it, but it's just a source of endless errors.
And the second, value-destroying habit.
Using year-end as the time to process countless minor cleanup adjustments. This creates what we call number noise, and it delays sign-off for trivial reasons. The rule has to be, cleanup is continuous, not annual.
And the third abandonment focuses on the report itself.
Yes, abandoning the practice of showing extra analysis in the annual report that isn't explicitly required by law or regulators. The annual report is a compliance document. Extra time-consuming analysis is just pure waste in that context.
To visualize this chaos and force those abandonment decisions, the source recommends a post-it re-engineering workshop. How do you turn a room full of accountants into process engineers?
It's a highly structured visualization technique. The key is to get everyone in the room. Accounts payable, accountants, IT, payroll, and, crucially, the audit manager. The agenda starts by reviewing best practices and, importantly, the human cost, the late nights and stress of the current process.
The goal is right there on the board. Sign annual accounts by X working days.
Exactly. Then you run Workshop 1. Participants map the current process using different colored Post-it notes for each team on a massive whiteboard grid. This is Exhibit 12.4. The board is mapped chronologically for 3 weeks before year-end to 6 weeks after.
What's the power of that visualization?
By mapping every single task, no matter how small, onto this physical timeline, the grid instantly exposes bottlenecks that were hidden in spreadsheets or emails. For instance, IT might reveal that every year they wait 2 weeks for a server patch before they can finalize payroll, a non-finance bottleneck that holds everything up. Or AP says they can't start accruing until they get physical delivery receipts, which are stuck in shipping. Seeing the whole illogical timeline laid bare just forces consensus on where the real friction is.
So once that streamlined process is established, how do you maintain that intense momentum during the final 2-week phase?
You adopt the agile technique of the daily stand-up, or the scrum. During the year-end prep, everyone actively involved meets every morning for just 10 to 20 minutes. And it has to be a stand-up meeting. Sitting down encourages rambling.
And the focus is super sharp, right? On 3 specific questions.
Precisely. What did you complete yesterday? What are you focused on today? And what are the roadblocks? The goal is immediate identification and removal of friction. And here's a non-negotiable tip. Invite the external auditors to join the scrum.
Oh, interesting.
It helps the finance team know exactly what the audit team achieved yesterday, and more importantly, it maintains a shared sense of urgency. If the audit manager says, "We're waiting on fixed asset documents," that roadblock is dealt with instantly.
That's high pressure, which means you have to minimize stress for the core team. This brings us to the role of the audit coordinator, the person who acts as the oracle.
This role is maybe the greatest stress reduction tool you have. The coordinator is critical for eliminating distractions for the core finance team. This person should be a dedicated full-time staffer, maybe someone recently retired, or a senior admin who knows everyone and everything in the organization.
And what's their mandate?
Singularity of focus. The coordinator must have no other duties during the audit visits. The source explicitly says you can simply put your feet up when not actively helping the audit team. You do not tempt them with side projects.
How do they handle the requests if they aren't a qualified accountant?
They don't need to understand the technical accounting. They need to understand logistics and people. Their tasks are purely facilitative. They provide the induction for new audit staff. They gather everything the auditors need, and they act as a single point of contact, shielding the core accountants from dozens of constant interruptions. They are the friction eliminator.
Let's pivot to Section 4, Technology, Asset Management, and Quality Control. We've said spreadsheets must go, but for this audience, let's go deeper on why spreadsheet consolidation is so inappropriate for quick reporting.
Well, spreadsheet consolidation just introduces immediate, unnecessary risks that are completely incompatible with a 15-day close. The process is inefficient, it's full of manual errors, and it relies on these fragile link formulas.
Version control issues.
Version control nightmares. Which subsidiary sent the final version? Did you link to the right cell? You always end up with that dreaded screen full of REF errors that you have to debug under immense pressure.
And they're basically impossible to audit efficiently.
Correct. They lack the audit trail and internal controls you need. The time you spend just resolving intercompany mismatches in spreadsheets can push the close back by a week.
Which brings up that great, slightly funny anecdote about the consultants who push for maximum standardization across conglomerate systems.
Yes, the consultants earning their second summer house. The source points out that many finance teams are convinced by expensive consultancies that they need to completely standardize all their general ledgers across all global subsidiaries just for consolidation.
Right.
And while that will work, it's often a hugely over-engineered solution. The main beneficiaries are the GL providers and the consultants who, as the source says, can now buy that second summer house that they so badly need by their favorite lake thanks to the massive project.
Ouch. So what's the efficient alternative that lets you consolidate quickly but still respects the local needs of the subsidiaries?
The alternative is modern consolidation software. These systems let subsidiaries keep their own local GL structure, which is vital for local reporting. Their local trial balance is simply mapped into the consolidated entity's standard codes within the system itself. It avoids the massive, painful process of standardizing every local system.
And beyond consolidation, what technology is a non-negotiable for organizations over, say, 500 people?
Collaborative disclosure management, or CDM software, it's a must-have. Think about all the documents for annual reporting. The board report, footnotes, regulatory filings. This software ensures you have one database that is the sole source of the truth. It manages the notes, tracks sign-offs, handles rounding rules, and automatically links numbers from the GL. It just prevents manual transcription errors.
Moving to asset verification. Traditional stock takes and fixed asset tracking are huge bottlenecks. How do we apply a hard close mentality here?
The fundamental attitude has to change. We need to stop seeing the fixed asset register, the FAR, as a necessary evil and start treating it like a valuable living system. For inventory, you have to abandon the single big year-end count that shuts down production. The best practice is rolling stock counts all year.
How do you implement rolling counts while still maintaining quality control for the audit?
You use structural rigor. You use trained internal stock takers working in pairs, and each person comes from a different department, say logistics paired with production. It enhances independence. Also, you have to focus on obsolescence management in the months leading up to year-end, which radically reduces the write-down you need in month 12.
And for the FAR itself, how do you make that paperless and efficient?
Modern management techniques. First, use barcodes on all physical assets and do verification with a handheld scanner. Paperless. Second, strategically increase your capitalization levels.
Higher than the tax authorities require.
Yes, because you can always do a simple tax adjustment later. A high capitalization threshold radically reduces the volume of low-value, high-churn items in the FI that just eat up time. And third, you do rolling counts for fixed assets too. Factory 1 month, IT hardware the next.
That cuts the year-end workload dramatically. There's also a fantastic tip here on simplifying the audit of complex valuations like work in progress or WIP.
This is a prime example of helping the auditors help you. The source tells a story where tracing random samples of WIP valuations took weeks, just a massive drain. The solution was to change the focus. Instead of tracing random individual projects, the finance team focused on confirming the overall methodology, confirming the total number of weeks of production in WIP, and then verifying the overhead costs used in the calculation.
By proving the methodology was sound, they bypassed the painful sample tracing.
Exactly. It reduced an audit task from weeks of elapsed time to less than 4 hours. That is strategic audit management.
Now let's tackle a big source of post-audit stress, the management letter. It's often an afterthought delivered months later.
That delay is totally unacceptable in a quick, close environment. The finance team must insist on a contractually prompt turnaround. You require the auditors to deliver the letter within 2 weeks of their visits. This lets management fix problems immediately, making the letter a tool for improvement, not an obsolete critique.
And the finance team has to fight to make sure errors are stated in context, right? Stop minor issues being blown out of proportion.
This is critical damage control. You require auditors to state errors in context. So instead of saying controls failed, The letter has to say, "We found 20 invoices with wrong prices. We understand this was because of a staffing shortage. Management fixed this immediately, and we tested another 100 transactions and found no further errors."
It protects the company from generalized, unsupported criticism, and they should also insist on positive feedback.
Yes, demand balance. Push for them to comment on strengths like, "The new monthly report formats are the best we have seen." The source includes an anecdote about a CFO who blew up at an audit partner because they noted a process as a weakness, even though the company had already fixed it 6 months earlier. The key is, review the draft letter before the audit team leaves.
Finally, to control the number noise from endless adjustments, we need a defined strategy.
You need staged, controlled adjustments. You can't allow for endless shifts in the bottom line. And remember, adjustments tend to offset each other. So if the auditors find a major expense accrual, look in the opposite direction for a revenue offset. We enforce finality using 5 specific stages for sign-off. Day 1 with the flash report, Day 3 with the board report. The morning the final audit starts, when final tax entries are known, and the final audit agreement meeting. Once you pass Stage 5, all changes are banned. It ensures finality and discipline.
We've covered organization, technology, and process reengineering. But all that discipline can fall apart right at the end. The marshaling of information post-consolidation, the PDFs, spreadsheets, Word docs, is known as the last mile. Controlling it is essential to hit that 15-day target.
The last mile is where quality often breaks down. Lack of coordination, version control, chaos. To control it, you need a hyper-robust quality assurance process. 4 key steps. First, ban all late changes. We use that overs and unders schedule to manage anything minor. Second, a rigorous cross-check of all numbers for internal consistency.
And then the human element of QC.
Yes. Third, the indispensable 2-person read-through. One person reads the numbers, the second checks them against the source. And fourth, specifically, looking for those last 2 errors that always creep in.
We also need to talk about data capture, especially for big conglomerates that demand these immense reporting packages. The source calls it the rocket scientist reporting pack.
This is classic non-value-added time wasting, driven by fear. Better ask for that metric just in case I get a question. Endless pages of detailed data are requested but rarely, if ever, used, costing subsidiary accountants hours and hours of work.
So how do you tackle that entrenched bureaucracy?
The CFO has to take a direct interest. They have to calculate the full cost of data gathering versus its demonstrated benefit. If a piece of data hasn't been cited in a board report or used in a decision for 2 years, it gets cut.
And you have to empower the local teams to push back.
Yes, empowering them is vital. Create forums where subsidiary accountants can challenge head office requests. Why do you need this? Or what strategic decision do you use this information for? It pushes the burden of proof back onto the people who designed the package in the first place.
Let's turn to some real-world examples. We have the famous IBM case study on faster closing. What were their 4 stages?
IBM's approach really became the blueprint for this. They used a highly structured 4-stage approach. Stage 1 was evaluation, understanding their current process and benchmarking against leaders like AT&T.
Okay. Stage 2 was ETA, eliminate, transfer, automate. This was the core work. They eliminated non-value-added work. They transferred disruptive tasks like intercompany reconciliation off the critical path, and they automated by standardizing master data, like a single global chart of accounts.
In Stage 3?
Empower. They let the project team the experts on the ground make key implementation decisions to maintain speed. And Stage 4 was excel. Just continuous improvement, recognizing that the pressures for speed and compliance are constant.
That ETA framework, eliminate, transfer, automate, is a perfect summary. And then we have AT&T, which achieved a timeline that seems like science fiction.
AT&T just demonstrates the raw power of the hard close concept.
Yeah.
They set the gold standard. Their final results are available by the 4th working day post-year end.
The 4th day, that's revolutionary.
It is. They achieve it with a comprehensive hard close. They do a month 10 close, a full stock take at the end of month 10, and their auditors are on-site auditing those first 10 months immediately.
So when the year actually ends, the auditors are already 80% done. Exactly. They only need to verify the last 2 months of activity. It's a testament to process discipline being enforced organization-wide.
Finally, the ROC 10 case study emphasizes the critical role of technology, especially when you're dealing with a structure built through acquisitions.
Right. Rockton, a big U.S. manufacturer, grew through mergers, and their CFO said getting everyone to comply with reporting standards was like herding cats.
Mm.
The pressure for speed became acute after Sarbanes-Oxley exposed all the manual touch points in their fragmented systems.
And their solution wasn't just about new technology, was it?
No, it started with discipline. They first created mandatory standard checklists for all finance staff globally. Then they replaced their aging ERP system with a modern one that supported Sarbanes-Oxley out of the box. It showed that standardization, checklists, and modern tech are inseparable prerequisites for speed and compliance.
So let's bring this deep dive home. We started with the universal dread of year-end, and we've mapped out a very detailed tactical path to achieving that exceptional rating, less than 15 working days.
We've seen that it requires a commitment to these high-impact techniques. Adopting the hard-close strategy, the dedicated audit coordinator role, challenging tradition, and fundamentally adopting technology to eliminate spreadsheets from the close.
The overriding theme is clear. You have to treat the annual report process like a highly organized, non-negotiable military operation. You demand discipline internally, and you assert control over the external auditors.
And this deep dive proves that achieving financial speed isn't about working harder. It's about changing the fundamental approach. It's about abandoning old routines because they are just the result of other people's thinking and substituting that legacy with lean, high-velocity processes.
And this brings us to the final provocative thought, which comes right from IBM's framework. Their final stage was Excel, or continuous improvement. We noted that the pursuit of a 15-day close forces vigilance and discipline throughout the entire year.
That sustained discipline is the real goal.
Yeah. So, if the pursuit of quick reporting imposes this system-wide continuous rigor ensuring better data quality and compliance all year round, then does the act of striving for a 15-day close create more long-term organizational value through internal efficiency and better decision-making than the final signed compliance report itself?
That's the ultimate question for any CFO. The lasting value isn't in the historical document, but in the relentless systemic discipline it takes to produce that document so rapidly. What aspect of this aggressive timeline stands out to you as the most revolutionary concept? The hard close, the audit coordinator, or the ruthless abandonment of tradition? Something to mull over until our next deep dive.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, the show where we take the complicated and the dense, and we turn the theoretical into the immediately actionable. If you are aiming for high-performance operations, if you're prepping for a massive scaling initiative, or if you are just, sick and tired of wasting time on foundational processes that should really run themselves, then this deep dive is for you. Today, we are tackling the operational core of high-performing organizations, how they manage their finances fast, how they secure their cash flow like Fort Knox, and how they make sure they have the absolute best people on the team. This is a pragmatic, hard-hitting look at three really interconnected pillars: process efficiency, cash realization, and securing those A players.
And we have some genuinely outstanding source material today. We've synthesized these highly specific benchmarked best practices. We're talking about the blueprints for achieving lean annual planning, and I mean really lean, plus some cutting-edge accounts receivable management, and these incredibly sophisticated talent recruitment strategies drawn from major business gurus like Drucker and Welch. So this stuff, it doesn't just ask you to be compliant. It really provides the roadmap to move you beyond good enough to, the definitive best practice in these critical zones.
And our mission today is crystal clear. We're here to extract the actionable, high ROI strategies in finance and HR. We're focusing intensely on speed, on operational simplicity, and on securing that top-tier talent. These are the things that prevent internal crises, that eliminate wasted time, and that ultimately drive performance across the entire organization. We're looking for that competitive edge that's buried in the process manuals that, frankly, the average organization just overlooks.
Yeah, we're trying to understand not just what high performers do, but why they do it, and maybe even more importantly, what the true cost of not following these practices really is.
Absolutely. Okay, let's unpack this by starting with a goal that I think vexes nearly every finance department: how to shrink that notoriously long, mind-numbing annual planning process. We're aiming for something truly radical here. Ambitious target, completing the entire annual planning process in 10 working days or less.
Yeah.
I mean, that requires eliminating bottlenecks and introducing just radical efficiency.
10 days is a really serious target because, historically, annual planning can eat up 90 days or even more of executive time. And the irony is, it produces a budgeting document that is often outdated before the fiscal year even begins. So to compress that timeline from months down to just 10 days, the source material identifies 3 core structural changes that you have to implement at the same time. These changes are all about eliminating unnecessary detail and leveraging systems instead of just relying on human effort.
Okay, let's start with that level of detail. Why do traditional organizations get so bogged down in financial granularity? And what's the first essential step to strip out that bloat?
Well, the first change is about the level of detail being budgeted. Traditional organizations budget at the minute account code level. Best practice says you should budget at the expenditure category level. I mean, think about it. If a budget holder manages 50 different account codes for general office expenses, staples, pens, toner, paper clips, utility bills, they waste dozens of hours detailing 50 tiny lines that offer zero strategic insight. The best practice is to roll all of that up into one or two key expenditure categories, and you explicitly hide all those unnecessary rows of detail from the budget holder's view.
I see. So you're prioritizing the managerial views of my total G&A budget
Yeah.
sound over that forensic compliance view of, did I allocate exactly $50 for highlighters? But doesn't hiding that detail risk budget holders losing control of granular expenses? Couldn't that lead to overruns?
That's a valid fear, but the control mechanism just shifts. The control isn't in the planning phase, it's in the execution and reporting phase through the general ledger's own structure. During planning, you need speed. So budget holders are told, your category target for travel is X, distribute that quarterly. By focusing on the category, you streamline the data entry and review time for literally hundreds of people involved in the process.
Okay, so we've simplified the input by moving to categories. What about the frequency of the forecast within the plan? Is projecting 12 individual months really necessary?
It's completely counterproductive to try and forecast 12 months out with that kind of monthly precision. That's the second critical lever. The source recommends forecasting the annual plan using quarterly figures, and you explicitly hide the 2 monthly columns within each quarter. Why? Because the variance between a projected number for, say, November and the actual number is almost certainly going to be large, so the initial effort is just wasted. Quarterly granularity is generally sufficient for strategic management, and it drastically reduces that administrative burden of micro-forecasting that so often paralyzes departments.
But if we're only budgeting quarterly, how do we make sure we still have enough oversight for cash flow planning? That often needs monthly, if not weekly, visibility.
That's a really important distinction. The quarterly figures are for the annual plan, that static document that gets approved by the board. Your operational rigor requires a separate rolling forecast. That's usually monthly or weekly, but it's only projected 90 days out to manage cash. The two processes are separate. You don't want the rigor of the rolling forecast to bog down the speed of the annual plan. The 10-day target is achieved by protecting that planning process from all that unnecessary operational detail.
Okay, so we've simplified the input with categories and simplified the timeline with quarters. How do we handle the sheer volume of data once all those submissions start rolling in from across the organization? I mean, historically, that is where the spreadsheet chaos begins and finance departments spend weeks just reconciling everything.
And that leads directly to the third structural change, consolidation. You absolutely must consolidate data via the general ledger or GL system instead of relying on manual spreadsheet uploads and reconciliation. Manual consolidation is just painfully slow, it's highly error-prone, and it requires endless reconciliation, a massive time sink for your skilled finance people.
But implementing this isn't simple, is it?
Yeah.
What if an organization has a legacy GL system that's rigid or just hard to integrate with?
That's the critical prerequisite, and the source really emphasizes it. The system has to allow those simplified budget category headings we talked about to be easily integrated into the GL structure. If your system doesn't allow this, if it requires manual mapping or forces budget holders to use these arcane GL codes, then yeah, you're still stuck in spreadsheet purgatory. The investment has to be made in a GL that can instantly ingest the budget categories and align them. If you get that integration right, you eliminate the massive time sink of manual data aggregation, you eliminate the risk of version control errors, and you instantly leverage the GL's inherent controls. That automation is what makes the 10-day timeline possible.
We spend a lot of time on systems and process, but even the best automated process needs human interaction. The source material acknowledges that despite all this, budget holders, especially those who only deal with finance once a year, they're still going to need one-on-one support. And this demand often falls into a really tight, critical 3-day window, which creates a massive temporary support bottleneck.
It's a classic surge demand problem. If you only have 3 days to support, dozens of budget holders, your core finance team, who also have their usual duties, will be just completely overwhelmed. The key is recognizing the surge demand before it happens and then implementing some creative staffing solutions to expand that support team immediately.
So what are the specific creative staffing suggestions for temporarily filling those roles without the long-term cost of hiring permanent staff for a 3-day rush.
There are 5 structural suggestions here, and each one is designed to leverage existing talent pools. First, involve all qualified accountants within the organization, even those who might typically sit outside the central finance team, like in operational or internal audit roles. And crucially, this includes getting the CFO involved directly, not just for high-level review, but hands-on support.
It sends a powerful message, doesn't it? That annual planning is important enough that the most senior financial leaders are willing to roll up their sleeves and personally help people out.
Precisely. It signals priority, and it provides real, high-level expertise when a budget holder might be facing a genuinely complex issue. Second, leverage your external relationships. Ask your external auditors to loan some audit seniors from their local offices, particularly to cover remote locations.
Now, I have to stop you there. I can see the efficiency, but doesn't borrowing audit seniors from your external auditors create a pretty significant independence conflict, even for a short time? How does the source material address that risk?
That's a sharp question, and the source suggests this only works because the task is purely mechanical. It's helping the budget holder input data correctly into the pre-approved structure. It's purely administrative, not decision-making. The source even notes that the auditors would be happy for the opportunity. They view it as an interesting task, which tells you something about the auditing workload. It gives them a chance to see the operational side of the client, and as long as they are involved in approving the final budgets, the risk is managed. You're borrowing competency for execution, not for strategy.
That distinction borrowing execution skill, not strategic input. That's key. Okay, what's the third option for expanding the temporary team?
Third, you bring in temporary staff that you've explicitly hired for their budget experience. This is a very targeted hire. You aren't just looking for a general ledger clerk. You need someone who has specifically been through budget season before. Fourth, for smaller budget holders who often have less complex budgets, you can use senior accounts payable or AP staff.
Why AP staff specifically?
Because the AP team has that granular, real-world knowledge of what operational expenses actually look like. They know the typical run rate for supplies, for utilities, for simple contractors, so they can efficiently provide that necessary low-level support, matching the complexity of the budget holder to the right skill set.
And finally, for those remote budget holders, how do we make sure they don't become the weakest link in this whole chain?
The source is pretty insistent on this. You must not rely on asynchronous tools like email or just phone calls. You have to use one-on-one training via modern virtual meeting tech like Skype or Zoom. This ensures personal attention, it allows for immediate screen sharing and system walkthroughs, and it just mimics an in-person session, which is vital for building confidence and ensuring accuracy quickly. This commitment to personalized support ensures the speed you gain from process simplification isn't lost to technical friction.
This whole segment really establishes the importance of process speed and tactical resource allocation. Once you nail the annual plan, you free up massive cognitive resources in the finance department. So now we need to make sure that newly freed time isn't just spent dealing with crises caused by a separate operational failure. Cash flow. Now we shift to speed in generating and collecting cash, which is all about operational excellence in accounts receivable or AR management.
Right, and this is where management failure can immediately lead to an organizational crisis. Poor AR execution means your financial reports are based on phantom revenue. Your cash forecast is meaningless, and you're constantly flirting with insolvency. So this section focuses on intelligent practices that go far beyond just training staff to send a polite email.
Let's start with the fundamental mindset shifts and policies that dictate success here.
Yeah.
What's the right attitude toward credit control and debt collection?
The right mental attitude is absolutely key. You have to be hard on the issue of the debt, but soft on the person. This allows for firm, persistent collection efforts without damaging the relationship with a customer who might just be facing a temporary difficulty. It's an assertion that the money must be paid, but with empathy for the person managing the account on the other side. If you're aggressive, you'll fail. If you're too soft, you'll fail. It's a delicate, professional balance.
And what foundational policies need to be crystal clear from day one?
First, establish clear credit practices, your terms, your penalties, your limits, and communicate them thoroughly to both your staff and your customers. Second, you have to integrate your collection efforts with your revenue generation strategy. That means providing immediate notice of overdue debt to the sales team.
That often creates some constructive friction, doesn't it? Sales staff are usually compensated on booking revenue, not collecting it. They often resent getting pulled into AR issues.
They do, but that resentment is a necessary pressure point. By making them immediately aware of a problem account, you create internal pressure on the sales team to help resolve the issue. It protects their own commissions, and critically, it protects the long-term health of the customer relationship. It makes the health of the account a shared responsibility.
And on the risk mitigation side, what specific immediate policies are essential?
Charge penalties on overdue accounts. This formalizes the seriousness of the delay. The revenue from it might not be significant, but the psychological signaling is powerful. Also, accept credit cards for smaller, high-risk customers. For small amounts, or for customers you're not sure about, processing a card limits your exposure, speeds up cash realization, and shifts the credit risk onto the card issuer.
The moment of truth, though, is often right at the beginning, accepting a new account. Especially for major accounts, what level of vetting should we be insisting on?
Thorough vetting is absolutely non-negotiable. For larger accounts, you have to perform credit checks that are equivalent to what a bank would do for a loan of the same size. When you extend credit, you're effectively giving that customer an interest-free loan. You have to assess the risk profile accordingly, looking at payment history, industry volatility, and balance sheet health.
And best practice demands that risk management doesn't just stop after that initial check, right?
Yeah.
Especially in volatile economic times.
Correct. You have to continuously review credit limits, especially for major customers, if you're operating in a volatile sector or if tough economic times are looming. This makes sure you're constantly matching your exposure to the customer's current ability to pay, preventing a $50,000 credit limit from becoming a $200,000 loss. And underpinning all of this is just fundamental operational discipline. Monitor sales invoicing with promptness and accuracy. Getting the invoice right and sending it immediately is the first step that, if you miss it, guarantees delays later on.
Now, we need to discuss a fascinating insight here from a CFO with international blue-chip experience that directly challenges conventional finance wisdom. The usual dogma is that you should minimize the credit you give, get paid fast, and maximize the credit you take, pay suppliers late. This CFO argues that this strategy is fundamentally flawed.
They argue that this focus on maximizing days payable outstanding and minimizing days sales outstanding. It misses the massive hidden cost of administration and overhead. The quote is really insightful. People will take as much credit as you give, and that doesn't mean what your credit policy allows. It means what you let them take.
So, if I push my DSO out to 60 days and my DPO to 60 days, I might look good on paper, but I'm actually creating administrative hell for myself.
Exactly. The real problem, they emphasize, is the substantial overhead cost created by tracking and reconciling overdues and outstandings on both sides of the ledger. I mean, think about the mechanics. For every late payment, there are multiple internal touch points. Your AR staff chasing the customer, their AP team querying the invoice, and your own AP team dealing with angry supplier calls. Every hour spent on that is administrative cost you wouldn't have if the transaction were settled instantly.
So the slight short-term gain from holding onto cash by delaying payments to suppliers is completely negated by the massive administrative drain and inefficiency it creates.
Precisely. You are exchanging a very small, short-term interest-free loan for a massive, inefficient overhead burden. And what's more, they highlight the danger to your supplier relationships. If you constantly pay late, your suppliers will dislike you. And crucially, they'll prioritize other better customers when supply is tight or when you urgently need flexibility. When you need them most, they'll be unwilling to help because you've eroded that relationship.
That makes the conclusion really powerful. Credit is best minimized on both sides. Pay your own bills immediately and insist on quick payment from customers.
Yes. This strategy just reduces friction, it minimizes costly reconciliation, and it strengthens essential business relationships. It treats vendors like partners, not financial pawns.
Once we have the right policies, we need efficient tracking. The source material emphasizes streamlining reporting using the aged debtors graph to monitor cash flow health visually. We need to understand what this graph, which tracks current 30 days, 60 days, and so on, is really telling us.
This graph is the real-time health readout of your customer relationships. It immediately shows if your collections are improving or if the overall debt pool is shifting dangerously into those older, riskier buckets. If you see a sudden spike in the 60-day or 90-day column, it signals either a policy failure or it's an early indicator that a large customer is facing serious financial strain.
And the required look-back period for this graph is critical for accurate analysis, isn't it? A lot of companies only look back 90 days.
And that is just utterly insufficient. The graph must cover a long look-back period, at least 12 months, and preferably 15 to 18 months. Why so long? Because you have to accurately capture the impact of seasonal fluctuations from the prior year. If your business has a massive spike in sales every December, comparing this August debt profile to last November's is misleading. You need that historical context to filter out the seasonal noise and understand the genuine underlying trend.
Okay, shifting to process mechanics, let's tackle the inevitable AR month-end bottlenecks. How do we move away from that frantic last-day processing battle where finance staff are working until midnight?
The fundamental technical keys are non-negotiable. Electronic interfaces with key customers and electronic cash receipting. Technology minimizes manual handling. But beyond that, there are some very sharp operational practices. The first is implementing a hard cutoff for AR processing.
What does that hard cutoff look like in practice, and how do you ensure it doesn't skew your reported sales figures?
You cut off accounts receivable processing at noon on the last working day of the month. All the sales that happen in the afternoon are dated as the first day of the new month for administrative purposes. Now, this requires a contractual safeguard. You have to make sure customers still pay according to the contractual terms on the original invoice date. But internally, this drastically speeds up the closing process, it reduces stress, and it gives the finance team their time back. It's an administrative trick to ensure an early close.
That's a powerful tool. What about the sales cycle itself? That constant battle to get the invoice out on time.
You can adjust the sales invoice cycle to smooth the workload. Instead of running transactions from the first to the last day of the month, which creates a huge spike of work on day 30, you might shift the cycle. So for example, May 26th to June 25th. Or you can invoice all transactions up to the 25th with a separate, smaller invoice for the remaining days. This just prevents the team from racing against the clock on the final day, which ensures earlier issuance and thus earlier payment.
That front loads the major invoicing work, reducing the month-end pressure. What about integrating with the customer's internal systems to encourage faster payment? That seems like the ultimate goal.
This is a hallmark of sophisticated AR management, especially for major customers. When you send electronic invoices, if you can, you should include their internal general ledger codes directly on the invoice. The easier you make it for their accounts payable team to process it, the faster you will get paid. You're essentially doing part of their data processing work to benefit your cash flow.
That's partnership at an operational level, but it requires a deep understanding of their system. What about subcontractors? They can be a massive source of delay if their data input is slow or inaccurate.
Yeah, if you rely on subcontractors for details you need to issue an invoice, you have to tighten that supply chain integration. One approach is holding collaborative meetings between your customers and your main subcontractors to ensure a prompt and accurate billing process across the entire chain. Even more creatively, if you have numerous subcontractors, consider offering them a free accounting system that automatically links to yours for all relevant invoices.
Offer a free accounting system. That seems like a strange expense for AR management.
It's an investment that buys you control and standardization over the data input. You absorb the small software cost, but you gain speed, accuracy, and standardization from dozens of upstream sources. It pays for itself tenfold in reduced admin time, fewer disputes, and faster cash realization because you aren't waiting for a pile of handwritten forms to manually input.
We touched on customer incentives earlier. A major hurdle for many organizations is customer resistance to direct debits, often because they want to maintain control of their bank account. How can companies creatively overcome this?
Since direct debiting is incredibly cost-effective for the supplier, you can afford to finance genuinely creative incentives using those savings. There are 3 powerful examples given. First, offer a large monthly cash draw.
Like turning administrative compliance into a lottery.
Exactly. For example, a telecommunications company offers 3 $10,000 prizes monthly. Many customers, even those who are philosophically opposed to automated payments, will sign up for a chance to win a significant sum. The cost of those prizes is easily offset by the vast efficiency gains across millions of transactions.
What's the second strategy?
Offer to waive your next scheduled price increase for all those who sign up for direct debiting. This offers a clear, tangible, immediate financial benefit that appeals to everyone. It uses a potential future negative as a powerful lever for immediate behavioral change.
And the third strategy involves strategically framing the value of a discount.
Yes, offer a direct debiting discount each month, splitting the cash flow benefit between you and the customer. But you can make this appear more attractive by offering a large percentage discount on a small, fixed price component. For example, an energy retailer gave 20% discount on the fixed charge component. Now, 20% sounds huge, but that fixed charge might only be $20, so the discount was only $4 a month. It looked incredibly valuable to the customer, but the cost to the retailer is minimal compared to the cash flow advantage.
That is brilliant framing. Okay, finally, let's discuss the year-end collection drive. While AR should be managed constantly, there needs to be an intensive executive-level focus starting from month 9.
This is where the seriousness level gets ramped up. The CFO and the CEO have to get directly involved, personally contacting their counterparts at overdue companies. This isn't delegation. It's a high-level strategic intervention.
That seems like an inefficient use of C-suite time, doesn't it? Surely a CEO shouldn't be chasing $50,000 debts.
That's why the prioritization has to be surgical. You only dedicate this time to high-dollar, high-risk, or long-overdue accounts where a CEO-to-CEO call is the only thing that will unlock the payment. Why? Because a phone call from your CEO could save thousands in legal fees, prevent a debt from going bad entirely, and potentially collect the money right before the other company goes into receivership. The return on that time is massive. The source quantifies the ROI. If it takes 10 hours of CFO time to collect $50,000 from a high-risk account, that yields a return of $5,000 per hour. That's a huge justification for using executive time on what might seem like a low-level task.
So the criteria for executive intervention isn't just the size of the debt, but the risk profile and the difficulty of collection. It's a targeted strike.
Exactly. It's an intervention reserved for those cases where failure means a significant financial loss, making the executive time spent a highly leveraged investment.
From optimizing cash flow, we shift seamlessly to securing the greatest asset any organization has, its people. In Part 3, we're tackling the recruiting marathon. The source material notes that CFOs and financial controllers frequently regret recruiting decisions because they just fail to prepare adequately. They see recruiting as a chore rather than the single most important activity they do.
And that failure to prioritize recruiting is exactly why mistakes happen so often. We need to internalize the reality that recruitment is the highest stakes activity possible. I mean, a bad hire destroys all the efficiency we worked so hard to build in parts 1 and 2.
The source uses a powerful analogy, the fence analogy, to reinforce the crucial arguments for high-effort recruitment.
Yes. Recruiting properly is like putting a fence on a cliff top. The analogy is clear. It is far, far better to spend 40 hours recruiting a candidate properly than it is to spend 400 hours cleaning up after a recruiting mistake. The carnage caused by a bad hire, the destruction of team morale, the wasted training, the lost momentum, the need to start the search all over again, it's just exponential compared to the initial hiring effort.
Management guru Peter Drucker made a similar observation years ago about General Motors' top committee and the intense focus they place on a single promotion.
He did. Drucker noted that GM's top committee would spend hours discussing the promotion of a single employee. When asked about this, the CEO famously replied, "If we didn't spend 4 hours on placing a man and placing him right, we'd spend 400 hours on cleaning up after our mistake." Quote, quote. That time investment is fundamentally preventative maintenance against catastrophic organizational failure. And that math holds true whether you're hiring a CEO or a senior accounts clerk.
This brings us to the core philosophical filter for hiring: values versus skills. Where should the priority lie when you're evaluating a candidate?
The source is just unequivocal here. You can recruit for technical skills and improve those skills through on-the-job training, but you cannot change a person's values. If an individual's core values like integrity, collaboration, customer focus are misaligned with the organization's, you are guaranteed to have conflict, regardless of their technical prowess. Mismatched values create friction, they erode culture, and they ultimately guarantee failure.
And the long-term, self-reinforcing benefit of this rigorous approach.
Better recruits lead to more internal promotions. This saves recruitment costs down the line, it drastically reduces turnover, and crucially, it retains institutional knowledge. You create this virtuous cycle of talent development and retention, which is the definition of a high-performance team.
Let's look at the interview itself. A massive danger, as the source points out, is the manager going into the interview unprepared, where the smart, polished interviewee ends up controlling the narrative, the chameleon effect.
Unpreparedness is an immediate red flag that signals a lack of respect for the process. This includes the manager not having reviewed the CV thoroughly, not preparing enough behavioral questions, or, critically, if the manager lacks training in those specific interviewing techniques. If you aren't trained in asking behavioral event questions, you have to bring a trained colleague with you, ideally from HR, or you just risk falling for the chameleon's performance.
What are the telltale behavioral red flags that an unprepared manager is likely to miss during that performance?
You need to be hyper alert for inconsistencies, missing clues about employment gaps or rapid, inexplicable job moves. You have to watch if they speak negatively of previous bosses or colleagues. That's a reliable indicator of a lack of accountability. Look for obviously exaggerated claims about their ability, and perhaps most importantly, if they appear too self-centered and egotistical rather than demonstrating characteristics of a supportive team player.
And on the technique side, there's that tendency for managers to rush to fill silences when they get uncomfortable.
That's a critical flaw. You must always let the interviewee complete their answers no matter how long, and give them ample space to ask their own questions. Filling silences just prevents the candidate from revealing their true nature. You have to step back and wait for them to provide the information you need, whether it's good or bad. Silence is a powerful interviewing tool. Use it.
Moving from the individual interaction to the wider market, successful organizations attract talent by overtly promoting their brand. This is the law of attraction.
Right. The source material points to the Richard Branson and Virgin Group example as a classic. Successful, positive branding makes people actively want to join the organization before they even see a job posting. It's a long-term investment, but it makes recruiting exponentially easier.
And modern management techniques become an inherent part of that attraction, signaling a forward-thinking employer.
Absolutely. Organizations like Google and Netflix, which embrace modern approaches, naturally attract the cream of the crop. Netflix's policy of unlimited holiday entitlement, with executives regularly taking 6 to 7 weeks a year, that's a powerful statement. It signals that they attract people who are capable of self-management and are expected to deliver at the highest level in exchange for autonomy and trust.
So how can the finance team specifically engage in these magnetic marketing initiatives to raise its profile and attract high-caliber candidates?
The source gives 3 highly actionable steps for the finance team itself to turn them into a desirable brand. First, establish relationships with local universities by offering prizes to the best accounting graduates, delivering guest lectures, and offering structured holiday jobs. This lets you try before you buy, and it creates a pipeline.
That turns recruitment into a long-term scouting process, rather than a frantic scramble when a vacancy opens up.
Precisely. Second, write articles and detailed case studies for accounting institute journals and deliver presentations. This showcases the team's professional expertise and their success stories. Third, be actively involved in the local institute branch. These actions collectively elevate the finance team's professional reputation, making it a preferred employer for top talent.
Now we get to the core of the process, the recruiting marathon, which is the strategic rules for sifting the wheat from the chaff. Rule number 1, which we established, is prioritizing alignment. Look for values and fit before expertise.
This is the primary filter. Jim Collins defines the core ideology as core values plus purpose. If the candidate doesn't align with your core ideology, the recruiting is fundamentally unsuccessful. It is so much wiser to hire a less experienced but culturally aligned candidate than to recruit an expert who will just cause conflict from day one.
Yeah.
You can teach skills, but you can't fix a value misalignment.
Second rule, setting the bar higher than the predecessor.
A respected CEO advised setting the bar higher than the person leaving the position. This ensures that every hiring decision enhances the organization's overall talent pool. You should model the job on the previous high performers' traits, but you must always strive for someone even better.
The third rule is Peter Drucker's classic, never give a new, likely resistant job to a new external person. This is particularly relevant if that job involves implementing a major change, like a new GL system.
Drucker believed outsiders just don't stand a chance when implementing new resistant systems because they lack credibility and they're facing the default future. The default future is that overwhelming inertia of the organization that resists change. An outsider, no matter how skilled, lacks the institutional currency, the IOU favors, the trust, the relationships to push through that resistance.
So instead of hiring an external expert, you appoint a respected in-house manager who already has that accumulated social capital.
Exactly. This internal person has the institutional weight to make demands and enforce change. That internal manager should then be empowered to hire the external expertise they need for purely technical support. It's a fascinating insight into change management.
Fourth rule, always seek internal referrals first.
Great organizations target their high-performing staff and ask them if they know someone who would fit the team before they advertise. Google is famous for its referral recruiting, actively rewarding staff who recommend successful candidates. It saves endless hours of sifting through resumes and leverages the judgment of your existing top talent.
And when it comes to using an agency, what advice does the source offer?
If you choose to use an agency, which is often necessary for senior roles, make sure they specialize exclusively in accountants or finance professionals. And a crucial warning is given. Make sure they aren't currently overloaded with active positions, as that lack of focus could compromise the attention given to your recruitment, leading to rushed or poorly vetted candidates.
And the advert itself can't be left solely to the agency. It needs to sell the position using emotional drivers and pass Harry Mills's tests.
Active involvement from the hiring manager in drafting the advert is mandatory. It has to sell the career prospects, the technology, the working conditions, and it needs to pass Mills's tests. Be simple, appealing, have an emotional connection, credibility, and contain some unexpected content.
That unexpected content is the detail that attracts the most proactive, ambitious candidates. What's the specific example provided?
Including an allowance of 10 to 20% of their time to pursue ideas that might make a substantial organizational impact. This shows that the role isn't just a technical treadmill. It's an opportunity for innovation, influence, and strategic contribution. It appeals directly to high-caliber candidates.
Once the applications are in, we begin the selection rounds, and the first commitment must be to seamless, respectful communication.
Communication is absolutely non-negotiable. Inform candidates who are eliminated immediately, maybe with some constructive guidelines, because you might cross paths with them again. Chasing for updates is a major red flag for high-quality candidates, and poor communication just damages your employer brand.
The first round is a high-level self-assessment designed to sift out the definite non-starters.
Yes. Candidates are sent detailed job information and asked to self-assess against key competencies: knowledge, role, team fit, culture. This forces them to engage in rigorous self-reflection. As Dr. Richard Ford suggests, candidates who lack insight or self-awareness are easily eliminated here because their self-assessment will reveal large gaps. It's also wise to review their public profiles, LinkedIn, Facebook, for those you're unsure about, to catch any glaring inconsistencies early.
We have the fascinating case study of Cathay Pacific's recruitment process, which highlights the commitment required to secure staff born with the desire to serve.
It's an extreme but effective model. Cathay Pacific firmly believes you can't train frontline staff to deliver the quality of service they require. That mindset must be innate. So to ensure they only hire the truly committed, all frontline applicants go through an arduous 5-interview recruitment process that often takes about 3 months.
3 months and 5 interviews. That sounds like an immense, potentially inefficient investment just for frontline staff.
Yeah.
What does that tell us about the true cost of a bad hire in that specific industry?
It tells us that the cost of hiring someone who is technically proficient but lacks that innate desire to serve is astronomical in terms of brand damage and customer dissatisfaction. Only candidates who are deeply committed to the company will endure that marathon process, and the result is one of the lowest staff turnover ratios in the industry. The time investment up front pays off hugely.
Round 2 is the 30-minute phone screen. What are the key areas to probe here, designed to quickly assess fit and drive?
This is a structured, behavior-focused conversation. Key questions are things like, describe your proudest achievements. What was the hardest unpopular decision you had to make? What will reference checks disclose about you? And how do you plan to grow and stretch yourself in the next 5 years? Drucker emphasized focusing only on the candidate's strengths and whether they fit the job, not delving into weaknesses that may never even be exposed on the job.
The third round is the deep interview, involving a short list of 3 to 5 people. This requires demanding behavioral questions from the likes of Ford, Drucker, and Jack Welch.
You have to drill down into specific past behaviors and motivations, especially regarding departures from previous roles. Jack Welch famously advises asking, "Why did you leave your last job?" And then when they answer, immediately asking, "Why was that?" You repeat this drill down multiple times to get to the foundational truth.
That drill down is brutal in its simplicity. But what if the previous organization was just dysfunctional? How do we filter out potential bias against a good candidate?
That's why you rely on behavioral questioning, not just biographical, by insisting they provide specific, verifiable examples. Tell me about a time when you managed up in a difficult situation. You assess their accountability. Are they constantly deflecting blame onto external factors, or do they take ownership of their role? The repeated drilling focuses on identifying consistent patterns of accountability or deflection.
What are some of the other challenging questions recommended for this deep interview stage?
Questions that test self-awareness and integrity. Ask for their predicted performance rating from 0 to 10 from their last boss and why. Ask for examples of their commitment to innovation, showing they look beyond their immediate role, and require examples of a time they had to persuade people to do something they did not want to do. That reveals their influence under pressure.
This is where the human resources team needs to be truly integrated, not just performing administrative tasks. Jack Welch strongly advised that the HR team should have the same standing as the finance team.
Welch understood that recruitment mistakes are organizational catastrophes and that HR must be a strategic partner. HR practitioners are trained in behavioral event interviewing, simulated exercises, and assessment centers, tools that are far more effective than a basic interview, which is often flawed because managers tend to warm to candidates who are similar to them.
What advanced assessment tools move beyond that basic subjective interview?
Simulation exercises and psychometric tests are vital. Situation or role-playing exercises can reveal a lot about the practical application of skills. For more senior roles, report writing and presentation exercises are standard. Also, psychometric tests, specifically arithmetical and verbal reasoning, are highly valuable predictors of high performers and should be used during shortlisting. They predict future cognitive ability far better than past experience.
The source mentions giving candidates minimal warning for these exercises to test their ability to think under pressure.
Yes. One organization found success with a simple scenario exercise where the candidate was given only 15 minutes notice of the scenario before interacting with the panel. This quickly reveals a candidate's composure, their raw problem-solving ability, and their resilience. It bypasses prepared, canned answers they might have rehearsed.
Then there are assessment centers, a thorough, multi-day method for recruiting groups or senior internal roles.
The assessment center approach, which originated with the British Army, is the gold standard for depth. A manufacturing organization, for example, runs 2-day centers for graduate recruitment, involving up to 24 graduates and 24 managers acting as assessors. Activities include impromptu oral presentations and rigorous group work exercises. They typically achieve a 50% higher rate, but the subsequent success rate of those hires is extremely high.
Moving to the final stage, round 4. The critical reference and final checks. We're warned that a reference check has little validity unless it's from a known, reliable source.
You have to treat random references attached to a resume with extreme caution. The source notes that one important government organization only relies on references from referees who are already known by the organization. Why? Because a referee known to you is unlikely to give an unreliable reference if they wish to retain that professional relationship. It mitigates the general fear of legal action that makes most references uselessly positive.
We must also verify the foundational details before the offer.
Absolutely. Always verify academic records for important appointments. We see public cases all the time of high-profile appointees caught having fabricated degrees. And if the role involves handling money, AR, AP, treasury roles, it's good practice to perform criminal and credit checks to assess fiduciary responsibility.
And back to Jack Welch for the single most important reference question you can ask a previous boss.
Welch advised contacting previous bosses, not the current employer, and asking this specific, blunt question. If the candidate was reapplying for a similar position in your organization, would you want him or her back? A simple no answer, Welch noted, was enough to cease recruiting that candidate.
That cuts straight through the formality and asks about desirability and actual performance.
It measures enthusiasm, which is very hard to fake. You need to hear an enthusiastic, unequivocal yes. We would be very happy to have him back. He made a significant contribution. Anything less than that enthusiastic yes means the candidate was likely average or problematic.
One final selection check involves the future team members subtly quizzing the candidate during a casual meeting.
This is a fantastic way to expose practical skill deficiencies that might have been hidden in formal interviews. Have the future team subtly quiz the candidate during a coffee break or a quick tour. The example given is an IT team that interviewed an impressive certified Microsoft engineer, only to discover during a casual tour of the IT equipment that the candidate had very little practical hands-on experience despite the certification. A brief, subtle exposure to the real working environment is invaluable before making that final decision.
To bring objectivity to this highly subjective exercise, we use the candidate comparison matrix.
This is a one-page matrix that summarizes the findings for shortlisted candidates across all key factors: level of experience, technical skills, drive, fit, potential for growth, But crucially, the source advises against using numerical weightings as you're trying to provide an objective summary for discussion, not force a decision through arithmetic that claims false precision.
Finally, we found the star candidate. Now, how do we close the deal in this competitive market and show the organizational value we place on their decision?
Get the CEO involved. Even a brief 5 to 10-minute call from the CEO to the candidate can make all the difference, especially when they're weighing multiple offers. The source quantifies this time. Those 10 minutes could be worth $20,000 to $120,000 per hour, reflecting the immense value of a top hire. It's an investment in a relationship that will pay dividends for years.
Once the offer is accepted, Drucker reminds us that a poor induction sets up a good candidate for failure. The appointee has to understand the assignment immediately.
The induction process is that final commitment to setting the new hire up for success. It must not be relegated to a single chaotic day where the new staff person just feels like an administrative burden. High-achieving teams dedicate significant structured time to this.
What are the elements of a truly proficient induction?
It starts with detailed, organized information, a detailed handover from the person leaving, or at least guaranteed contact info for them for a set period. Social integration is key. An early coffee with key middle managers to start building relationships. And from a management perspective, the new hire needs specified regular meeting times with their manager, say 3 p.m. Wednesday and 3 p.m. Friday, for planning and feedback so they never feel adrift.
And the administrative and goal-setting structure.
Schedule the HR meeting at the 3-month mark, not the first day. This allows HR to check in proactively after the initial honeymoon phase is over. Conduct a specific meeting with the help desk and IT to cover systems, email, security, and remote access. And crucially, set easy initial goals for them to score early wins, building confidence and momentum. Finally, arrange visits to operational units so they understand the context of their work.
The source offers a strong example of the ideal graduate track and a CEO's deep commitment during a major restructuring.
For a graduate accountant, the recommended track is placing them first in accounts payable with a brief to introduce 21st century systems. This gives them excellent exposure to technology and business systems before they rotate to internal audit. The CEO example is perhaps the most powerful testament to talent priority. During a major restructuring, the CEO attended nearly all 113 interviews for 13 mid-management positions. Post-hire, he ensured the new managers met monthly to become a powerful, cohesive cohort, actively transforming the organization.
This entire deep dive has been focused on building an operational backbone that supports high performance. We've covered the need for extreme efficiency in annual planning, the intelligent practices for maximizing cash flow through AR, and the rigorous marathon-like process required to secure top talent, a process that must prioritize values over pure expertise every single time.
And if we connect this back to the bigger picture, the cost of recruiting failure is just immense. It impacts the budget, it slows cash realization, and it destroys the time efficiency we spent Part 1 achieving. It is the single largest threat to organizational productivity. And as you rethink your own processes and you face the pressure of an open headcount, I want to offer the final provocative observation from the source material for you to consider. Remember, a good vacancy will always be better than a bad recruitment.
Wow. A good vacancy will always be better than a bad recruitment. That means sometimes the best, most efficient decision is to pause, to keep looking, and to endure the temporary pressure of an open headcount, rather than settling for a candidate who might compromise your values or drain your hard-won efficiency. That is a powerful message about patience, rigor, and the pursuit of excellence.
It elevates the quality of the hire above the urgency of the need, recognizing that urgency often leads to the very mistakes that cost organizations hundreds of hours down the road.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into mastering finance and talent acquisition. We hope you feel ready to apply these benchmark practices and truly turn your organization into a high-performance machine. If you've ever been locked in a conference room, staring down a spreadsheet with just hundreds and hundreds of rows, trying to justify every single paperclip purchase for the next fiscal year, you know the pain.
Oh, yeah.
That annual budgeting process, it's slow, it's so tedious, and it is obsessed with this granular detail that often has, absolutely zero correlation with actual strategic business decisions.
Right.
It can feel like a corporate ritual designed purely to, to just exhaust everyone involved.
It's the ultimate example of non-value-added activity. It really is. It drains time, it drains financial resources, and maybe most damagingly, it just drains the morale from every single budget holder in the organization.
Yeah.
We're often asking people to be, precisely wrong about these trivial costs 6 months in advance.
Precisely wrong. I love that. So what if you could compress years of that financial pain into a lean, fast, and highly insightful system? What if finance stopped being the scorekeeper of history and started being the accelerator of the future?
That's the dream.
That's our mission today. We are taking a deep dive into the modern, lean approach to corporate finance and accounting, a true revolution that really took root around 2004, driven by pioneering thinkers like Jeremy Hope, Brian Maskell, Gene Cunningham, and others who realized that traditional finance actively penalized good operational behavior.
And we're pulling knowledge directly from sources that don't just, critique the status quo, but they provide the operational blueprints. We're covering everything from the philosophical shift required for value stream accounting to the real nuts and bolts of how to ruthlessly streamline your company's chart of accounts.
Our goal for you, the learner, is to maximize insight while minimizing complexity, helping you gain this cutting-edge knowledge quickly, but, thoroughly. The core question we are answering today is, what are the radical, often counterintuitive steps that financial leaders must take to escape the spreadsheet swamp, shed all that irrelevant complexity, and focus only on what truly drives value?
It's a complete paradigm shift. It really is.
Right.
It demands that the finance function moves from merely tracking debits and credits to actively enabling continuous flow and cross-functional performance. We need to measure the organization in a way that aligns with, rather than sabotages, lean operational principles.
Okay, let's start with speed, because that is probably the most visible sign of a dysfunctional financial process. If your budget cycle takes 3 months, you've already invested this exorbitant amount of time in data that will likely be outdated before Q1 even ends. The core radical goal articulated in the source material is achieving a lean annual planning process in 10 working days or less.
10 working days, just let that sink in. That is 2 calendar weeks.
Right.
To put that in perspective, many large organizations spend that amount of time just distributing the initial templates and explaining the rules. Achieving that kind of speed, it requires dismantling so many long-held, sacred cows of traditional annual planning.
Yeah.
If you maintain the old level of detail and complexity, you just can't hit that timeline. The math doesn't work. Speed demands simplicity.
Okay, so let's unpack this streamlining process.
Yeah.
Let's focus first on where budget holders are actually spending their time. The first big change involves budgeting detail reduction.
Right.
Traditionally, budget holders are forced to budget at the granular account code level, sometimes thousands of lines of data input. Our sources suggest shifting that input to the category level.
And that shift is fundamentally about removing distraction and focusing on what's material. When you budget by category, say, external consulting fees instead of 30 different subcodes for consulting.
Consulting fees IT, consulting fees HRs.
Yeah, exactly. You immediately hide all those unnecessary rows that represent minor account codes. The budget holder isn't wasting their mental energy trying to allocate, $50 across 30 different sub-accounts for something like repairs and maintenance, which individually are completely immaterial to the overall budget. They just deal with the larger strategic bucket.
Okay, so we've collapsed the vertical dimension, the lines. The second major simplification, it relates to the horizontal dimension, time. So instead of forecasting the annual plan using hyper-detailed monthly figures, that's 12 columns of data, you shift to using quarterly figures.
This is a direct attack on complexity fatigue and what I'd call spurious accuracy.
Spurious accuracy, yes.
Forecasting quarterly means you're only dealing with 4 major data inputs across the year. You're effectively hiding 2 monthly columns per quarter in your input template.
That simplifies the visual presentation by what, 66%?
Yeah, a huge amount. And the marginal utility of monthly precision during the annual planning phase is minimal, But the time cost of generating those 12 precise data points is enormous. By focusing on quarters, you keep the forecast relevant for major capital flows without forcing people to invent numbers just to fill a monthly column.
And crucially, we need to consolidate this data efficiently to maintain that speed. The sources really emphasize consolidating data directly via the general ledger, the GL system, entirely avoiding those error-prone spreadsheets.
Oh, the spreadsheets.
The ones that require endless manual reconciliation and validation.
And this whole thing hinges entirely on the GL's ability to easily accommodate and aggregate those category headings we just talked about. If your system can naturally support category-level inputs and aggregation, you eliminate those notorious hours spent on manual spreadsheet compilation, data validation, and, the inevitable errors that creep in when you're moving numbers between isolated files.
And so the GL becomes the single source of truth from day one.
Right. From day one of the planning process, you cut out the Excel purgatory where the data lives, gets manipulated, and often dies.
So to track this new, leaner approach, we don't need like a 50-page book of variance analysis.
Right.
The sources mentioned using simple visual tools, recommending, for example, a specific kind of expenditure trend graph.
Yes. And it's so simple. Just imagine a basic bar chart or a line graph that tracks only the most material expenditure categories, the top 3 to 5 costs, for instance. Personnel costs, material costs, and maybe 1 or 2 other major buckets.
Okay.
You plot these across the 4 quarters, December, March, June, and September, for both the actuals and the forecasts. The power is in that ruthless simplicity. Management isn't wading through pages of raw data. They're looking at simple, clear trends for the most important expenditures. It supports decision-making based on trends and exceptions, rather than exhausting scrutiny of every single line item.
But achieving this kind of speed in planning, particularly getting input back from every single budget holder in a time frame as tight as, say, 3 working days, which the source references as a target, that requires an almost unbelievable commitment to support, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
You can't just throw a 3-day deadline at people and expect quality results. This brings us to the human element, expanding the support team.
This is the operational secret sauce of rapid planning. It really is. If budget holders feel rushed and unsupported, they will either push back or worse, they'll just generate garbage data to meet the deadline.
Right, get it off their desk.
Exactly. And the central finance team cannot handle this surge of requests alone, so the sources provide several creative, really high-impact solutions for expanding that temporary support network.
And the first one, and probably the most important, is a clear political signal. They suggest roping in all qualified accountants, even those not strictly working in the finance team. They even say the CFO should be involved.
That is so critical. It signals to the entire organization, especially to reluctant budget holders, that this rapid planning project is mission critical and supported at the absolute highest level. If the CFO is sitting down one-on-one with a department head to help them structure their budget input, it underscores the importance and provides immediate high-level expertise exactly where it's needed.
It turns budgeting from a bureaucratic exercise into a whole firm collaboration.
It does.
I found the next suggestion, really, outside the traditional corporate box. They propose temporarily using external expertise, specifically suggesting we loan audit seniors from the company's external auditors for remote locations.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's pragmatic, and it solves the capacity bottleneck immediately. Audit seniors have deep accounting knowledge, they are exceptionally used to tight deadlines, and frankly, they appreciate being involved in an operational planning exercise rather than pure historical audit work.
So it's an interesting task for them.
It is, and for the firm, it's a temporary, highly effective infusion of external expertise that solves the support capacity problem for geographically distributed teams, leveraging skills you are, in effect, already paying for.
And beyond that, there are more traditional solutions, right? Like hiring temporary staff who have specific budget experience.
Mm-hmm. Or utilizing existing internal knowledge, like having senior accounts payable staff assist smaller budget holders. The ones who might have less complex budgets but still need guidance navigating that shift to categories.
And for organizations with remote budget holders spread across different sites or even countries, technology must step in.
It has to. The source highlights leveraging Skype-based virtual meeting technologies, or, Zoom or Teams today, to offer remote one-on-one training and support sessions. This ensures that the promise of personalized assistance, which is essential for building confidence and delivering quality data under that compressed timeline, is accessible universally, regardless of physical location.
So the whole approach is built on this philosophy of enabling speed through superior concentrated support.
Rather than trying to demand speed through sheer bureaucracy and threats, it's a pull, not a push.
Okay, so if part 1 was about fixing the planning process and the timeline, Part 2 goes right to the structural digital root of all financial complexity. The chart of accounts. The COA.
Yes.
Our sources are very clear.
This is where so many problems originate, often fueled by these complex general ledger packages and a fundamental misconception about the need for myriad accounts.
The belief is that more detail equals better control, but the reality is often the exact opposite. The complexity starts with the tools themselves. Modern GL systems are incredibly flexible, right? They enable the creation of hundreds, even thousands of unique account codes.
And finance teams often confuse the ability to track something with the necessity of tracking it.
That's it in a nutshell. They equate greater detail with superior control or better accuracy. But this is the point where the system begins to suffocate the business user.
And this leads to what the source calls the code overload nightmare. We're talking about seeing charts with more than 300 expense account codes in the GL.
I've seen it.
The example given is up to 30 accounts, just for different types of repairs and maintenance alone. Why does this proliferation even happen?
That level of granularity is completely paralyzing. It happens often because, historically, someone once needed to track one specific subcost for one specific project, so a permanent code was created.
Okay.
Then another manager needed to track something else, and so on and so on. This code creep is often compounded by the fact that the person who volunteers or is tasked with resetting the COA is often the least experienced accountant.
Why is that?
Because the wise owls, as the source puts it, they know what a political and administrative nightmare it is, and they duck for cover. So common sense goes out the window, the objective to drastically reduce codes is lost, and the COA just takes on a life of its own. It becomes a historical relic rather than a modern management tool.
That's a powerful indictment of internal inertia. So what are the real, measurable consequences of complexity? Beyond the obvious wasted time, how does a bloated COA actually damage the business?
It creates chaos across several fronts. First, it encourages detailed reporting. It forces budget holders to receive these overwhelming 60 to 70-line P&L statements every single month.
Which is a guaranteed way to ensure they look at absolutely nothing.
Exactly. Second, it forces budgeting at the account code level, which we've already established is far too detailed for lean annual planning. Third, it drastically increases coding errors because staff just have too many choices and they have to spend time correcting them.
Yeah.
Fourth, it creates a project accounting nightmare, duplicating codes endlessly. And perhaps worst of all, in a multi-entity organization, it allows the holding company's bureaucracy to just suffocate subsidiaries by forcing them to adopt an irrelevant, overly complex corporate structure.
So if the nightmare scenario is 300 codes, and the traditional assumption is that we need all that detail, what is the radical aspiration here? The sources lay down the rules for simplification, aiming for this highly aggressive goal of fewer than 60 account codes for the entire P&L statement.
60 total.
60 codes. That seems impossible. I can hear a traditional CPA shouting at their car radio right now. How do you possibly satisfy statutory auditors or meet complex tax reporting requirements with only 60 codes? Do the sources address that pushback?
They do, and this is where we have to separate the management information layer from the statutory compliance layer. The subsidiary's general ledger might still need specific codes for certain tax jurisdictions or local reporting needs.
Okay, that makes sense.
However, the management report, the P&L that goes to the budget holder and the executive team, it only uses the 60 strategic codes. The consolidation tool handles the mapping and aggregation required for statutory reporting. The key is to protect the managers from the complexity that's only required for compliance.
Okay, so let's break down the two key rules that enforce this cap on the management side. First, the 1% rule for expenses. You should allocate an expense account code only if the relevant annual expenditure represents 1% or more of total annual expenses.
Right, and this should limit expense items to less than 50 codes.
So this rule forces materiality and relevance.
It does. If an expense category doesn't hit that 1% threshold, it should be ruthlessly grouped into a larger general category, call it miscellaneous operating costs or other services. This guarantees that the P&L presented to decision makers highlights the true drivers of cost and avoids obscuring them with dozens of trivial, non-actionable lines.
Why track 20 different categories of printing supplies if together they only make up 0.5% of total spend?
Exactly. It's a waste of everyone's time.
And then there's a similar rule for revenue streams. The 3% rule for revenue. Allocate a revenue account code only if the annual revenue stream represents 3% or more of total annual revenue.
Which should limit your revenue codes to less than 20. The principle is identical. You only need to track separate revenue streams if they are financially significant enough to warrant unique strategic attention and resource allocation. If a product line is bringing in less than 3% of total revenue, it should likely be consolidated with other similar lines. If it's not material, it doesn't need its own custom bucket.
I love how the sources deal with the inevitable pushback from managers who feel their obscure cost must be tracked. When questioned about an obscure cost, the first strategic move is to ask, what decision will be made based on the information requested?
That is the ultimate litmus test for value-added reporting, isn't it? If the manager can't articulate an actionable decision they will make differently based on tracking that specific detail, the source suggests a bit of humor to dismiss the request.
Right, they say to just state the answer is 42.
Exactly. It's a nod to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's a comedic way of dismissing irrelevant detail that only satisfies curiosity, not strategy.
But what if the information does have a purpose? Instead of setting up a new permanent account code, the lean approach suggests asking a skilled management accountant to investigate the spend over the last, say, 5 or 10 weeks, and then just annualize the number.
This is key. You are providing the needed data point for a strategic decision without creating a permanent bureaucratic structure that will burden the GL and the COA forever. It's the difference between doing a one-off analysis for decision support versus building a long-term reporting system that only serves to satisfy curiosity about a minor line item.
Lean finance opts for the fast, targeted analysis.
Every time.
Now let's talk about project accounting, because this is often the biggest single driver of the COA nightmare. It leads to 30, 40, 50 pages of codes because projects just duplicate codes constantly for temporary needs.
The solution here is applying Pareto's 80-20 rule. You have to define a strict threshold for when a project actually needs detailed, specific management and unique reporting codes.
So, for example, only managing projects above $50,000 or maybe $500,000 in expenditure.
Right. That threshold should capture the 20% of projects that account for 80% of the cost.
What happens to the plethora of smaller projects then? The 80% of activity that falls below that threshold?
All those small projects should be grouped and reported simply under the project manager's name. You could call it Jane Doe's Minor Initiatives. This allows the project manager to use bulk funds as they see fit within that budget bucket.
So it gives them autonomy.
It provides necessary flexibility and autonomy for minor projects without bogging down the entire GL with temporary granular reporting structures that will disappear when the project ends, only to be replaced by new ones. It radically cleans up the COA.
And finally, how does this radical simplification work in a complex global organization with many subsidiaries and consolidation requirements? They often feel the need for extensive mapping.
Crucially, modern 21st century consolidating tools eliminate the archaic need for every subsidiary to rigidly mirror the parent company's chart of accounts. Subsidiaries should maintain a COA that is relevant to their local business and regulatory needs, and that might mean having more codes than the corporate standard.
And the holding company just maps it in the tool.
The holding company simply needs to map the chart of accounts in the consolidation tool, which, the sources correctly note, is a relatively simple, one-off exercise that shouldn't need constant updating.
So the complexity of global consolidation no longer justifies imposing a bloated, irrelevant COA on a local operating unit.
Precisely. The only non-negotiable rule is that any new codes established by the subsidiary must be communicated to the parent company in advance. It's flexibility with foresight. It supports local agility while ensuring corporate oversight and mandated regulatory compliance remain manageable and non-burdensome.
Okay, moving on to another massive time sink and a source of huge organizational friction in traditional finance. The apportionment headache. This is where companies spend countless hours trying to mathematically apportion head office or HO costs.
IT, accounting, HR, executive salaries.
Right. Apportioning all of that down to individual business units or product lines to arrive at some kind of net profit bottom line for every division.
This is, as we noted earlier, one of the most intellectually satisfying yet operationally useless exercises in traditional corporate finance. It really is. Management accountants can create these incredibly complex, multi-layered apportionment models that look so impressive on paper.
But they're not actionable.
But the entire exercise rarely, if ever, creates actionable management information. It is complexity for complexity's sake.
And the sources are very clear on why it fails. When you survey business unit managers, what is the consistent finding about those apportioned costs?
Two major findings always surface. First, Budget holders rarely look at the apportioned costs because they're often just too dense to decipher. Second, and more importantly, when they do look at them, they mostly just complain about uncontrollable costs.
Right, they feel penalized.
They feel penalized for expenses. They have no authority over costs like locked-in multi-year agreements for centralized accounting or IT systems. The hours spent on these complex, multi-layered apportionments do not create actionable management information. They generate resentment and unproductive debate.
So the time spent crunching numbers doesn't just waste effort. It actively poisons internal relationships and drives managers to focus on costs they can't control, which distracts them from the costs they can. How do the sources suggest we manage the political fallout of stopping apportionment?
By fundamentally changing the way head office costs are viewed. If the goal is lean information, we have to find better practices than arbitrary, detailed apportionment. The first step is simple. Keep HO costs central. Just acknowledge the reality that budget holders see these costs as uncontrollable anyway, so leave the head office costs where they originated in a central bucket.
But the business still needs to understand full costing sometimes, right? Particularly when making strategic pricing decisions or entering new markets. How do you approach that without a continuous monthly apportionment process?
You use product costing as periodic one-off exercises to understand the full costing situation. These are strategic deep dives, not routine monthly reports. This is especially effective after you've implemented value stream accounting, which we'll get to next, because VSA gives you a much clearer, flow-based view of costs.
So you get the strategic data you need without the debilitating monthly process.
Exactly. You get the data without building these continuous processes that are quickly ignored anyway.
A highly insightful alternative suggested by the sources is analyzing HO costs, not by dense account codes, but by activities.
This is a radical and superior way to manage a shared service. Instead of saying, here is your $50,000 IT charge based on your employee count, you analyze what the IT costs were actually spent on. You break down the IT budget into delivering new projects, which is a value-added activity.
Okay.
Correcting errors, which is a waste activity, providing one-on-one training, which is a support activity, or equipment provision, which is asset management. This allows managers to compare these activities over time and against third-party benchmarks.
The focus shifts.
The focus shifts from arguing over the allocated dollar amount to discussing the efficiency and effectiveness of the service provided by the HO function.
That reframes the head office team as an internal service provider. They become accountable for the activities they perform and the value they deliver, not just a black hole for costs.
Exactly. And finally, how do you manage the overall growth of those head office costs without the monthly scrutiny and internal arguing? You need a strategic control.
And the sources suggest setting future targets expressed as acceptable ratios to sales.
This creates a strategic boundary. It sets a non-negotiable limit on overhead expansion. For example, a target could be whatever. We want finance costs to be between 1.5% and 2.5% of total revenue.
So that sets a clear direction.
It sets a clear general direction for the support function. It forces benchmarking against the lowest cost operators in the industry, and most critically, it helps to curb empire building within those support functions. If the IT or finance department knows their cost base is measured as a percentage of sales and benchmarked externally, they have a proactive motivation to stay lean, which is far more effective than monthly complaints from internal budget holders.
So unless you have specific, rare case studies demonstrating that on-charging HO costs works well in your specific environment, which the sources state are the exception, not the rule, you should stick to these lean, behavior-driven practices.
It's the much safer and saner bet.
We've established the need for lean finance through speed and simplicity, but now we get to the core of the financial revolution, value stream accounting, VSA. The impetus for this came from the broader lean manufacturing movement starting around 2004, offering profound new insights into cost reporting because traditional reporting was actively sabotaging lean operations.
VSA is not just a modification, it's a necessary philosophical reset. It really is. It was driven by the realization that standard accounting metrics, especially standard costing and gross margin, penalized the very behaviors, like reducing inventory and streamlining flow, that the company needed to adopt to succeed.
So the key writers in this space, Hope, Maskell, Kennedy, and others, they saw that the finance function had to change.
Substantially. It had to change to support a lean enterprise.
So let's start with the foundation, defining the value stream. What exactly are we measuring here?
A value stream is fundamentally a sequence of steps. It includes both value-adding and non-value-adding activities that are required to complete a product, a document, or a service from beginning to end entirely based on the customer's request. It's the entire flow required to meet the customer's need, not just one isolated process step.
Okay. Now, what are the radical shifts in VSA philosophy compared to traditional accounting? This is where everything we learned in Accounting 101 starts to get turned on its head.
The first, and perhaps most controversial, change concerns labor. In VSA, existing labor is not treated as variable unless, of course, the company specifically needs to employ extra staff to meet new demand.
Wait, hold on. Labor is a fixed cost. That breaks everything. It completely destroys the classic cost of goods sold calculation. Doesn't that risk misstating our profitability, especially if we hit a serious downturn?
That's the traditional mindset talking. In a lean manufacturing environment, management commits to its employees. If production dips for a day or a week due to fluctuations in customer demand, you don't fire the skilled team, you retain them and use that time for training or process improvement.
You still pay them.
You still pay them. Therefore, their cost is fixed relative to short-term production fluctuations, and their cost should not be allocated out or absorbed into inventory based on output volume. It aligns accounting with the reality of maintaining a skilled, flexible workforce in a lean operation.
I see. It aligns financial reporting with the HR strategy of retention.
Precisely. The second shift is the cross-functional focus. Value streams are cross-functional, including all people and resources involved in that flow.
So this means that staff typically labeled as central overhead, like accounts payable and accounts receivable staff.
They are now allocated to value streams.
Why?
Because their work is critical for purchasing supplies and invoicing sales. You cannot complete the value flow without them. They are part of the value creation engine, not just central overhead.
And since a single product is often too granular for reporting, VSA organizes reporting around product clusters, so collections of products that share the same processes and flow.
This maintains focus while keeping the reporting manageable. You are looking at the financial health of the processes required to serve a specific market segment or product group rather than getting lost in product-by-product minutiae.
And the most profound philosophical abandonment for traditionalists. Standard costs and price volume variances are abandoned.
Gone. Yes. Traditional accounting is built around calculating variances against an often arbitrary standard cost, which often incentivizes the wrong behavior, like overproducing just to meet a labor utilization standard.
Right, making your numbers.
VSA realizes this is non-value added. We are no longer producing to budget. Production is based on customer orders. Therefore, manufacturing variances calculated against a fixed standard are completely irrelevant and actively abandoned. They create noise, not insight.
VSA also keeps allocations minimal.
Very few allocations are used, other than for occupancy costs, which is an important exception we will explore shortly. The focus is on direct traceability and minimizing complex internal charging schemes that foster bureaucracy and debate.
And finally, the ultimate change to costing. Product costing is based upon the rate of flow through the value stream, not the traditional amount of labor or machine time expended.
This is the essence of aligning finance with the operational lean philosophy. Lean is about continuous flow. If you stop the flow to measure precise labor or machine minutes, you are introducing waste. VSA measures the output of the uninterrupted flow. We will see later how this leads to product costing results that are completely counterintuitive to traditional methods, but profoundly accurate for managing a lean facility based on maximizing throughput.
Okay, to truly grasp the difference, we need to compare how VSA presents the financial health of an organization versus traditional GAAP reporting. Let's imagine a standard manufacturing P&L.
Right. If we visualize the traditional income statement, it follows that conventional structure we all know. Sales minus cost of goods sold, that gives you gross profit. Then you subtract operating expenses to get to net operating income.
And it's designed to track historical absorption of costs into inventory.
Exactly. It's clean, functional, and deeply misleading in a lean environment because that gross profit can be easily manipulated by simply overproducing.
Now compare that to the value stream income statement. The structure is almost unrecognizable to a traditionalist.
The VSA report breaks the results into clear, dedicated columns. So let's imagine a company that makes two main product clusters, cars and trucks. You would have a column for the car value stream, a column for the truck value stream, a column for sustaining costs, and then a column for the total plant. These columns show the full cost of the operations dedicated to those streams.
And the key cost categories are simplified down the rows: material, employee, machine, occupancy, and other costs.
That simplification is intentional, right? It makes the statement immediately digestible for operational managers.
Exactly. And the report directly calculates value stream profit, which is the profit generated by the specific value streams before corporate allocation and before the complexities of inventory adjustments are factored in. This gives the value stream manager a clean, direct view of their operational performance, what they can actually control.
Let's do a deep dive into the cost definitions, because they differ fundamentally from traditional methods. Since labor is fixed, how are labor and machine costs handled?
They're assigned directly to the value streams using very simple drivers. They deliberately avoid complex activity-based costing models. For example, machine costs might be assigned based on the amount of runtime scheduled within that value stream. Since existing labor is considered fixed, the allocation drivers are kept simple and focused on flow metrics, not minute tracking or complex cost pools. It's about rough justice, not pseudo-precision.
Okay. Then we have sustaining cost,
Right.
the non-direct. These are necessary facility-wide costs that support the entire operation but cannot be directly associated with specific product value streams. Where do these sit?
These are collected in that separate sustaining column we mentioned. Examples include general senior management and support staff, facility overheads, and certain components of IT and HR management that are too general to be linked to a specific car or truck production flow.
So showing them separately acknowledges their necessity but isolates them from the operational performance metrics.
It does. The goal is clarity. Managers see the costs they can influence.
But the sources mention that occupancy costs, the specific allocation, are handled differently. They are assigned to value streams. Why are these the exception?
This is a critical point that demonstrates VSA's focus on behavioral incentives. Occupancy costs, so things like utilities, rent, and property taxes, are assigned based on the amount of physical space used by that value stream.
So it's a driver they can control.
It's a deliberate design choice because it provides clear motivation for the value stream teams to actively look for ways to reduce their physical footprint and their associated costs, a core lean principle. If they free up space, their occupancy charge goes down. Any space not used by a value stream, however, is appropriately charged to the sustaining costs column.
And finally, what about the overarching costs that have no direct link to the operational flow and shouldn't even be tracked by value stream managers?
Those are collected and shown separately as the corporate allocation. This includes things like interest expense, non-operational executive salaries, or corporate marketing campaigns. This is separated entirely from the value stream profit to ensure operational managers focus on the financial variables they can actually control, not corporate bureaucracy.
Now let's revisit inventory. This is reported in a unique way, the inventory movement, the below-the-line adjustment. This seems to be the key link between VSA and traditional GAAP reporting.
This is a crucial difference. Inventory movement, specifically the increase or reduction of labor and overhead absorbed from prior periods or carried forward, is reported separately as a below-the-line adjustment for the entire entity, not for the separate value streams.
What's the managerial relevance of separating that? Why not just factor it into COGS like a traditional P&L?
It allows the value stream managers to assess their operational performance and profitability based on current flow and controllable costs, without the complexities and distortions of inventory manipulation affecting their monthly profit figures. Inventory adjustments are a corporate-level GAAP requirement, but they are irrelevant to the daily task of managing operational flow.
And if it works?
And if the company is successful in adopting just-in-time, JIT, methods and minimizes inventory to just a few days of stock, the issue of large, complex inventory adjustments largely disappears anyway. It removes that perverse financial motivation to produce simply to absorb overhead.
This section addresses the massive psychological and financial hurdle companies face when transitioning to lean manufacturing and VSA. It's the transition shock. When a manufacturer shifts from the old way producing to stock, filling warehouses with finished goods, to the new way producing solely to customer order production drops swiftly to use up existing stock.
And this transition causes a major, often frightening P&L hit because of what the sources call a double charge of overheads and direct labor.
Double charge.
Yes. This is because the P&L in that transition month charges both the current month's overheads and labor, plus the prior period labor and overhead that was absorbed in the existing stock that's now being sold off. You are cleaning out the cost sludge from the balance sheet.
So a company doing the right lean thing, reducing waste and reducing inventory, looks far worse financially than a company clinging to old, wasteful methods. That is the definition of a perverse incentive.
Absolutely. The misleading traditional view highlights this perfectly. Let's imagine two identical plants. Plant 1 is traditional, producing to stock. Plant 2 is lean. It has successfully reduced inventory and cut back unnecessary overtime.
So under traditional accounting, looking at a standard income statement, Plant 2, the lean plant, would appear disappointing, maybe even failing. Their net operating income is down from $410,000 to $300,000, and return on sales drops from 10% to 8%.
And a conventional CFO looking at these headline numbers would immediately conclude that the lean initiative is destroying profitability and should be abandoned.
That emotional disconnect must be immense. A manager successfully reduces waste and saves money, and their spreadsheet tells them they failed.
Right. But the reality of Plant 2 is that they actually achieved significant operational improvements. They reduced overtime, saving a crucial $50,000 that month. They reduced batch size, generated extra cash flow by eliminating WIP and finished goods, and trained all employees in lean concepts. Operationally, they are winning. Financially, traditional accounting penalizes them by forcing that inventory adjustment above the line.
This is where the VSA correction provides the necessary transparency and managerial sanity. How does VSA adjust the reporting to reveal the true operational advantage of Plant 2?
VSA forces management to ignore the polluted bottom line and focus instead on the value stream profit, the profit generated by current controllable activities. By isolating the controllable costs in the month, the lean plant, Plant 2, shows a value stream profit of $1,110,000. That's 28%. This gives it a clear operational $50,000 advantage over the traditional Plant 1, which only achieved $1,060,000 or 27%.
So the $50,000 saved by reducing overtime and increasing efficiency is now clearly visible as a direct operational gain, which reinforces the good behavior.
Yeah.
But we still need to explain the ultimate dip in net operating income to the shareholders and auditors.
And that's handled by identifying the one-off charge. The lower $300,000 net operating income for the lean plant is correctly identified as a one-off charge that clearly showing the inventory reduction, the labor and overhead from prior periods of $120,000 below the line, separate from the operational profit.
So that 120 is the absorbed overhead being released from the balance sheet.
Exactly. Management understands this is a non-recurring cleanup cost, not an operational failure.
This transparency is absolutely vital for managing expectations. Now, addressing the reporting implications for publicly traded companies, which must still adhere to GAAP, what is the pragmatic advice here?
You must calculate the adjustment to reconcile your internal VSA figures with the external GAAP requirements. However, the suggestion is explicitly not to book the GAAP adjustment immediately to the general ledger. Instead, you leave it as an adjustment in the overs and unders schedule maintained at year-end.
Why?
The rationale is practical. That specific inventory adjustment will likely be offset by some other adjustment later on, making the immediate booking unnecessarily complex and distracting for managers who are supposed to be focused on the VSA P&L for decision-making. Protect the management information from statutory complexity.
Okay, we return now to the most radical concept in VSA, and the one that flies directly in the face of traditional costing methodology. Costing by flow, not time. We need to reiterate that product cost is based on the rate of flow through the value stream, the continuous throughput, which often dictates that a faster process can still lead to a higher final cost.
This is so critical because traditional accounting incentives often lead managers to maximize the utilization of one machine, say process 1, which results in this massive stockpiling of work in progress, or WIP before the next, slower machine, process 2. This stockpiling is the very definition of non-flow and waste.
But traditional accounting rewards it because the WIP absorbs overhead.
It does. Let's walk through the specific numerical example to clearly see this costing hierarchy flip. This is the moment where VSA truly breaks with standard practice.
Okay, lay it out for us.
We'll imagine a value stream that has calculated its total costs for the period, employee costs, machine costs, occupancy, etc., and determined its operational rate is $3,000 per hour. This is the cost of sustaining the entire process for 60 minutes.
We have two products, Product A and Product B, and two sequential machines, Process 1 and Process 2, that both operate for 60 minutes.
Okay. For Product A, Process 1 takes 4 minutes per unit. Process 2, however, takes 7 minutes per unit. For Product B, Process 1 takes 6 minutes per unit, and Process 2 also takes 6 minutes per unit.
Okay, so traditional accounting would immediately push for more Product A because it seems cheaper. It takes less time, 4 minutes in that first process. This maximization creates that unwanted WIP stockpile after Process 1.
But lean flow costing focuses on continuous flow, which means matching the slowest link in the chain, the bottleneck. For product A, the slowest step is process 2 at 7 minutes. That means product A can only flow continuously at a rate of about 8.6 units per hour. So to avoid stockpiling, we round that down to 8 units per hour of sustainable flow.
And product B, both processes take 6 minutes.
Therefore, the maximum sustainable flow rate for product B is 10 units per hour.
Now let's do the math. The sustained cost of the entire value stream is $3,000 per hour. If product B flows at 10 units per hour, what is its cost?
Product B flows faster at 10 units an hour, so its cost is $300 per unit. 3,000 divided by 10 units.
And product A. It uses less processing time up front, but it forces the overall flow rate down to 8 units per hour.
So product A flows slower, and its cost is $375 per unit. 3,000 divided by 8 units.
Wait, run that by me again. The product that takes less time in the first process costs $75 more than the product that takes more time. How? How does that work? That truly defies 100 years of accounting logic.
It defies accounting logic, but it adheres to operational reality. VSA recognizes that the bottleneck defines the capacity of the entire stream. If product A slows down the entire system to 8 units per hour, you're still running $3,000 worth of resources for that hour, but you're only yielding 8 units. Product B allows you to run those same $3,000 of resources and yield 10 units.
So the cost is not based on the time used by one machine.
It's based on the total cost of the stream divided by the maximum sustainable output determined by the slowest process. Product A costs more because it utilizes the entire system less efficiently.
That correctly guides management decision-making. If product A is more expensive to flow through the system continuously, it should command a higher price. Or the operational team must dedicate resources to improving its process to throughput time.
Exactly. It changes the conversation from utilization to throughput.
This powerful shift in focus directly leads to the demise of activity-based costing, or ABC. Our sources are extremely critical of ABC, calling it a financial temptation.
The critique is visceral. ABC, it seduced the accounting profession by promising precision where none was possible. It relied on expensive consultants, obscure language, and it disappeared into the organizational bowels for months on end. The promise was accuracy through complexity. The result was often confusion and high cost.
Why, functionally, does ABC become obsolete in a lean company that values flow? Why are the sophisticated management accountants who built complex ABC models fundamentally wrong in the lean environment?
They're missing the new nature of fixed costs and inventory. In a lean environment, inventory is minimal, maybe just a few days of production. Since movement is minimal and labor is fixed, the need for complex allocation systems to absorb overhead into inventory just disappears entirely. Furthermore, the goal of ABC to precisely allocate overhead costs contradicts the core lean philosophy of simplification. The complexity of ABC introduces waste.
So what is the lean alternative to ABC?
It is stunningly simple. The product cost is derived by simply dividing the total value stream costs by the total units of production during the period. The source calls this a primitive number, but certainly good enough.
Is primitive strong enough?
It is, because in VSA, the exact product cost is considered at best a guess and at worst an error-prone figure because of the shared nature of fixed costs. Since little movement is expected in inventory, all overhead is viewed as a sustaining cost and is fully absorbed in the current period, which simplifies the GL drastically. That primitive cost number is sufficient for pricing guidance and capacity planning. The flow rate is what truly matters for efficiency.
It also means the end of gross margin. The traditional gross margin figure is no longer used in VSA reporting.
It's discarded because it's corrupted. It includes costs that are not truly variable, and it benefits from the deceptive practice of production to stock, where overhead was capitalized into inventory, thus inflating reported gross profit. VSA focuses instead on value stream profit, which is cleaner and far more actionable for internal decision makers.
Finally, VSA aids in real-world pricing decisions, like costing one-off deals. This is where understanding fixed versus variable costs truly matters, stripped of all allocation layers.
The principle here is pure marginal costing. If you have spare capacity, fixed costs, employee salaries, office costs, marketing costs, owner costs, they do not change based on the single decision, so they should be charged zero to the one-off deal. There are sunk costs that will be incurred regardless.
So if a one-off sale is for $92,000, the decision is based solely on whether it covers its truly variable costs, such as commission, bonus, travel, and advertising, which in the example might total $67,000.
Exactly. As long as the sale utilizes spare capacity and does not negatively impact your ability to fulfill future traditional, highly profitable sales, you should make the deal. It yields an additional value stream profit of $25,000. This helps overall plant profitability without affecting the fixed cost structure. Traditional accounting, saddled with fixed cost allocation, would often calculate this as a loss, leading to missed opportunities. VSA enables intelligent marginal decision-making.
Wow. That was a serious restructuring of the entire finance function, moving from the microscopic detail of the past to the macro flow-driven reality of the present. Let's bring together the key themes for you, the learner. Financial transformation isn't about buying a bigger software package. It's about speed, ruthless simplification, and focusing only on flow.
We saw that speed is enforced by targeting the radical 10-day annual planning process and supporting it with an expanded cross-functional team. Simplicity is enforced through ruthless code reduction, the less than 60 code P&L, guided by the 1% and 3% materiality rules.
And finally, value is realized by eliminating arbitrary complexity like monthly cost apportionment and pivoting to value stream accounting.
Right. Which costs based on throughput, not historical time tracking.
Lean accounting demands that financial professionals move beyond historical reporting and endless, distracting variance analysis to become active guides focused on cross-functional value creation. They have to challenge traditional assumptions, especially the one that insists overhead must always be absorbed into inventory, because that leads to perverse incentives.
The shift from scorekeeper to strategic partner is complete when the finance team is reporting what matters most to operations, separating controllable costs from sustaining costs, and correctly identifying the profitability gains that traditional systems, like gross margin reporting, actively obscure.
Which brings us to our final provocative thought for you, the learner. If VSA dictates that we must abandon the pursuit of pseudo-precision, if product costing is now considered at best a guess and at worst an error-prone figure, and the primary goal is simply to divide value stream costs by units produced, what does this radical simplification mean for the long-term skill set required of the modern corporate accountant?
What complexities are we holding on to in modern finance, not because they are required for decision-making or regulatory compliance, but simply because they make us feel more professional, more precise, or more secure? VSA suggests that utility should trump perceived accuracy every single time. It's a challenge to trade your calculator for a stopwatch.
If I were to ask you right now, what is the single most universally dreaded, soul-crushing, time-consuming activity in corporate life, what would you say?
I think I know where you're going with this.
I'm going to bet it involves spreadsheets, months of, back and forth negotiations, long hours, and it all ends with a number that everyone involved knows is going to be wrong about 6 weeks after it's approved.
You are talking about the annual budgeting cycle.
The one and only.
It is, without question, the process that just paralyzes businesses every single year. Doesn't matter if you're on a calendar year, a fiscal year, it's a systemic headache.
And it seems to do more harm than good, right?
Yeah.
It builds internal silos. It fosters some really passive-aggressive behaviors.
And it forces the best people on your finance team to spend months just reconciling things, all under this false flag of fiscal control. When you really boil it down, it's the definition of an anti-lean activity.
Okay, so let's unpack this, because the sources we receive for this deep dive, they aren't just complaining about the problem. They're providing a radical, step-by-step blueprint for structural demolition.
They really are.
So our mission today is to give you a shortcut to implementing the modern, fast, and adaptive best practice, quarterly rolling forecasting and planning, or QRF, as we'll probably call it.
And this is a deep dive into becoming, as the sources put it, future ready. The material we have is, it's a really comprehensive look at the financial principles, the cultural shifts, and the practical mechanics, down to the week-by-week schedule that you need to ditch that old model.
And replace it with something that actually drives agile decision-making.
Exactly.
The promise here is, frankly, transformative. We're talking about dramatically cutting planning time from months to weeks, ensuring resources are allocated adaptively, and gaining real buy-in from budget holders.
So they stop seeing the finance team as what, the organizational police force?
Precisely. We're going beyond budgeting.
No.
And for any organization that prides itself on speed and agility, this isn't optional anymore. It's an imperative.
I agree. But to really appreciate the solution, I think we have to first establish the gravity of the current situation, the burning platform. We need to quantify why the traditional annual budget is just fundamentally broken. Let's start with the hard numbers, the financial reality. If you look at the quantifiable evidence, annual planning isn't just slow, it's a major self-inflicted barrier to success.
Right.
Organizations globally are spending just extraordinary amounts of time on this ritual, time that is directly taken away from, strategic, value-added, customer-facing activities.
And when you start to put a number on that time drain, it stops being this, abstract complaint, and it becomes startlingly real. We've all known it takes forever, but the sources put a specific painful metric on it.
They do.
A major webcast poll cited in the material showed that an astounding 80% of corporate accountants, 80%, spend 2 months or more on the annual planning process.
2 months or more, and it gets worse.
And half of them, 50%, spend 3 months or more trapped in this cycle. Just imagine losing your entire core finance team for 1/4 of the year, every single year, to produce a document that's immediately flawed.
And this isn't just, lost productivity. It is a measurable cost that hits the bottom line. The material estimates that for a 500-person organization, so a typical medium-sized company, the annual planning process costs between $1.2 and $1.7 million a year.
Wow, a year.
In time alone. And think about how that cost builds up. It's not just the hours generating forecasts. It's the endless negotiation meetings, the time spent reconciling figures that don't match because someone fat-fingered a number in a spreadsheet.
The time spent writing those variance reports that, let's be honest, management never really reads.
Exactly. And the huge administrative burden of trying to coordinate hundreds of budget holders at the same time.
That is the ultimate anti-lean process. You're spending up to $1.7 million, and your output is this massive organizational liability, an inflexible command and control document that just stifles innovation.
It's a huge irony, isn't it? Organizations spend millions trying to cut pennies from operating costs, but they willingly sacrifice 7 figures on a planning process they all despise.
Which leads us right to the intellectual core of this critique, which is heavily influenced by the late Jeremy Hope. He was really the world's foremost thought leader on this.
He's co-founder of the Beyond Budgeting Roundtable, yeah. Hope's work was revolutionary because he fundamentally challenged the idea that a fixed annual budget can even coexist with modern organizational goals.
And this is where the critique gets really interesting because it becomes cultural. The sources quote Hope saying, "So long as the budget dominates business planning, a self-motivated workforce is a fantasy."
That hits hard.
It does, because modern companies are constantly preaching empowerment, delegation, local decision-making, agile response.
Yet the budgeting process itself is the complete opposite of all those principles. Hope argued that while companies claim they reject centralization and command and control, they simultaneously cling to the annual budget, a process that reinforces those very things.
So it creates this performance-limiting paradox inside the company.
Exactly. He also said that companies that vow to respond quickly to market shifts cling to budgeting, which, by its nature, slows the response to market developments until it's too late. By the time the budget is approved and distributed, the market conditions have already completely changed.
It's the inertia of the process that kills adaptability.
Yeah.
You spend 4 months setting targets, and by the time you're 2 months into the fiscal year, they're already irrelevant. The market changed, a competitor launched something new, you won or lost a major contract.
You're managing the business by looking in a rearview mirror that's 15 months old.
Which brings us to the fatal flaw, what the sources call myth 1, the certainty of being wrong.
Right. If you set an annual target, usually 15 months before the end of that year, the only thing you can be certain of is that the target will be wrong.
It'll be either too hard, leading to demoralization,
or too soft, leading to coasting. There's almost no middle ground where it's perfectly motivating.
and that wrong target causes this organizational paralysis.
Yeah.
Jack Welch at GE famously echoed this. He said, annual targets constrain initiative, they stifle creativity, and they end up promoting mediocrity, not big leaps in performance.
Because that fixed, known goal becomes a psychological ceiling.
Yeah.
The analogy they use in the source material is just perfect. The Olympic high jumper. If you tell them the exact height they need to jump to win, they'll work to that ceiling and no higher.
Right. They clear it by an inch, and they're done.
Exactly. Performance management, according to these beyond budgeting principles, should be about relative performance. People work hardest when they're measured against external benchmarks, their peers, the market, the top 10% in their industry, not against some fixed internal target that was probably based more on political compromise than reality.
That fixed number is just a massive constraint.
If the market explodes and you hit your target in 6 months, what do you do?
You coast. You sandbag for the rest of the year to make sure you get a better bonus next year.
And if the market collapses?
You spend the next 6 months writing excuses for why the initial premise was flawed, instead of actually pivoting your resources to solve the problem.
Precisely. Which leads to this whole host of other deeply dysfunctional problems.
Yeah, let's run through the list of dysfunctions that annual planning creates. First, the one everyone hates, the spend it or lose it mentality.
Ugh, the worst.
If you give budget holders an annual lump sum and entitlement, they will hoard it. Or they'll just misallocate it in the fourth quarter to make sure the money is spent before year end, just so they can secure or even increase their budget for next year.
And that reinforces the silos and stops any kind of strategic reallocation of funds.
Then there's the monthly breakdown, which is arguably the most nonsensical part of the whole thing. The sources call this Myth 2, setting monthly targets from the annual plan.
You mean taking that irrelevant annual number and just dividing by 12?
Basically, yeah. You create this reporting yardstick that has, and I quote, no relation to reality. It's just academic math.
And this forces the entire organization to waste time writing boilerplate variance reports every single month. When actuals inevitably miss the target, because it was set 15 months ago, you get the same old excuses.
It's a timing difference, or market conditions have changed. The process is so rigid that it needs constant updates anyway, but those updates are never timely enough to inform real-time decisions. They're always looking backwards.
And maybe the most damaging part of all. Sometimes this completely flawed, outdated plan is then used as the basis for the bonus system.
Right. So now you're rewarding managers for hitting targets that were either laughably easy or hopelessly impossible, regardless of their true performance against the market, which is the only thing investors actually care about.
So when you add up all the costs, the $1.7 million, the 3 months of lost time, the cultural stagnation, the silo warfare, the perverse incentives, the argument is pretty clear.
The process is bankrupt. The alternative has to be something adaptive, continuous, fast, and driven by what's actually happening in the market right now.
Okay, so let's turn the page from the problem to the solution. The fundamental alternative to this annual budgeting trap is quarterly rolling forecasting and planning, or QRF.
This is where we break the planning horizon out of that static 12-month box.
So what is the definition exactly? How does it work?
The definition is simple, but it's really powerful in practice. QRF means management sets out the required revenue and expenditure for the next 18 months, so 6 quarters.
And the key is the rolling part.
Exactly. Every quarter, the short-term numbers, the figures for the next 3 months, they get firmed up, vetted, and turned into real actionable targets. At the same time, you update the long-term view by dropping the quarter that just passed and adding a new quarter onto the far end.
So you always have a complete view of the future 18 months out. You don't lose sight of the long-term strategy, but you're only committing in detail to the immediate quarter ahead. That's the mechanism that makes resource allocation truly adaptable.
That's it.
But I have to ask, if this system is so clearly superior, why hasn't every company switched? What are the key emotional drivers you need to tap into to overcome that organizational inertia and, frankly, the fear of change?
That's an excellent question. Organizations often confuse familiarity with efficiency. They fear the unknown process more than they fear the known cost.
So logic isn't enough to convince a skeptical senior management team.
No, you have to leverage more than just logic. The first emotional driver is simply follow the winners. The sources state this emphatically. Rolling forecasting is now a best practice, with 70% of top-performing organizations already doing it.
So that changes the internal conversation from, is this a good idea, to how quickly can we catch up to the market leaders? That fear of being left behind is a powerful motivator.
It's a huge catalyst for change. And then the tangible operational benefits follow right behind that. The big one is better resource allocation.
Because funding is adaptable. It's allocated quarter by quarter.
Yes, that's crucial. Resources can move quickly to meet changing market conditions rather than being locked into an annual silo. If a strategic initiative takes off faster than you expected, you don't wait until next year. You update the forecast in the next quarter and shift resources immediately.
And that instantly solves myth 2. Monthly targets are now set only a quarter ahead, so variance commentary becomes valuable. It's based on very recent operational data, not some outdated mathematical breakdown.
Yeah.
You basically eliminate the timing difference excuse overnight.
Think about the impact on your skilled staff, too. Your finance team and your budget holders are freed up from writing those boilerplate analyses and spending months in budget negotiations. They can now engage in more meaningful, strategic activities like scenario planning or driver analysis.
And the process itself generates much better buy-in, this wisdom of the crowd principle.
Because budget holders are involved 4 times a year, the forecasts just inherently look more like reality. They actually own the numbers they're working toward.
To bring this philosophy to life, we have to share the case study from the sources, the one about the New Zealand road contracting company. This is such a powerful story because it proves the concept works in a real, complex business with highly variable inputs.
It's a great example. This is a major road contracting group. They do concrete supply, transport, fuel distribution, specialized roading. They're highly diversified, about 1,000 staff, 23 separate companies. And crucially, they have consistent profit growth. That's the envy of bigger, more traditional companies.
And the truly stunning fact, the one that should make every CFO sit up and pay attention, is that they have never had an annual planning process.
Never. They never started one. When the managing director was introduced to the Beyond Budgeting framework, he politely told the presenter he was only interested in the KPI section because they were already operating without budgets.
His comment on annual planning was brilliant, wasn't it?
It was perfect. He said annual planning would only be useful if his group could predict the weather, when it was going to be sunny versus when it was going to rain. For a roading and concrete company, weather is the ultimate market volatility.
And since they can't predict the weather, they embraced radical adaptability instead. So if they don't have an annual budget, how do they manage performance? How do they control costs without those old control levers?
It's all done through relentless internal comparison, which drives real performance, and deep delegation, which eliminates the need for all that bureaucracy. They empower local offices by delegating key decisions. Managing staff levels, setting salaries, choosing suppliers. It's all handled at the local level.
Fostering ownership and speed.
And the performance measurement is entirely relative, not fixed. They use different performance tables for different operations, so companies can constantly compare themselves with their peers using objective key ratios. This completely replaces that subjective political target-setting process.
The sources mentioned some of the specific ratios they use, right?
Yes, and they're highly operational. Things like return per kilometer of road laid, margin per liter of fuel distributed, and delivery costs per liter of material moved. This focuses every manager on optimizing their performance against the competition and their internal peers, not just hitting some arbitrary dollar amount from 15 months ago.
And this delegation and trust allows for some radical efficiency in their reporting. The sources mentioned they skip consolidated monthly results entirely.
Which is a critical insight into shedding unnecessary rituals. They only do that consolidation at year-end. Their monthly reports are short, targeted, and based only on major cost categories, not detailed GL account codes.
So they prioritize speed and relevance over unnecessary labor-intensive work.
And that frees up their best financial minds for analysis and strategic support, rather than just compiling historical data. That's the operational reality of the QRF philosophy.
Okay, knowing that this model works, let's drill down into the mechanics. For the finance team and for the budget holders, implementing QRF is really all about establishing a new rhythm, a new heartbeat for the business.
Right. And we advocate for the 6-quarter, 18-month rolling forecast regime. That duration is really critical for a few technical and strategic reasons.
What are they?
Well, technically, it ensures consistency. You're always looking out 18 months. You avoid that weird 15 to 24-month variability you get if you try to forecast for 2 full financial years on a fixed cycle.
And strategically, why 18 months?
Because it forces leadership to see the full next financial year halfway through the current one. If you have a June year-end, by December, you have a clear, updated view of the 12 months that start in July. This massively informs your capital planning, acquisitions, hiring decisions.
You never lose sight of the long-term impact of today's decisions.
Exactly. And the allocation of time has to reflect that focus on the immediate future. You can't have budget holders spending equal time on all 6 quarters.
Right, or you've just swapped one long budgeting process for 4 slightly shorter ones.
Absolutely not. You have to enforce a critical time allocation rule. Budget holders must spend 60% of their effort on the first quarter.
Why 60%?
Because those are the numbers that will be approved and become the firm targets for the next 90 days. Precision is everything there. Then they should spend about 20% of their time on the second quarter, refining those numbers as they're next in line.
And the last 20%.
That's for the remaining 4 quarters, Q3 to Q6. Those only need high-level, quarterly blocks of data for strategic guidance.
This disciplined allocation makes sure the process is focused on precision where it matters most the next 90 days, while still keeping that strategic overview. And the overall goal here is speed. The sources are uncompromising on this.
The goal is the fast, light touch. When you add up the time spent on all 4 quarterly forecasts in a year, the recommended total elapsed time is no more than 5 weeks.
5 weeks total
Huh?
for the whole year versus 3 months for a single annual budget.
It's a huge difference. And the internal goal for the finance team has to be completing each QRF cycle within 5 working days of getting the data. The philosophy is pragmatic. You may as well be wrong quickly.
I like that.
Because even the fastest forecast will still have errors, but getting it done quickly frees up time for correction and real strategic work. The sources even cite an airline, a complex, asset-heavy business that completes its full rolling forecast in just 3 days.
3 days. So it's absolutely achievable with the right system and the right culture. Okay, let's walk through the specific quarterly cycle. Let's use a June year-end example to show how this rhythm works in practice.
Perfect. So there are 4 main updates a year. Each takes about 1 week of elapsed time, except for the one that generates the external annual plan. So you start the first full QRF cycle in December.
Okay, so what happens in December?
First, the December update. This takes 1 week, held in the second week of December. Budget holders forecast to the end of the current financial year in monthly numbers. The rest of the period Q1 and Q2 of the next fiscal year is just in quarterly blocks. Most importantly, management reviews and approves spending for January to March.
And this is their first look at the next year's numbers.
Their first look. And that initial cut is stored in the forecasting tool. It's an early warning signal.
Got it. So what's next?
Second is the March update and annual plan. This one takes a little longer, 2 weeks, to allow for more quality assurance and to generate the legally required annual budget figures.
So in March, budget holders reforecast to year-end in detail.
Yes, and because they're so close to year-end, this eliminates that frantic spend it or lose it problem. The forecast is highly accurate by now.
But the critical shift is when they look forward.
That's the key. They revisit that high-level December forecast of the next year, and they fine-tune it with fresh information. This is their second look at next year, and this is the quarter where the legally required annual plan, that static high-level number for the banks or investors, it just drops out as a byproduct of the QRF process.
Okay, so that addresses the political dimension. Does the board still pressure them to hit that guidance number, reintroducing all the politics we tried to escape?
This is the cultural linchpin. Budget holders know the number they supply for that annual plan is guidance only. Management will not be giving them an annual lump sum entitlement based on it.
So the real power is in the funding mechanism, which is purely quarterly.
Exactly. Since there's no financial entitlement tied to the annual guidance, the political pressure to inflate or sandbag the numbers is massively reduced. It becomes an honest strategic expectation, not a financial contract.
That distinction annual plan as guidance, quarterly approval as entitlement, that's what makes the system work.
It's everything. Third, the June update. 1 week. Now we're at the start of the new financial year. Budget holders forecast the first 6 months monthly, then quarterly onward. Approval is given for July to September spending.
And that sets the first quarter's targets using the freshest possible data.
And finally, the September update. Another week. They reforecast the next 6 months monthly, then quarterly onward to keep that 18-month view. And approval is given for October to December spending.
This cycle ensures that for every quarter, you're only about 5 to 7 days away from a fully updated 18-month view of the business, with spending authority granted only 90 days ahead.
And once management is used to the system and the tech is tuned, the total time for all 4 cycles really is around 5 weeks. It becomes truly agile.
Moving to the core of implementation, we have to go back to Peter Drucker. He said, "Don't tell me what you're doing, tell me what you've stopped doing." The abandonment principle is the key here.
It's a powerful truth.
You can't implement QRF if you're dragging all the structural and cultural baggage of the old annual process with you. You have to actively challenge and dismantle the old rituals.
A lot of inefficient processes are only carried out because they were done last year, and people assume there must be a reason. But with QRF, you have to challenge those assumptions. The source material gives a very clear, non-negotiable list of what you must abandon immediately.
Okay, let's start with the technology everyone loves but probably shouldn't use for this, Excel.
First on the list, stop using Excel. Forecasting in Excel is a professional liability, not a core competency. It should be abandoned immediately for any centralized financial routine, no matter how good your team is with the spreadsheets.
Why so definitive? What are the risks?
Massive unacceptable risks. Manual input errors, no version control, which file is the single source of truth, broken links, single user access limitations, and critically, zero audit trail capability. Relying on Excel means your entire $1.7 million planning effort is built on a foundation of sand.
Okay. The second thing to abandon is a really deeply entrenched habit. The sources call it Myth 5. Budgeting at the account code level. This seems so fundamental to accounting, so why is it counterproductive?
Because setting budgets at the general ledger account code level, that granular detail like account 53410 office supplies, it encourages budget holders to misallocate expenses.
So instead of using the correct account for, say, printing, they use the office supplies account because they still have a few $1,000s left in that budget line.
Exactly. And that behavior undermines the entire purpose of the general ledger, which is accurate historical accounting. You're corrupting your own data just to spend an artificial budget number.
So what's the alternative?
You apply the 80-20 rule. You budget at the category level. Only 12 to 15 key categories, total things like labor, travel, IT support, direct materials. This is so much faster. It reduces the planning effort by 80%, and it gives senior management more relevant data for making decisions.
We also need to abandon the limited strategic view, right? Only forecasting to year end. That's myth 3.
That is a massive strategic failure. You can't just ignore the oncoming year and hit a wall in July. And critically, you have to abandon annual entitlement myth 4, the folly of giving budget holders a yearly lump sum.
That's the root of the spend it or lose it syndrome.
It is. If the money is yours for the year, you treat it like an entitlement you have to protect, not a resource you should be flexible with.
And we have to abandon the political games. Stop forcing numbers to match what the board wants, which is just lying, and abandon the idea that this needs to take months, the 3-month process.
As the sources say, you may as well be wrong quickly.
And finally, we have to abandon the most time-wasting ritual of all, setting monthly targets from the annual plan.
Myth 2, dubbed a stupid activity in the material, because those targets are based on a 15-month-old view of the world. Monthly targets must only come from the QRF, which is updated a quarter ahead.
Okay, so once we've cleaned house, we move to the foundation stones we must adopt. The first one is all about ownership and commitment.
In-house ownership. The QRF model has to be designed and built by your in-house resources. This is a common failure point. The sources strongly warn against hiring consultants to build the model for you.
Why is that?
Because without deep in-house ownership, they might inadvertently just create a better annual planning model, which is the exact thing you're trying to get away from. Consultants should be advisors and trainers. Your in-house team must drive the mouse to make sure the model fits your industry and your decision-making processes.
The second foundation stone is the solution to myth 4, the new funding mechanism. This is the cultural shift that kills the entitlement mentality.
This is key. Implement a quarter-by-quarter funding mechanism. Management fundamentally changes the question from how much do you need this year to how much do you need in the next 3 months and what exactly will you use it for?
That precision must eliminate hidden slush funds immediately.
It does. And any funds not allocated in the next quarter are considered free funds. They can be instantly reallocated to new, unexpected strategic initiatives much earlier in the year.
That is flexibility in action. It solves that classic budget holder problem. I can't do that project because I didn't budget for it.
Right. Under QRF, they just say, I'll put it in my next quarterly update, and if the free funds are available, I'm sure I'll get the go-ahead. It makes everyone acutely aware of the opportunity cost of just holding on to cash.
Another foundation stone is the wisdom of the crowd,
which just reinforces buy-in. The QRF has to involve all budget holders 4 times a year. If forecasting is just centralized in the finance team, it becomes a top forecast, which lacks buy-in and ignores all the collective operational knowledge on the front lines.
And we have to structure the model around drivers and main events. Since we're abandoning that detailed account code budgeting, the model has to be based on the variables that actually move the needle.
Yes, this is crucial for speed. Instead of compiling thousands of lines of detail, you focus on the inputs that truly define performance. What if we lose a major customer? What if raw material costs go up 10%? The sources give the excellent example of American Express.
Right.
They found their entire operational forecast was based on just 2 key drivers: the number of active card users and the average customer expenditure. Focusing the model on high-level, predictable drivers makes forecasting fast, robust, and much easier to validate against external data.
Now for the final, surprisingly technical foundation stone, which addresses the very structure of time itself. The calendar myth. Myth 7. Why is Julius Caesar's calendar a bad business tool for forecasting?
This is a nuanced point, but it drastically improves forecasting accuracy. A standard calendar month can have 3, 4, or 5 weekends. For a retail business, the difference between 3 and 5 weekend days is a massive revenue swing,
And for payroll, a month can have 4 or 5 weekly pay cycles.
which radically changes your personnel costs. Comparing a January actual to a December actual when they have different numbers of weekdays makes variance analysis basically meaningless. You're comparing apples and oranges, but we pretend they're the same because the calendar says so.
So what's the solution?
Even if you have to report externally based on the calendar month, your internal QRF planning tool should be designed around the 4-4-5-week quarter. That's 2 4-week months and 1 5-week month in a quarter. This ensures the 13 weeks of the quarter are perfectly divided into predictable, comparable blocks.
How does that smooth out the calculations? Give me an example.
Look at payroll. If you pay people weekly, a 4-week internal period always has 4 pay cycles. A 5-week period always has 5. Your variance commentary is now focused on changes in headcount or pay rate, not the arbitrary calendar cycle. For retail, a 4-week block has a consistent number of full weekends, making month-on-month comparison accurate.
And the final step to adopting this consistency is about when you close the books.
The recommendation is to adopt the weekend close. Specifically, closing off on the last or nearest Friday or Saturday of every month. The nearest Saturday or Sunday is preferred. This maximizes the precision of your 4 or 5-week periods and makes comparisons truly meaningful. Implementing QRF isn't just adopting a new process, it's a major change management project. It needs real structural and cultural commitment. The foundation stones lay the groundwork, but the execution needs careful planning.
One of the immediate challenges is support, especially with the new expectation of speed. If budget holders have to input data during that tight 3 to 5 day window, the core finance team needs to significantly expand its capacity to provide one-on-one support.
Absolutely. And the sources provide some very concrete, actionable suggestions for this. First, all qualified accountants, including the CFO, should be involved in the support effort. It's a high-leverage way to spend senior time, ensuring data quality at the source.
That makes sense. What about leveraging external resources?
You can be strategic with partners. They suggest asking your auditors to loan you audit seniors from their local offices, especially to cover remote locations. Audit seniors are highly skilled in data integrity, and they'd probably be happy to be involved in something high value outside of a standard audit.
You can also bring in temporary staff, I assume?
Temps with budget experience, yes. And for smaller budget holders, the senior accounts payable staff are considered ideal for assistance because they already know the expenditure categories inside and out.
And for decentralized organizations, technology is key.
You have to use modern virtual meeting, tech, Skype, Zoom, whatever, to offer one-on-one training and support to remote budget holders as soon as they start their input. The key is making sure nobody is left without help during that brief window so the deadline is met.
Now let's talk about overcoming the cultural inertia. You can build the best system, but if people are unwilling or just late, the whole process fails. The sources highlight some common hurdles and offer some ruthless solutions.
Yes. Take the common barrier of inaccurate or late data. This is where the system usually breaks down. The immediate fix is training and incentives. Hold a workshop, maybe offer movie vouchers for prompt quality returns.
But for those who still lag behind, you have to institute some severe organizational pressure.
The pressure has to be highly visible and come from the top. If the organization is still using Excel for any part of this, there should be a strict, non-negotiable rule. All late returns go to the CEO's office first.
Ouch.
Furthermore, you should flag late budget holders on an intranet page with a daily progress report that's visible to the CEO and the senior management team. Non-compliance becomes a serious public organizational issue, too visible for comfort.
That would certainly motivate compliance. What about a lack of budget holder skills?
Start small. Don't roll the whole system out at once. Pilot the new regime in 3 business units a quarter ahead of the full rollout. This lets you iron out bugs in the system and the training materials. Then provide initial in-depth training, and this is crucial, schedule quarterly follow-up courses so skills don't fade.
And the big one, lack of management ownership. If the senior team doesn't champion QRF and use its data, the system will just wither and die.
You have to constantly market better practice stories internally. Deliver interesting information from the QRF process. Not just dry tables, but compelling trend graphs, scenario analyses, meaningful KPIs that the SMT finds genuinely valuable. You have to prove the value proposition constantly and make the QRF the central source of truth for business intelligence.
And before any of this begins, the sources stress the absolute imperative of investing in a robust blueprint. You cannot cut corners on design.
This is the blueprint mandate, and it is non-negotiable. One of the case studies, Balanced Nutrients, spent 6 weeks in locked-up workshops before implementation. This requires senior management, IT, production accountants, and an experienced facilitator all working together. Short-circuiting this 6-week design process is a major risk factor for failure.
Finally, let's look at the ultimate outcome, the impact on reporting. How does the monthly operating statement change when the old annual budget is gone? This must be a radical shift.
The change is fundamental. The moment you adopt QRF, you change your comparison yardstick. The monthly actual is now compared against the most recent forecast, not the old annual plan target.
That's a game changer. It means every variance is inherently meaningful and timely.
Exactly. If the actuals differ from the forecast, it means something happened in the last 90 days that needs corrective action or reforecasting.
And year-to-date reporting also shifts its focus entirely.
Right. The YTD actual is no longer compared against a YTD budget. Instead, your YTD progress is measured against the year-end forecast, which gets updated quarterly. It's presented alongside clear trend graphs. This forces a massive strategic shift. Management stops looking backward and starts looking forward.
Trend analysis becomes the priority over single-point variance analysis.
Which allows the senior team to see the trajectory of the business, not just its position relative to an outdated benchmark.
In the dreaded commentary section,
Huh?
it must finally become useful.
It becomes much more targeted and valuable. Because the forecast is updated so recently, there is simply no room for that universal excuse, timing difference. If there's a variance, it's either a real unpredicted operational issue or the forecast was truly wrong. Either way, it demands faster, more effective action. This finally lets the finance team become a true strategic partner. #outro.
This deep dive has really provided a clear, detailed blueprint for achieving organizational agility and ditching the costs and dysfunction of annual planning. The core message is twofold, really. We have to adopt a culture of continuous learning and adaptation.
Which QRF facilitates through that 18-month rolling view, the 60-20-20 time rule, and the quarter-by-quarter funding.
And just as crucially, we have to embrace the abandonment principle, ditching the costly fictions of annual entitlement, stopping the corruption of the GL by budgeting at the account code level.
And abandoning the use of static, irrelevant targets set 15 months too early. The commitment to QRF is really a commitment to honesty and speed.
The quantifiable financial cost of staying locked into the annual budget cycle, that $1.2 to $1.7 million a year, that's compelling enough. But the real cost of inaction is remaining in a cycle that stifles initiative, encourages internal politics, and fatally slows your response to the market.
Until it's too late. The goal isn't just faster forecasting. It's better, more informed decision-making. By funding quarter by quarter, you eliminate those hidden slush funds and ensure resources are always pointed at the highest priority initiatives. You transition from managing based on hope to managing based on near-term reality.
So we'll leave you with this final provocative thought to mull over. If you continue to budget annually, you aren't just wasting over $1 million in internal labor. You are essentially making a year-long strategic bet on market stability that, for certain will fail the moment external conditions change.
So the question for every leader isn't, can we afford to implement quarterly rolling forecasting?
But can we afford to continue betting against reality any longer? The time for the future-ready organization is now. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Our mission today is, well, it's a fascinating one. We're doing an exploration into the strategic alignment that really separates market leaders from the also-rans. And then, right after that, we're jumping into the tactical blueprint for achieving some pretty radical financial efficiency.
That's right. We're diving into a whole stack of sources that are all focused on organizational mastery.
Specifically, how to identify your true priorities using something called critical success factors, and then how to apply that clarity to, and this is the really ambitious part, streamline your annual financial planning process down to just 10 days, or even less.
And that strategic part is so essential, because the primary obstacle to, any organization achieving what it wants to achieve, it doesn't matter what industry, sector, or size, it's not a lack of effort.
No, it's never effort.
It's a lack of crystal clear direction. We see it again and again. Organizations fail to reach their true potential because the people on the front lines, the staff, they're prioritizing based on their internal team goals, right?
Right, what their manager is telling them to do that day.
Exactly. Their immediate departmental deadlines rather than the overarching organizational strategy. They're all operating in silos. They're busy. They are productive inside their own little worlds. But they are fundamentally and sometimes catastrophically misaligned with where the company is trying to go.
That sounds exhausting. I mean, that feeling of constant motion,
Yeah.
but no real progress. The research we're analyzing paints a really vivid picture of this. It asks us to visualize this discord with strategy. Imagine teams rowing as hard as they can, putting in maximum effort, but they're clearly heading in a direction that is, and this is a quote, very different from the intended course set by the board.
It's strategic mayhem.
It is. It's a chaotic waste of resources, even though every single person involved genuinely believes they're doing the right thing, that they're contributing.
And that is the definition of waste, isn't it? They are working at cross purposes, and all of that chaos, it stems from one fundamental flaw. A complete organizational lack of understanding, and then, the communication that follows of the organization's operational critical success factors.
CSFs.
CSFs, yeah. These are just the handful of operational issues, the handful of core actions that staff members have to execute perfectly day in, day out for the whole organization to succeed. The core finding here is it's actually pretty simple.
Go on.
You can't effectively steer the strategic ship if the crew doesn't even know what makes the ship sail successfully in the first place.
Okay, so let's unpack this.
Yeah.
Because if I run a business, I feel like I already know that things like customer service or, product quality are success factors. That seems like basic management 101.
It does this.
So if almost every organization knows what their success factors are, why are they still suffering from this mayhem? What are the critical and I guess often overlooked steps they're skipping that keep them operating in the dark?
That is the pivotal question right there. Because knowing a success factor is easy. It's common sense. But embedding a critical success factor into the operational DNA of a company, that's hard.
I see.
The solution lies in executing 4 crucial steps that most organizations, even the ones with really robust annual planning cycles, they consistently overlook them. They know the long list of important things, but they fail to refine that list into an executable, vital few.
Okay, so walk us through those 4 missed steps. What's the first hurdle people fall at?
The first step is often one of language. It's about how you word things. The success factors have to be worded appropriately.
Well, appropriately.
Yeah, they can't be abstract concepts like efficiency or innovation. They have to be clear, actionable phrases that any staff member immediately understands as a concrete action they need to take or a state they need to maintain. If the wording is vague, well,
the staff's actions will be vague too.
Oh.
Makes sense. Okay, so a vague goal leads to vague execution. What's the second step?
Second, you have to be aggressive about this. You have to segregate these success factors from your strategic objectives.
Why? They sound like they should be linked.
They are, but they serve different purposes. A strategic objective is about changing the business, moving into a new market, developing a whole new product line. A CSF is about running the business well today.
Oh, okay.
Ensuring quality control, maintaining service levels. When you mix the two together, the daily urgency of the CSFs gets lost in the future ambition of the objectives. And then staff, they just lose focus on the fundamentals.
And the third step, this must be the hardest one, the one that really defines the CSF and CSF, sifting through that huge list to find the critical few.
Absolutely. The third step is the moment of truth. It's the sifting. You take that long list of potential factors and you find the critical success factors, the true 5 to 8 items that, if you do them impeccably well, will move the needle for the entire organization.
And most companies don't do that.
Most companies stop at a list of 30 important factors, which is functionally the same as having none at all. You have to be brutal and filter that list.
So we've covered wording, separation, and filtering. What's the single biggest failure point after all that? The implementation phase, once the CSFs have been picked.
The fourth step, and it's always the implementation failure, is communication.
I should have guessed.
It's communicating those few vital CSFs clearly, consistently, and meaningfully to all staff, from the front desk to the factory floor. If this critical list stays locked up in some dusty management binder on a shelf, then the best strategy in the world just stays theoretical.
And people go back to what they were doing before.
Exactly. Staff default back to prioritizing those internal team goals, which is what creates the strategic discord we started with. The communication needs to feel like a daily mantra, not an annual memo that nobody reads.
So when organizations actually do it, when they finally complete those 4 steps, refining the wording, separating from strategy, sifting down to that magic 5 to 8, and then communicating relentlessly, the result, according to the analysis, is alignment. The source material describes this state of clarity as the El Dorado, the gold mine of management. Why such a grand term? I mean, what are the profound cascading benefits that earn it that title?
It's called the El Dorado because it solves the modern organizational plague.
Which is?
Complexity and information overload. It's as simple as that. When you know your 5 to 8 CSFs, everything else, everything, simplifies dramatically.
Okay, let's start with performance measurement. How does having that CSF clarity immediately change the KPI landscape in a company?
Well, first, knowing your CSFs leads directly, almost automatically, to the discovery of the organization's winning key performance indicators, the winning KPIs.
How so?
Think of it this way. A KPI is a measure of an action, right? So if you know the 5 to 8 core actions, the CSFs that you have to perform well every single day, then the measures you track instantly become focused, relevant, and extremely powerful.
Oh, I see.
You stop measuring things that are just, interesting, and you start measuring things that are truly transformative.
So instead of me drowning in a dashboard with 100 different metrics, I'm focusing my limited attention on just the 5 to 8 that correlate directly with the health of the entire organization.
Exactly. And that leads straight into the second major benefit, measure elimination.
Getting rid of stuff. I like it.
If a metric doesn't relate to or demonstrably impact one of those 5 to 8 critical success factors, you can just eliminate it immediately. By definition, if a measure isn't touching one of your critical success factors, it's just consuming resources without providing important information. You cut the noise out instantly.
And that right there addresses the classic information overload problem that every manager complains about. If I know what the few critical rocks are, I know what data is noise and what data is actually fuel for action.
And that leads directly to prioritization, which is the third benefit. Staff members get immediate clarity. They know what should be done as a priority on a daily basis. Imagine a team member, right? They get conflicting requests from 3 different departments.
Happens all the time.
All the time. But if they have the organizational CSFs as their guide, as their North Star, they know instantly which request aligns best with the company's highest priority. It allows them to move beyond the silo of their own department and link their actions directly to high-level strategies.
So they know which difficult order to tackle first or which maintenance checklist is the one that has to be done impeccably right now.
Precisely. And this sounds like a massive productivity boost simply because people stop wasting time on irrelevant tasks and, importantly, irrelevant reports.
Reports.
That's the fourth major win, report reduction. Many reports that are currently produced throughout an organization, often because someone requested it once, maybe a decade ago, and it never got canceled.
The zombie report.
The zombie report. They will be clearly exposed as irrelevant, they serve no vital purpose, and you can reduce or eliminate them entirely. If a report isn't tracking progress toward one of the 5 to 8 CSFs, why are we spending resources producing it and reading it? You're just freeing up mental and administrative capacity for everyone.
So beyond the day-to-day efficiency, the analysis really emphasizes the value of this for the board and for senior management. How does filtering all this operational complexity down to just a handful of factors improve their insight?
It's about concise, powerful oversight. It's about clarity at the top. Reporting progress against just 5 to 8 critical success factors gives the board and senior management a dramatically clearer, more concise understanding of the current operational status.
They're not in the weeds anymore.
They don't need to be. They don't need to sift through dense, irrelevant operational data to grasp performance. Instead, they get a clean, sharp snapshot of organizational health based on the few things that fundamentally determine success or failure. It provides high-level strategic insight that's directly driven by granular, critical action on the ground. It is the ultimate shortcut to understanding organizational vitality.
Okay, so understanding this El Dorado state requires understanding just how hard it is to actually select those 5 to 8 factors. It's a process of extreme refinement.
It is, exactly. We need to visualize the hierarchy of success factors. So imagine a vast pyramid. The entire base is massive, right?
Right.
And it represents all the generic success factors, things that are important, yes, like good morale or clean facilities, but they aren't by themselves essential or transformative.
We're just nice to haves.
In a way, yes. The top, the much smaller segment, the apex of the pyramid that contains the critical success factors. The entire challenge of management, according to this analysis, is moving a factor from that crowded, massive base to the focused, impactful apex.
And the research gives us a classic, tangible example of this sifting process in action. The dramatic story of Lord John King turning around British Airways in the 1980s. The airline was, facing near collapse?
It was, and this is a perfect illustration of the difference between knowing a factor and truly isolating a critical factor. So Lord King, he's facing a deeply troubled state-owned carrier, and he brings in external consultants with one mission: define the absolute key measures to concentrate on for survival and turnaround.
And what did these experts come back with? Something radically innovative and complex, I assume.
No, something deceptively simple. Almost insultingly simple. They told him to focus on one single operational critical success factor.
Just one.
Just one. Timely arrival and departure of airplanes.
Oh, I can absolutely imagine Lord King, this high-powered executive, dealing with labor disputes, aging fleets, massive debt, being completely underwhelmed by that advice.
He was.
Everyone in the airline industry knows timely planes are a success factor. That's not a secret. It's an operational requirement.
That was his precise initial reaction. Unimpressed, bordering on dismissal. He thought, we pay you consultants millions to tell me something any passenger waiting at the gate could tell you.
Of course.
But the consultant's distinction was crucial, and it's the bit that large organizations so often miss. They pointed out that while timely planes were indeed a success factor, that one factor had never been properly separated out and elevated above the 30 or more other factors that staff members were trying to juggle simultaneously.
So staff were trying to be timely, but they were also trying to ensure perfect cleanliness, manage complex luggage transfers, upsell seat upgrades, save fuel on the taxiway, manage catering inventory, all at the same time.
Exactly.
Timeliness was just one checkbox among 30 others, not the overriding operational mantra. Its importance was just diluted by 1,000 other distractions.
Precisely. The consultant's deep, rigorous analysis proved that timely arrival and departure of airplanes was fundamentally different from all the rest. It wasn't just important, it was the most critical linchpin, the one thing that drove customer satisfaction, operational costs, by reducing missed connections and crew overruns and competitive advantage.
So once this single operational CSF was isolated and elevated, it became the non-negotiable focus for every single employee, from the gate agent to the maintenance crew.
That elevation is the key. But once that critical focus was established, finding the right measure, that winning KPI, still required some careful thought.
So what was the transforming KPI they decided on, and why did they choose that specific metric?
This is where the depth of the analysis really shines. Once the CSF was isolated, they had a choice. Should the KPI focus on the positive measure, like the percentage of timely planes, or the negative measure, specifically focusing on late planes over a certain significant delay time?
And most organizations would default to the positive, right? How well are we doing?
They do, but the analysis quickly pointed them toward focusing on the negative. Late planes over a certain time, and the logic behind it was powerful.
Okay, what was it?
If you focus on simply getting a high percentage of planes out on time, you might ignore the really serious, chronic, and complicated deviations. The planes that are delayed by hours, the ones that cause catastrophic downstream costs, and massive customer dissatisfaction.
So you focus on the severe deviations, the late planes.
Yes, because focusing on those forces the organization to address the systemic bottlenecks and the major structural issues that cause the worst problems in the first place.
It's a focus on fixing the worst parts of the operation, not just tweaking the average parts to look a little better.
Exactly. Addressing the most severe deviations is the most transformative action an organization can take. And this single critical KPI, derived from isolating one critical success factor, became the operational focus that helped turn the entire organization around. It led to immense cost savings and a dramatic rise in their reputation.
So the lesson is that the power isn't in just finding a good success factor. It's in the ruthless sifting and elevation of the single critical few.
The British Airways example is our case study in how CSFs function as the operational translation of high-level strategy. This framework, it really starts at the top. You have your mission, vision, and strategies setting the lofty long-term direction. But those strategies are only achieved through the execution of the 5-8 operational critical success factors, which in turn lead to the creation of focused, measurable KPIs.
So the CSFs act as this indispensable bridge. They identify the tangible day-to-day issues that determine the organization's health and vitality, and they translate abstract strategic goals into concrete, repeatable daily actions for the operational staff.
That's the perfect description. When you first launch an investigation into what makes your organization tick, especially across multiple departments, you might easily generate a list of 30 or more general success factors. This is that large base of the pyramid we talked about.
Right.
The analysis stresses that the second phase of thinning them down is crucial. You have to filter out the merely important, the desirable, or the obvious to find the truly critical factors that hold the key to performance.
And the research gives us a highly specific rule for this thinning process, the sacred 5-8 rule.
Yes. Operational CSFs should be limited to between 5 and 8, period. And this rule holds regardless of the organization's size, sector, or complexity. The reasoning is, well, it's psychological and practical.
How so?
If you mandate more than 8, staff members are overloaded. They're pulled in too many directions, and that clarity you worked so hard for is immediately lost. It just becomes a checklist again, not a focus. 7 is great, 6 is great, 9 is really pushing it.
I can just imagine a massive, diversified company arguing, well, we have dozens of complex operations. 5 to 8 simply isn't enough to capture our complexity. What's the exception here?
The only real exception is a true sprawling conglomerate, an organization that owns fundamentally separate businesses operating in different industries.
Okay.
In that case, the CSFs will be largely industry-specific, and you'll have a different set for each division. For example, the CSFs for a conglomerate's airline division will be completely different from the CSFs for its subsidiary that manages logistics or, its retail record chain store division.
I see. So the conglomerate might have 20 or 30 CSFs in total, but each individual division is still focused on its own unique set of 5 to 8.
Exactly. The rule always applies at the operational unit level.
That makes perfect sense. The operational drivers of a research lab are completely different from those of a fast food chain. But, strategies change, and external environments are constantly shifting. If our operational CSFs are supposed to be somewhat constant and repeatable, how do internal and external pressures influence and shape these sort of static 5 to 8 factors?
The analysis provides a really clear breakdown of the forces at play here. They identify 4 specific sources that determine the final 5 to 8 CSFs. First, you have the industry-specific factors.
The basics for your market.
Right. The laws of your specific market, like timely arrival and departure for airlines or cleanliness of operating rooms for hospitals, these tend to be pretty constant.
And what are the other 3? They sound like they're more variable and specific to the organization itself.
Those are the organization-specific factors, and they break down into 3 categories. First, you have temporary conditions, things like a sudden cash flow crisis, a major regulatory change, or a severe talent shortage. These might temporarily elevate a financial or a compliance CSF above others for a set period of time.
Okay, that's the immediate crisis. What's next?
Then you have strategy-specific factors, which are driven by the organization's current strategic plans. So, for instance, if the strategy is rapid expansion, a CSF about maintaining quality control during scaling might suddenly become critical.
And the final one, the one that just keeps the lights on.
That's the business as usual factors. These relate to the stable, ongoing, maintenance of the core operation things that must be done well just to meet current demand and stay competitive. The organization's final 5 to 8 CSFs are a carefully weighted synthesis of these 4 forces.
The universal industry laws mixed with the temporary, strategic, and routine demands of the organization.
You've got it.
Now let's look at how the entire system works together. Can you detail the relationship between those new strategic initiatives and the established CSFs? How does strategy drive CSFs without making the CSFs constantly fluctuate?
The research details a very clear and distinct operational cycle here. The organization's strategy drives the strategic initiatives. These are the big, bespoke projects designed to fundamentally change or expand the business, like launching a new software platform or acquiring a competitor.
Okay, the big projects.
And successful completion of these strategic initiatives results in new business created or new operational capacity.
And this is where the bridge happens, right?
Exactly. Once that new business or capacity is established and running, once the new software is live or the new factory is open, it stops being a project. It becomes managed through the existing organization's 5 to 8 CSFs.
Ah, so strategic initiatives are designed to build the business or expand its reach, but the CSFs are the operational commandments designed to sustain that new capacity efficiently and effectively, ensuring quality remains high.
That summarizes the function perfectly. The main daily impact of an organization's CSFs is on its business-as-usual activities. They are the constant gravity, ensuring that what we do every day is done better and contributes meaningfully to the overall strategic direction that initially drove the creation of that new business capacity. The CSFs keep the established operation healthy and vital, while the strategic initiatives aim for future growth.
Okay, so this entire framework, it really rests on getting the CSFs right. And the research highlights that even when managers understand the 5-8 rule, they often make a critical mistake. They mix up internally focused operational CSFs with externally focused outcomes. Why is drawing this line between the action and the result so critical for operational effectiveness?
It's critical because an operational staff member needs to know what action to take internally, whereas a director or the board, they need to know what success looks like externally. It's the outside-in perspective.
And this distinction came up in practice.
It did. The distinction arose in these management workshops when a board member of a charity noted the CSFs being tabled were too internally focused. They wanted to see the external impacts. And failing to successfully separate these two concepts just confuses the operational staff about their actual daily responsibilities.
The source material uses the famous Stephen Covey analogy to describe this, the essential order of things, which is really helpful here. Can you tell us the story of the philosophy professor and the jar?
It's a powerful, sticky analogy for prioritization that every manager should internalize. So the professor shows an empty jar, and first he fills it with golf balls. And he asks the students, is the jar full? The students say yes.
Of course.
The golf balls represent the most important things in life, or in our management context, the operational critical success factors.
Yeah.
They are the rocks. And they must be put in first, because if you try to put them in last, they simply won't fit. The jar will already be too full of minor things.
The essential daily actions have to take priority over all the noise. Okay, so what's the next layer?
Next, he pours in dried peas, which are the next most important things. And the peas settle around the golf balls, filling in the gaps. Then he adds the layer of sand.
The sand.
The daily low-priority time sinks, responding to every single email immediately, attending unnecessary meetings, dealing with repetitive administrative chores. The sand fits around everything else, filling all the remaining tiny spaces.
We all know the sand, unfortunately. It's what most of our days feel like they're made of.
It is the modern reality. And the final piece is a cup of coffee, which he pours in, and it's a reminder to always have time for coffee, for connection, reflection, and relationships with friends, colleagues, or clients.
But the core lesson for management is crystal clear.
Absolutely. The operational CSFs are the rocks, the golf balls, that staff need to attend to every single day. Their purpose is to set the direction for operational staff who are responsible for meeting current demand and delivering products and services on time.
We need a practical, concrete illustration of an operational CSS acting as that daily rock, rather than just some nice-to-have goal on a poster.
Okay, let's use an example from logistics or manufacturing. An operational CSF might be worded, delivery in full on time to key customers. This is not a vague aspiration. It becomes a mantra for action. It serves as a strict priority filter.
How did that play out?
In a busy warehouse, management often finds that staff members, they naturally tackle the easy, simple orders first. It gives them easy wins, and it clears their desks the fastest.
Leaving the complicated, large, or difficult orders, which probably belong to the most profitable key customers, to sit until the last minute, creating unnecessary stress and potential failure.
Precisely. That CSF mantra delivery in full on time to key customers ensures that the difficult, complex orders for key accounts are tackled first. They're prioritized and they're tracked meticulously. It forces alignment with strategic profitability goals right at the execution level. Without that CSF as the daily rock, staff activities become counterproductive and guided by comfort rather than criticality.
So the CSF prevents staff from taking the easy way out and ensures they're aligned with the profit engine of the business. Now, let's go deeper into this critical separation
between operational CSFs and external outcomes, using the contrast laid out in the analysis. Let's start with where the information for each comes from.
Right. So operational CSFs, those vital 5 to 8 rocks, they're typically found from intensive discussions with the senior management team and what the analysis delightfully calls the oracles residing in operations.
I love that phrase, oracles residing in operations.
Isn't it great? These are the people on the factory floor, the longest-serving customer service agents, the middle managers who truly know what makes things work or where the systemic failures always occur. They describe an action staff should do.
They hold the real, lived truth of what succeeds.
They absolutely do. Conversely, the external outcomes, those fewer than 10 targets focused on results, they're driven by the strategy team and the directors. And they describe what success looks like. An external measurable result like market growth or shareholder return.
And the focus, and even who is involved, is drastically different.
Yes. Operational CSFs require a 204/7 daily focus, and they involve most staff in operations and support roles. They describe an action or a specific activity, something internal and controllable. The outcomes, on the other hand, involve a select group of senior staff, often engaged in negotiations, investor relations, or high-level market development. They describe an external result, like achieving 15% growth in a new market or improving the overall retention rate of key customers.
So an outcome like retention of key customers is the result, the evidence of success. The related operational CSF, like delivery and full and on time to key customers, is the action that produces that result.
That is the perfect operational summary.
The CSF is internal and actionable. The outcome is external and measurable evidence.
Exactly. If you cannot meaningfully explain in clear, actionable terms what the majority of your staff needs to do well day in, day out, you do not have a complete list of your organization's operational CSFs. And you risk the constant managerial confusion of mixing up the means with the end. The CSFs are the means, the outcomes are the ends.
Okay, we've established the strategic necessity of defining those 5 to 8 rocks, the fundamental what we must do. Now let's execute a sharp pivot. We're going from long-term strategy and daily operations to immediate financial efficiency. If CSFs are the what to fund, then optimizing the annual planning process is about perfecting the how fast and how efficiently we fund it. The next part of our deep dive outlines a radical blueprint for achieving a lean annual planning process that can be completed in 10 working days or less. For organizations used to, 3 to 6 months of budget wrangling, that sounds revolutionary.
It is revolutionary. And it relies on 2 major shifts: radically simplifying the level of detail you asked for and ruthlessly compressing the time frame, all while, leveraging your existing financial technology better. For many listeners, I'm sure annual planning is synonymous with months of tedious work, version control nightmares across hundreds of spreadsheets, and endless revisions. This process is designed to eliminate that pain.
So how does it work?
The analysis suggests 3 specific technical and structural changes to achieve this aggressive speed.
What's the first structural change? The one to cut the detail where you need to move away from microscopic accounting, right?
Exactly. The first change is budgeting at the category level rather than the minute, detailed account code level. In traditional budgeting, budget holders are asked to forecast costs down to the individual account code, sometimes hundreds of lines per department. Postage, office supplies pens, office supplies paper, cleaning supplies floor, and on and on.
That level of detail is just unnecessary for effective management or high-level strategic planning.
It's useful for the finance department's tax and audit purposes, for sure, but not for the operational manager trying to run their team.
So you simplify.
Correct. By simplifying to meaningful categories like total personnel costs, total utilities, total general supplies, you immediately hide rows of unnecessary detail that budget holders don't need to spend hours fine-tuning. This simplification moves the process from microscopic accounting to meaningful, actionable management categories that link back to their operational CSFs. And that is the single biggest reduction in manual input time.
Okay, that addresses the granularity problem. But annual planning also involves a massive time commitment because of the frequency of forecasting. How do we compress the timeline from 12 months down to 10 days?
That's the second structural change, time compression. So instead of forcing budget holders to forecast the annual plan using 12 meticulous monthly figures, which requires projecting every fluctuation, every holiday, every payment date, you forecast using only quarterly figures.
That's a massive data cut. You're going from 12 data points per category down to just 4.
Precisely. And this instantly hides 2 monthly columns per quarter in your planning template, reducing the administrative burden by 66%. Crucially, it forces the budget holders to focus on high-level trends and major seasonal shifts rather than getting bogged down in unnecessary monthly fine-tuning that will inevitably be wrong anyway.
Right.
If the total quarterly spend is correct, the overall annual plan holds up, and you can rely on the ongoing daily systems like expense approvals to manage the monthly fluctuations.
That significantly reduces the data input required.
What about the third change? This is about eliminating the logistical and technical nightmare of consolidation, moving away from the inevitable mess of spreadsheets floating around the organization.
Yes. The third change involves moving consolidation via the general ledger (GL) system instead of relying on manually collected error-prone spreadsheets. Every manager who has lived through a traditional budget cycle knows this pain.
Oh, yes.
Hundreds of spreadsheets, version control issues, broken links, manual data cleansing by the finance team, and delays because of incompatible files. It's where the budget process usually implodes into weeks of detective work just to get the numbers talking to each other.
By consolidating digitally through the ledger system, you bypass all of that spreadsheet chaos. This relies, of course, on the ability to easily add your new category headings directly into the GL system. But if you can automate consolidation, you dramatically increase speed, efficiency, and accuracy. You instantly cut out the weeks finance teams usually spend wrestling with conflicting data. The GL becomes the single source of truth from day one.
And the research also shows that planning is useless without accountability. The analysis provides a visualization for tracking performance after the planning is done. An expenditure trend graph.
This graph is the monitoring engine for the lean plan. Once that accelerated plan is established, this visual tool tracks actual versus forecast figures for your key expenditure categories like personnel costs, cost of goods sold, or key operational overheads. And it does it over quarterly periods, typically December, March, June, and September.
Why is this visual so crucial in a lean environment?
It replaces dense, detailed monthly reports with a clear visual trend analysis. It is crucial for maintaining rapid accountability and quickly spotting where a category is deviating significantly from the forecast plan over those set quarterly milestones. If personnel costs suddenly spike in the March quarter beyond the forecast, management sees it immediately and can act, rather than drowning in a month-end ledger that just obscures the high-level trend. It reinforces that category-level focus.
Okay, but the 10-day plan is only possible if the finance team can provide intensive, high-quality, one-to-one support to all the budget holders. The analysis indicates this task often needs to be accomplished in just 3 working days. That's a phenomenal crunch time that demands massive temporary staffing. You can't just hire 100 full-time accountants for 10 days of planning.
This is where ingenuity and resource mobilization comes in. The success of the 10-day plan absolutely hinges on managing the staffing crunch. The research details 5 excellent practical suggestions for expanding the budget support team rapidly by leveraging existing internal and semi-external resources.
Okay, let's start with the internal resources. Who are we tapping first, beyond the core finance team?
First, you involve all qualified accountants within the organization, even those who might typically work in specialized roles outside central finance, perhaps in internal audit, treasury, or project accounting. And crucially, this involves getting the CFO and other senior financial leadership actively involved.
And what does that do?
It does 2 things. It leverages every available in-house financial expert, and it powerfully signals to the entire organization that annual planning is a critical short-term priority that warrants all hands on deck. It breaks a silo between specialist financial units.
That pulls in available capacity. But what if we need to tap external resources, especially for remote locations where local financial expertise is sparse? Who provides high-quality, temporary support?
The second suggestion is a brilliant tactical move. You ask your external auditors to loan some audit seniors from their local offices for this short engagement.
Audit seniors.
Yes. They are high-caliber, meticulous professionals who are experts in financial controls and detailed ledger work.
And what makes them ideal for this role rather than, say, a general temp from an agency?
Well, they are fast learners, highly organized, and they're accustomed to dealing with tight deadlines and high volumes of data. Furthermore, they are often happy to be involved in an interesting hands-on task that provides a break from the traditional, often repetitive, audit cycles. It's an efficient way to temporarily staff remote locations with high-quality financial support that already understands the organization's accounting practices.
That fills a niche for specialized financial support. What about filling more general resource gaps quickly, supporting the mid-level managers?
Third, bring in temporary staff specifically recruited for their budget experience. This means staff who have recent hands-on experience using GL systems or managing financial forecasts. This provides immediate project-based capacity to manage the influx of one-on-one consultation sessions required to process the lean plan, ensuring the core finance team isn't totally overwhelmed.
And for the smaller budget holders, the ones who don't have complex departmental budgets and don't require high-level accountant time, who is the ideal support staff for them?
The fourth suggestion pinpoints senior accounts payable staff as ideal for supporting those smaller budget holders. These employees have intimate, daily knowledge of transaction flows, expense categories, and vendor relationships. They are highly effective in assisting less experienced managers with their lean forecasts because they know precisely what line items usually cause issues and where the money actually goes on a daily basis. They can spot a common expense error instantly.
Finally, how do we efficiently handle budget holders in those far-flung remote locations? How do we ensure they get the same quality of one-on-one support within that compressed 3-day window without requiring staff to travel?
The fifth suggestion addresses geography through technology. You offer remote budget holders dedicated one-on-one training using virtual meeting technologies, specifically mentioning platforms like Skype or similar technologies. The key is dedicated, personal interaction. This ensures standardization, personal accountability, and even emotional support, regardless of physical location, and it helps maintain the compressed timeline.
So it shows that the 10-day plan is not just about financial technology, but also about logistics and staffing ingenuity. It's about prioritizing the human support element when the pressure is highest.
Exactly.
This has been a true deep dive. We've spanned from the high-level strategic necessity of defining those 5 to 8 operational rocks, the critical success factors, all the way to the tactical blueprint for a lean 10-day annual planning process that relies on category budgeting and a rapidly expanded support team.
And the synthesis is powerful. You achieve that radical efficiency, the 10-day plan, only because you first achieved profound strategic clarity, the 5-8 CSFs. Without knowing your rocks, any planning process, no matter how lean or fast, is just budgeting for misaligned, potentially counterproductive activity.
The CSFs tell you what money should be spent on.
And the lean planning tells you how to approve that spending quickly.
And what really stands out to me is the bold claim made in the research that operational critical success factors are fundamentally the missing link in modern management theory. Why would such a critical foundational concept be overlooked by the biggest names in the field?
It is a profound critique, isn't it? A critique of the management literature of the last 30 years. The research argues that leading management writers, including Peter Drucker, Jim Collins, Gary Hamel, Tom Peters, Robert Kaplan, David Norton, they appear to largely ignore or fail to isolate the existence and the supreme importance of these operational CSFs as a distinct actionable concept.
Why does that matter if they're focused on things like execution, efficiency, and strategy?
It matters because of managerial tendency. If managers operating in their own functional empires don't have these external-facing organizational CSFs clearly defined, they inevitably embed what is important to them, their internal goals, their comfort metrics, into the daily routine. And this lack of clear shared focus creates countless counterproductive activities across the organization based on a false premise of what constitutes success.
So they're measuring things that are easy, not things that are critical.
Exactly. And this vacuum of focus can undermine even sophisticated systems like the balanced scorecard, which Kaplan and Norton championed. You might be excellently measuring financial, customer, internal process, and learning outcomes.
But are you measuring the right critical things that truly drive the customer relationship or the internal process?
That's the question. You could be in your 10th year with a balanced scorecard and still not have brutally identified your organization's core 5-8 operational success factors. It's like designing a flawless, state-of-the-art race car chassis, but forgetting the tires are the critical interface with the track. The fundamental purpose of performance measures is to ensure staff focus primarily on those few vital CSFs. If that foundational concept is missing from the texts guiding management thinking, organizations will continue to struggle with alignment, mistaking busyness for progress.
It brings us right back to that simple jar analogy. So what does this all mean for you, the listener, who is constantly trying to prioritize and execute efficiently? If the mandate for every performance measure in your organization should be to focus staff primarily on those organizational critical success factors, what vital organizational rocks might you be failing to define, communicate, and prioritize today simply because the idea has been overlooked by the prevailing management theory you follow? Are you spending too much time pushing the sand when you should be aggressively prioritizing your golf balls. That's the thought we leave you with for this deep dive. Welcome to the Deep Dive, the place where we take the crucial research and corporate insights you've shared with us and distill them down to the essential, game-changing knowledge you need.
Today, we're tackling something really critical, a mission focused squarely on corporate efficiency. And the sources you've sent us point to two massive areas where organizations are just losing incredible amounts of time and money.
And we're talking about everyone here, right? Not just one sector.
Everyone. Multinationals, government departments, nonprofits. It's a universal problem.
Okay, so the first area is something we can all relate to. The annual planning and budgeting process. You know, that month-long, paralyzing corporate nightmare that just eats up executive time.
And it yields plans that are, well, let's be honest, often obsolete before the ink is even dry. The sources, though, they offer a bold, very practical solution to get the entire thing done in less than 2 weeks.
10 working days.
Yeah.
That sounds like science fiction.
It does, but it's achievable. And the second, maybe even tougher challenge is what the sources call a global epidemic of dysfunctional performance measurement.
Okay, so what does that mean in practice?
It means most organizations are working with the wrong measures. They're incorrectly labeling all these routine metrics as key performance indicators or KPIs.
And the result is what? Just bad data.
Worse, it's costly, complex measurement systems that actually encourage people to do the wrong thing. Unintended negative behavior, it's a huge problem.
So here is our mission for this deep dive. We are going to expose 5 major myths that are crippling performance. And that includes a really radical assertion that, get this, there is no such thing as a financial KPI.
None, and we'll stand by that. We're also going to fundamentally restructure how you view measures, defining the 4 distinct types you should be tracking.
And finally, we will lock down the 7 non-negotiable characteristics. A measure absolutely must have to be called a true KPI. This is basically your blueprint for alignment.
Exactly. We're moving beyond the jargon, beyond that useless annual review. And we're giving you the tools to make sure every single employee is focused on the activities that matter most, right now and for the future.
Okay, let's unpack this. Before we get into the deep theory of measurement, let's tackle that first organizational time sink.
The annual plan.
The annual plan. The sources propose this shockingly ambitious, yet apparently practical, goal for the finance team. Complete the entire annual planning and budgeting process in 10 working days or less.
Yeah. And to anyone who's ever been stuck in that budget purgatory for 3 months, that sounds, well, it sounds impossible.
It does. So how is it possible? You can't just work longer hours.
No, and that's the critical realization. The sources stress this again and again. You don't get there by just executing the same broken process faster. It requires major procedural changes.
You have to change the mechanism, not just pedal harder.
Exactly. You can't run an inefficient process quickly. You have to remove the inefficiency entirely. You have to change the game.
So we're removing the biggest time sinks. The sources detail 3 key strategic changes to do this, and it starts with how we look at financial granularity.
Right. In a traditional model, what do? You force staff to submit and review monthly figures for the entire upcoming year, 12 columns of data.
Which is where everyone gets bogged down, right? Fighting over details for month 11 that will absolutely change in the first quarter.
That's the trap. So the recommendation is to streamline this dramatically. You forecast the annual plan using quarterly figures instead of monthly.
Okay, so you're looking at 4 big buckets instead of 12 small ones.
Precisely. You immediately hide 2 of the monthly columns within each quarter. That reduces the granularity. And critically, it reduces the opportunity for teams to get stuck debating these tiny micro-allocations that are totally irrelevant 3 months from now.
That makes immediate sense. So that's one big change. What's the second one?
It's related. It's about the level of budget detail. So instead of forcing teams to budget at the really specific and often overwhelming account code level,
or you might have hundreds of line items.
Hundreds. You have them budget at the broader, much more manageable category level.
Can you break that down? What's the practical difference between account code and category?
Well, the account code level forces a level of precision that's just paralyzing. It takes days to pull that data together. By budgeting at the category level, you're looking at macro groups, things like human resources recruitment or IP software licensing or just travel.
So you're forcing managers to think about the big picture, the overall spending, not the tiny details.
Yes, you mask those unnecessary rows. You prevent the budget review team from getting stuck in a 2-hour fight over $500 allocated to office supplies, pens versus office supplies paper. It's just not a good use of anyone's time.
It simplifies the conversation and the data entry. Okay, and the third big shift is about technology. It's about getting out of spreadsheet hell.
Absolutely. Spreadsheets are the enemy of speed and integrity in this process. The goal is to move away from all that manual consolidation. The sources advocate for consolidating data directly via the general ledger or the GL.
Assuming your system can handle it.
Right. It assumes your GL is robust enough that you can easily add and track these new category headings. But if you can, you maintain data integrity and you slash the immense time and effort spent manually trying to aggregate and reconcile dozens, maybe hundreds of different spreadsheets. That's the biggest time sink of all.
Okay, so those are the three big procedural changes. But there's a huge logistical challenge here, isn't there?
A massive one. This speed demands intensive, hands-on support for the managers filling this out.
A typical budget holder, faced with this super compressed timeline, is going to need one-to-one help, and they'll need it immediately.
Immediately. The sources estimate this support often has to be delivered in just 3 working days to keep that whole 10-day plan on track.
Which means your small, centralized finance support team is suddenly facing this massive spiking demand. They have to expand, but only temporarily. How on earth do you staff up that quickly?
This is where you have to get really creative. The sources have some brilliant suggestions. First, get all qualified accountants involved.
Even if they're not in the finance department.
Even if their day job isn't strictly finance, you pull in the CFO, senior people from other divisions. Their involvement sends a really clear signal that this 10-day process is a top organizational priority. Plus, you're leveraging high-level knowledge for the more complex budget issues.
I found the next suggestion fascinating because it's so lateral. You actually loan audit seniors from your external auditor's local offices.
It's a complete win-win. The sources say these audit seniors are actually happy for a non-routine task. It gives them real insight into their client's operational planning.
And they can cover remote locations that your internal team might struggle to get to quickly.
Exactly. They're already trained in financial scrutiny. All they need is a quick orientation on your category structure, and they're good to go.
And you can also bring in temporary staff with budget experience, or even use people already inside the organization.
Right, like senior accounts payable staff. They already have a granular understanding of expenditures. They're ideal for supporting the smaller budget holders who might just need basic guidance on where to slot their spending.
And the final piece is not letting geography become an excuse for delay.
Never. You offer one-on-one training and support for all your remote budget holders using virtual meeting tech. The sources specifically mention Skype-based solutions, which shows its age a bit, but the principle holds. The point is, you ensure that every single person gets the support they need inside that tight 3-day window.
So the whole 10-day process is a trade-off. You're replacing slow, detailed, iterative paperwork with quick, high-level structural work.
And you're supporting it with intensive, immediate, personalized consultation.
Okay, we've just found 10 days of your team's time. Now let's look at why the next 11 months are often wasted chasing performance metrics that fundamentally miss the mark.
And that transition feels abrupt, but it's necessary. Because the time you save in planning is so often immediately wasted chasing the wrong results. And what's fascinating is how universal this failure is. We really are talking about everyone.
Which brings us to the core issue. Why is performance measurement failing so badly? And what are the deep-seated myths that are holding organizations back?
Well, before we even list the myths, we have to address the systemic issue. Performance measurement has historically been, and the sources use this term, an orphan of business theory.
An orphan of business theory, what does that mean?
It means that unlike established disciplines like finance or marketing or operations management, nobody ever developed a robust foundational framework for it. It's always been an afterthought.
So it's just been cobbled together by teams who aren't really experts in it.
Exactly. And this lack of intellectual rigor is why organizations create measures that, frankly, signify nothing. They fail to link the daily activities of their people to the organization's critical success factors.
Okay, let's pause on that term, CSFs, because it feels really fundamental to this whole deep dive. critical success factors.
Think of these as the handful of things, and it really is just a handful, usually between 4 and 8, that your organization absolutely must get right to survive, let alone thrive.
And if your measures aren't directly supporting these CSFs,
They are simply noise. They're a waste of time and energy.
understood. Now let's start with a scary one. Myth 1. Most measures lead to better performance. You would naturally assume that if you measure something, it will improve. Why is that a flawed assumption?
Because the dark side is real. Every single performance measure, without exception, has a dark side.
Dark side.
A negative consequence, an unintended action that can lead to inferior performance. Your staff are clever. They will optimize for the metric you give them, even if it undermines the strategic goal you were trying to achieve.
And the research suggests that a lot of measures are doing this.
Well over half. More than half the measures in a typical organization may be actively encouraging this kind of unintended negative behavior.
That is a frightening thought, that most of our measurement effort might be driving the wrong behavior. So how do we catch this dark side before it poisons the culture?
The sources mandate 3 specific safeguards. These need to become standard procedure. First, before you implement any measure, you have to discuss it with the relevant staff.
And you ask them what?
Exactly. You ask them plainly, if we are going to measure this, what specifically will you do to maximize this number? Their immediate, unfiltered answer is crucial. It often reveals the exact loophole they're going to exploit.
You're stress testing the measure's ethical boundaries with the very people who will be executing on it.
Exactly. The second safeguard is you must pilot the measure. Test it in a small, contained area before you roll it out across the entire enterprise.
And third,
If that pilot reveals that the dark side is too strong, if people are optimizing the metric at the expense of the mission, you must abandon it immediately. There's no sunk cost fallacy here. If a measure is broken, it's a liability. You get rid of it.
Okay. Moving on to the fundamental vocabulary problem. Myth 2. All performance measures are KPIs. Why is this widespread mistake so destructive?
Well, this is the source of all the global confusion. Organizations just use the term KPI indiscriminately. It refers to everything: daily reports, monthly summaries, annual goals. They've never agreed on a common, strict definition.
And that dilutes the meaning.
Completely. It paralyzes the system. I mean, if you break down the term, key implies scarcity. It implies critical importance. If you have 50 key items, then none of them are truly key, are they?
No, you're just mixing genuinely strategic measures with things that are flawed or irrelevant or just routine summary reports. When everything is critical, the staff lose focus because they have no priority.
That's the exact result. Only a tiny fraction of your metrics should be true KPIs, and we'll define exactly what those characteristics are in a bit.
Okay, next up, let's tackle the corporate incentive structure. This is a big one. Myth 3. Tying KPIs to remuneration increases performance.
This myth is based on this really outdated belief that money is the ultimate primary motivator for everyone.
Which it isn't.
Not for knowledge workers. The research consistently shows that non-financial factors, things like recognition, respect, the opportunity for self-actualization, are far more powerful and sustainable motivators than an annual bonus.
And what's the risk when you do introduce those financial incentives? The KPI stops being a performance indicator and quickly becomes what the sources call a key political indicator.
Precisely. Staff become highly incentivized to manipulate the numbers, to game the system, to maximize their bonus payout, often to the clear detriment of the organization's overall strategy.
So now you have to spend time and money just making sure your teams aren't cheating the system.
Which is completely counterproductive. The correct approach, according to the sources, is to frame high performance on these key metrics as a given, an expectation of your employment. Jack Welch famously called this a ticket to the game.
Right. Performance in this area should just be what's expected. It should align staff and show how teams are performing 2 out of 4/7. It's too important to be corrupted by a bonus scheme.
Absolutely. If a measure is truly key to your organization's daily operation, performance shouldn't earn you a bonus. Non-performance should earn you a very stern conversation with the CEO.
Now, there's another myth we need to insert here, one about the difficulty of this work. Myth 4. Measuring performance is simple and obvious.
It's far from it. As we said earlier, it's been an orphan of business theory. And that lack of rigorous academic grounding has led generations of managers to assume that, common sense and a spreadsheet are enough to design a good measurement system.
But they're not.
No. The transition from average performance to truly great performance requires significant intellectual rigor. It requires a deep understanding of behavioral economics and a crystal clear link back to those critical success factors. It is not simple. It is an organizational science.
And that leads us to the final and maybe the most radical assertion in the sources. Myth 5. KPIs are financial and non-financial indicators.
This is the conceptual hurdle where most organizations just completely trip up. The belief that financial measures like daily sales or quarterly profits or year-end revenue can be KPIs is, according to this analysis, fundamentally wrong.
Okay, I have to stop you there. That's a huge statement.
It is, but I'll stand by the source's assertion. There is not a financial KPI on this planet.
Wait. For any publicly traded company, the CEO's ultimate job is to deliver financial results. Stock price, profitability, revenue growth, those are the measures that drive the market. How can you possibly say that quarterly profit isn't a key indicator?
It is a key result indicator, but it cannot be a key performance indicator. The distinction is all about time and actionability.
Okay.
Financial measures are merely a quantification of an activity that has already taken place. When you see a dollar sign or a pound sign or a yen sign, you are looking backward. They are result indicators, or RIs. They tell you what happened. They can't tell you what's happening now or what you need to do next.
So if the money's the result, what's the driver?
The activity drives the money. The activity, the successful sales call, the effective ad campaign, the low defect rate, the on-time product delivery, that is what drives the dollars and the pounds and the yen.
So financial measures are just a summary.
A summary of a group of teams' collective effort. But they can never pinpoint the specific operational problem or the precise success factor because they are, by their very nature, retrospective. Yesterday's sales figures are the result of all the prior non-financial activities. The true, actionable drivers are always non-financial.
Okay, moving from the myths, we have to look at the structural models we use. And this intellectual rigor you mentioned, it extends to rebuilding some foundations, particularly the balanced scorecard.
Yes, which has really dictated strategic measurement for decades.
The traditional balanced scorecard has 4 perspectives: financial, customer, internal process, and learning and growth. And the sources argue these are just too limiting for today's organizations.
That's right. They're not wrong, but they're incomplete. The sources strongly recommend increasing this to 6 perspectives. This ensures that modern concerns about sustainability, social impact, and staff culture are integrated into the core framework, not just treated as, external factors.
So we're rewording 1 and adding 2 new crucial perspectives. Let's start with the adjustment. They suggest rewording learning and growth to innovation and learning.
And that subtle shift reflects a more conscious focus, not just on gaining knowledge, but on applying it, and crucially, on abandonment.
Abandonment?
Yes. Innovation isn't just about creating new things. It's about deliberately stopping old, inefficient things. So a measure under innovation and learning might be a non-financial future measure like number of legacy systems formally retired in the next 60 days.
I see. And the 2 additions are vital for aligning organizations with their social footprint.
The first addition is environment and community. This covers key external accountability factors like becoming an employer of first choice or showing genuine community leadership or reducing your environmental impact. A measure here might be number of community projects delivered per quarter.
And the second new one?
The second is staff satisfaction. And this focuses internally on making sure you have the right people on the bus, promoting candor, and focusing intently on retaining your key high-value staff. A critical measure here might be key staff retention rate over the next 12 months, which is a KRI, by the way, not a KPI, but it's a crucial perspective to have.
Okay, so with that new structural framework in place, let's address the classification method that has caused so much confusion, the distinction between lead and lag indicators.
The sources argue this classification is fundamentally flawed, and we should just get rid of it.
Why? It seems intuitive. Lead indicators drive future performance, lag indicators show past results.
It seems intuitive, but it creates this false binary that just clouds the whole KPI debate. The classic example used to demonstrate the flaw is the late plane measure. When you ask an audience if the late planes in the air measure is lead or lag, what do you think happens?
They're split.
Evenly, usually 50-50. And that split proves the label isn't useful.
Because it's both.
Exactly. The late plane talks about the past, all the organizational failures that led to it taking off late. That's a lag. But that same plane, still in the air, is simultaneously about to create a future problem when it lands. A cascade of delays, missed connections, extra costs, that's a lead.
So since it's both at the same time, the labels are meaningless.
They're confusing and unhelpful. So we dispense with the Lee-like binary and we adopt a simpler, clearer, more action-oriented classification based on time, past, current, or future measures. This is crucial for actionability.
Okay, break those down for us.
Past measures deal with historic events, things that took place last week, last month, last quarter. Most organizational measures, sadly, fall here. Things like customer satisfaction or return on capital employed, they are too late to change performance. They are purely descriptive. They cannot be KPIs.
Okay, so that's the past. Next, current measures.
These are measures that you monitor continuously, 247 or daily. This can include yesterday's activity, but only if the data is collected and reported immediately, like late or incomplete deliveries to key customers made yesterday, or the late planes count that's updated continuously. These are actionable in the immediate term. They allow a manager to spot and fix a problem within 24 hours.
And finally, the most potent category for driving strategic alignment, future measures.
Future measures are the record of an agreed future commitment, a time when an action is set to take place. They are inherently non-financial. And this category is so critical because, by definition, true KPIs are always current or future-oriented measures.
The sources describe them as the fence at the top of the cliff.
It's a powerful analogy, isn't it? You don't want the KRI that reports on the body at the bottom of the cliff. That's the past result. You want the future measure that acts as the fence at the top to prevent the fall in the first place.
Because they force you to focus on corrective actions now.
They ensure the right future happens. They shift the entire focus from managing failure to ensuring success. If you know you're monitoring the activity you take now to organize future actions, it drives immediate positive behavioral change.
Can we get into more detail on some concrete examples of these future measures? How does tracking a commitment date actually change behavior?
Well, it shifts accountability from reporting what you did to reporting what you will do. So examples could be future sales meetings organized with key customers next week or next month, or the date of the next social interaction with key customer.
And for product team?
It might be the number of innovations planned for implementation in the next 30, 60, or 90 days, or simply the date of the next product launch.
The organizational impact of tracking these commitment dates must be enormous. It forces proactive management.
It does. I mean, imagine this. If these measures like next sales meeting date with customer X were reported weekly to the CEO, management would be forced to act immediately.
Because any gaps would be transparent.
Completely. If the weekly update shows a gap, no meeting scheduled for the next 6 weeks, that regional manager will move heaven and earth to fill that gap before the next update. Why? To avoid uncomfortable questioning from the CEO. And that is immediate, future-oriented behavioral change driven by a simple, transparent metric. It's 100% focused on activity.
Okay. So the crucial step to mastering all of this is accepting the taxonomy. There are 4 distinct types of measures.
Right. And failing to distinguish between them is why every organization ends up calling every metric a KPI. We categorize them into 2 main groups, result indicators and performance indicators.
Now, I have to ask, if we already have the term performance measures, why do we need 3 other categories besides KPI? Are we just inventing new acronyms for the sake of complexity?
It's a fair question, but it's about clarity, not complexity. We need these 4 levels because they separate measures based on their purpose and their actionability. Result indicators are retrospective, they're about summary. Performance indicators are prospective, they're about action and ownership. You need to know what you're looking at before you can act.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's start with group 1, result indicators, which summarize collective effort. We begin at the highest level, the key result indicators, KRIs.
KRIs are the big picture. They are the result of many actions from all across the organization. Their job is to give the board or the governing body a clear, high-level overview. Are we traveling in the right strategic direction and at the right speed?
So it's a governance focus.
Purely, they're typically reported monthly or quarterly, and because of that, their limitation is time.
It's too late.
Way too late to change direction or fix a problem. They are retrospective. They tell you whether the horse is bolted. They can't tell a manager what specific activities to increase or decrease today. And this is why measures like customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction, and return on capital employed, measures that summarize complex past activities, are consistently mistaken for KPIs when they are, in fact, classic KRIs.
Necessary for governance, but useless for daily management.
Exactly.
The second type in this group is simply result indicators, RIs. How do these differ from the big strategic KRIs?
RIs are also summary measures, but they summarize the activity of a smaller group. So more than one team, showing how those teams are working together on a more operational level. The difference is just one of scope and importance. An RI is a overall less important summary than a KRI, but it's still retrospective and depends on multiple teams.
Can you give us a practical contrast between a KRI and an RI?
Sure. A KRI might be annual profit before tax. A corresponding RI might be yesterday's sales. It's a financial measure, so it's retrospective. It summarizes the collective effort of the sales team, the marketing team, the operations team, but it's not as strategically broad as the annual profit number.
Find other examples.
The number of employee suggestions implemented in the past 30 days, or hotel bed utilization in a week. They summarize teamwork, but they don't pinpoint an individual team's specific daily problem area.
Okay, now we move to group 2, the performance indicators. These are perspective and action-oriented. Let's look at performance indicators, PIs, first.
PIs are non-financial measures that you can trace back to a single team or maybe a small cluster of teams working very closely together. So good or bad performance is the explicit responsibility of one team. That gives you clarity and ownership.
And they're often current or future measures.
That's right.
So if they're traceable, non-financial, and they drive performance, why aren't they KPIs? What's the defining line between a PI and a KPI?
The line is cruciality and impact. PIs are important, but they are not crucial to the business's current and future well-being. They don't warrant weekly CEO-level attention. They complement KPIs.
So give us some examples of these important but not crucial PIs.
The abandonment rate at a call center, that's really important for that team, but probably not for the CEO. Late deliveries as a general measure, or sales calls organized for the next week or two recs. These are important, but they don't necessarily score goals in all 6 balanced scorecard perspectives at the same time.
Which brings us finally to the true key performance indicators, KPIs. The few, the proud, the action-driving.
These are the rare, powerful measures that meet all 7 characteristics we're about to define. They focus on the most critical aspects for the organization's current and future success, and they are designed explicitly to tell staff and management what to do, often in real time, to increase performance dramatically.
They are always current or future, non-financial, and must be tied back to the highest priority critical success factors.
Absolutely. So if an organization is struggling, their first action shouldn't be to create a new KRI, like a new customer satisfaction target. It should be to find and focus on the single, highest impact KPI that will drive the activities to fix the actual problem.
Here's where it gets really interesting. The sources cite this classic story of an airline turnaround that focused on just one key area, and it perfectly illustrates the sheer leverage a true KPI provides.
This is the turnaround of British Airways in the 1980s. It's the ultimate lesson in linking measurement directly to a handful of critical success factors.
So BA was an ailing, inefficient organization at the time.
Deeply. Consultants came in and they determined that their most significant CSF, the one thing they absolutely had to get right to stop the bleeding, was the timely arrival and departure of airplanes, punctuality.
And the KPI they proposed was incredibly simple, focusing on that activity, a late plane KPI. But the power wasn't just in the number, was it? It was in the accountability mechanism.
That was the genius of it. If a BA plane was delayed over a certain specified time, the senior official, the CEO, or the executive responsible, let's call him Sam for the story, he would be personally notified immediately, no matter where he was in the world.
So the accountability was immediate, direct, and completely inescapable.
And you can see it in the anecdote from the source. Sam calls Pat, an airport manager, about a plane that's delayed 2 hours and 15 minutes. And what does Pat do? He immediately tries to justify it. It's the classic not invented by us syndrome.
He blamed someone else.
Right. Pat blamed the plane for being late arriving from Hawaii, but then it gets worse. He tries to justify an additional half-hour delay by saying they were looking for an elderly passenger who had wandered off.
So Pat's team was actively adding to the problem time while blaming another airport for the initial delay.
Precisely. But Sam didn't use threats. He used disappointment, which can be far more powerful. He essentially said, Pat, you had 6 hours of advance notice that this plane was already late, and with your team, you could do nothing to bring it forward, and instead you added half an hour. I am profoundly disappointed.
And that disappointment spurred Pat to action where a command might have just created resentment.
Absolutely. Pat and his team stopped blaming others. They focused entirely on the only thing they could control, how they could recapture lost time. And that is the definition of a high-impact KPI driving corrective behavior.
So what were the tangible, proactive actions that were triggered solely by this one highly focused, non-financial, current-oriented KPI?
They implemented significant cross-departmental changes, all designed to shave minutes. They started doubling up the cleaning crew. This meant accepting an additional external cost, but they realized the cost of the delay was far greater.
Yes.
They communicated high-priority plans clearly to the refueling team. They provided late plane updates to the external caterers so they could better manage the re-equipping schedule. It was about getting everyone on the same page.
And critically, they had to address passenger behavior. This meant introducing rules that would typically be broken for high-value customers.
Yes, this was a huge cultural shift. The check-in staff were asked to watch for at-risk customers, passengers who seemed likely to delay the flight, and actually chaperone them to the gate.
And the most famous example.
They started strictly enforcing late check-in deadlines for business class passengers. If a Mr. Carruthers showed up too late to ensure his bags would make the tight schedule, they politely but firmly rescheduled him. The on-time departure became the absolute priority for everyone. No exceptions.
The result was that this single KPI had a significant impact across the entire organization. It proved its key status by scoring goals in multiple directions at the same time.
It hit all 6 of those balanced scorecard perspectives. Financial costs went up initially with the extra crew, but were dramatically reduced long-term by cutting operational costs and compensation payouts for delays. Customer focus improved dramatically because punctuality is a primary driver of airline satisfaction.
And internal.
Internal process efficiency soared as they redesigned their turnaround procedures from the ground up. Innovation and learning improved as staff looked for new ways to save minutes. Environment and community was impacted positively by being seen as a reliable provider, and staff satisfaction actually stabilized because people were working toward a clear, shared, achievable goal instead of constant firefighting. That is the power of one well-chosen KPI.
The BA story provides the context. Now, let's solidify that into the required criteria. The sources, derived from thousands of workshops globally, have defined 7 non-negotiable characteristics that every effective KPI must meet.
And these are the litmus tests. If a measure fails even one of these characteristics, it is, by definition, not a key performance indicator. You have to be absolutely ruthless in applying this filter.
Okay. Characteristic 1, non-financial.
As we established in Myth 5, a KPI must not be expressed in monetary terms. Dollars, euros, yen, whatever. Daily sales is an RI. The KPI must be the underlying actionable activity, like the number of visits or planned contacts made with key customers, or the percentage of planes departing on time.
Characteristic 2, timely.
Measurement frequency is everything here. A true KPI has to be measured frequently, 204/7, daily, or at the very least weekly. If you are looking at monthly, quarterly, or annual data, the information is retrospective. It's descriptive. It is too late to drive immediate, dramatic performance change. The goal is to correct course within hours, not weeks.
Characteristic 3, CEO focus.
This speaks to organizational priority and consequence. The KPI has to be important enough that the CEO and senior management actively monitor it and, most importantly, act on it.
The late plane KPI was effective because the CEO personally called the manager.
Exactly. It was a measure important enough to warrant a potential career-limiting discussion if performance was poor. If the measure doesn't warrant that level of attention, it's simply not key.
Characteristic 4.
Simple. Simplicity equals actionability for the entire frontline team. All staff, from the ramp cleaner to the boardroom, must understand the measure and know immediately what corrective action is required. In the BA case, the late plane KPI meant one thing: save minutes wherever you can. There's no complex calculation, no need for an advanced degree to understand the objective. If the staff don't immediately know what action to take to improve the number, it's a poor measure, period.
Characteristic 5.
Team-based. This is all about ownership and accountability. The responsibility for the KPI's performance must be tied down to a single team or a small cluster of teams working closely together. This is another reason why financial KRIs fail this test. You can't call one general manager and tell them to increase return on capital employed today. It's too dispersed.
Right. But a true KPI is deep enough in the organization that the CEO can call one person and ask, why did this happen and what are you doing now to fix it?
That's the test.
Characteristic 6. Significant impact. Now, doesn't this characteristic risk the KPI getting too broad? We've just spent all this time arguing that the measure needs to be simple and focused.
It's a beautiful contradiction, isn't it? The measure itself is simple, like Lake Plains. But its impact is systemic. It has to affect one or more of your critical success factors and, ideally, more than one of the balanced scorecard perspectives.
So when staff focus their effort on this one specific KPI,
The organization scores goals in multiple strategic directions simultaneously. It ensures leverage. It's the difference between a small effort yielding a large compounding result.
and finally, returning to our foundational fear.
Yeah.
Characteristic 7, limited dark side.
The measure must be rigorously tested and must be piloted to ensure that it produces the desired behavioral outcome. It has to align staff behavior coherently to benefit the organization. If the measure leads to manipulation or gaming, or a situation where staff sacrifice the mission just to hit the number, it must be discarded immediately. It is not a KPI, it's a political risk and an ethical liability.
We've seen the success of alignment with BA, but let's delve deeper into the danger of failing that limited dark side test. The sources have two classic examples of what happens when management is naive about human nature.
And these are really cautionary tales about managerial failure, not staff malice. The staff are just being logical. They will do what management inspects, not necessarily what management expects.
Okay, the first example is the late train measure backfire. A city train service implemented a strict on-time measure, complete with draconian penalties aimed directly at the drivers. What was the inevitable, disastrous, unintended consequence?
The drivers, who are already behind schedule, learned to prioritize their personal metric over the passenger experience. It was completely rational for them.
What did they do?
They would stop their train at the top end of a station platform, just long enough to trigger the green light at the other end, which signals the official arrival time, and then they'd continue the journey without letting passengers on or off. Not at all. They quickly got back on schedule, they avoided the penalty, but customers were stranded, delayed, and, as you can imagine, furious.
The measure achieved a perfect number on a spreadsheet, but completely betrayed the public service mission. So what was the core lesson for management there?
The lesson is that late trains are rarely caused by the driver. The driver is at the end of the supply chain. Management should have focused on the controllable upstream events that lead to lateness,
Like what?
like the timely investigation and repair of signal faults reported by drivers, or preventive maintenance schedules on critical track equipment that was running behind schedule. They measured the wrong thing and penalized the wrong people, achieving metric success and total operational failure.
Our second example comes from healthcare. The A&E timeliness measure fails at a UK hospital accident and emergency department. Management was concerned about patient waiting times and measured the duration from patient registration to being seen by a house doctor.
And the staff response was textbook gaming of the metric. They couldn't speed up treatment once the patient was in the system, but they realized they could dramatically improve the average time by delaying the official registration of patients who arrived by ambulance.
Why ambulance patients?
Because those patients were already receiving high-quality, continuous care from the paramedics. So delaying their official start time in the system improved the recorded average time for treatment for everyone else.
The physical manifestation of this broken metric is just astonishing.
Ambulances began circling the hospital parking lot, sometimes full of patients, just awaiting a free spot or a strategically acceptable delay time before the nursing staff would officially register them.
So the staff were hitting the metric.
They were reducing the time from registration to consultation, but they did it by sacrificing actual patient throughput, ambulance availability, and safety. It reminds us that the shortest distance between 2 points on a spreadsheet is often a completely unethical operational choice.
So if the original goal was timely treatment, how should management have adjusted the metric to get the behavior they wanted?
They failed to link the measure back to the original critical success factor, which was the timely treatment of critical patients. The corrected measure should have only tracked the time from registration to consultation for those critical patients, who are usually the most severe cases arriving by ambulance. That would have incentivized the nurses to prioritize them, which was the original unwritten goal.
The sheer frequency of these measurement failures suggests that this shouldn't be a side project managed by the accounting department. It needs specialized, dedicated focus.
Absolutely. The source material references this crucial suggestion of appointing a chief measurement officer, or CMO. This person would be part psychologist, part trainer, part change agent, and part project manager.
And their job.
The CMO would be responsible for setting all measures, for rigorously assessing the potential dark side before any rollout, and, crucially, Having the unwavering authority to abandon broken measures, regardless of how popular they might be. It elevates performance measurement to the specialized essential function that it deserves to be.
Okay, we've established the structure, we've debunked the myths, we've defined what a KPI truly is. Now we have to address the volume. How many measures should an organization have, and what should that mix look like? Too many measures just create fog and chaos.
Exactly. And the sources provide a remarkably clear and restrictive guiding principle for organizations over 500 employees. It's called the 10-80-10 rule. And this rule imposes specific upper limits.
Okay, what are they?
The organization should strive to maintain up to 10 KRIs, key result indicators, up to 80 RIs and PIs, result and performance indicators, and up to 10 KPIs, key performance indicators.
Let's break down the rationale for those numbers, starting at the top. Why only 10 KRIs?
Well, the KRI's function is governance. Reporting more than 10 highly summarized KRIs to the board or a governing body risks immediate detail overload. These 10 KRIs, like return on capital employed or customer satisfaction, are past focus and reported monthly or quarterly. Their job is to tell the board the overall health status without distracting them with operational details.
Okay, and next, the bulk of the metrics fall into the PIs and IRIs. Why the ceiling of 80? That sounds low for a large corporation.
It might sound low, but many organizations are running literally hundreds of operational metrics. Rigorous analysis often reveals that separate teams are using slightly varied definitions of the same core indicator, which leads to wasted time and reconciliation.
So standardizing this group of up to 80 metrics
Prevents this variation and chaos. And these can be measured across all intervals, 247 daily, weekly, or monthly. But if this RAPI number creeps up over, say, 150, serious problems will arise because management simply cannot focus on so many priorities at once.
And the scarcity of true KPIs is reinforced by the rule, a maximum of 10. Why is that absolute limit so critical?
The low number just reflects the rigorous nature of those 7 characteristics. KPIs must be rare, crucial drivers that focus on current or future activity, and must be measured 204/7 daily or weekly. If an organization claims to have 30 or more KPIs, they are, by definition, just confusing important PIs with truly crucial KPIs. With careful analysis, organizations often find that 10 is more than enough to drive dramatic performance shifts because of their high leverage.
This structure also informs the ideal measurement flow. We've established that the traditional cascading down approach, taking a high-level KRI like return on capital employed and trying to break it down for every frontline team, is dysfunctional.
It's nearly impossible. It creates chaos because you're trying to force a retrospective summary indicator into a prospective action plan. The source material argues that all measures must be sourced from the organization's critical success factors, and it is far more effective to find measures from the ground up at the team level rather than forcing high-level metrics downwards.
Because the teams know their constraints and their necessary activities best.
They do. So the goal is to ask the frontline teams, what 3 activities, if we measured and improved them daily, would dramatically improve our service to the customer? Those ground-up answers, once you filter them through the 7 characteristics, become your 10 true KPIs.
If you get the 10-80-10 rule right, you ensure the board gets the high-level governance summary they need.
Management gets the specific operational data required for alignment.
And frontline teams get clear, actionable KPIs that directly affect the organization's success.
And those KPIs are focused on future actions, not past failures. The structure brings clarity to chaos.
This deep dive has fundamentally shifted how we have to view corporate measurement and planning. To recap the essential knowledge you now possess, we identified the massive efficiency gains possible by achieving that ambitious 10-day annual planning goal.
And that was supported by aggressive strategies like category budgeting and creative team expansion.
We exposed the critical flaw that no financial measures are true KPIs. They are merely summary result indicators, useful for governance, but useless for immediate performance management.
We learned that the flawed dark side of every measure must be tested for, and that measures have to be abandoned if they lead to dysfunctional behavior, like stranded passengers or those circling ambulances.
We challenged the traditional lead-lag labels, shifting focus to the dramatically more actionable categories of past, current, and future measures. And we defined the scarcity rule. A successful organization needs only up to 10 true KPIs, non-financial, timely measures of current and future activity.
You know, what's really fascinating here is performance measurement is not just a technical or a mathematical exercise. It's a profound behavioral and psychological challenge. The selection and implementation of your metrics, they act as the moral compass of the organization.
The measures you choose will inevitably shape the culture.
They will, and the priorities of your staff. And they often override every single stated expectation or value you have written on the wall.
KRIs tell you if the horse bolted, and true KPIs help you keep the gate shut by forcing future-oriented activity.
Exactly. You now have the blueprint. So look at the 3 measures you track most closely in your work today. Ask yourself honestly, are they telling you about historic, past events that you can no longer change? Or are they driving the next minute, the next day, and the future success of your team?
That answer determines whether you are managing results or truly driving performance.
That's the question.
Until next time, keep digging into what really matters.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive, where we take your piles of research, your notes, your sources, and turn them into actionable, crystal clear insight.
Today, we are strapping in for a high-speed masterclass in corporate communication.
Yes, mastering performance reporting for speed and clarity. We are moving way beyond those, dusty, outdated monthly performance reports.
The ones that land on your desk long after the critical decision window is just slammed shut.
Exactly. And the source material really makes a devastating but necessary assessment of the status quo, doesn't it?
It really does. It identifies a major, I'd say a functional failure in how most organizations report performance measures.
And it really boils down to what you could call 3 sins of reporting.
Precisely. First, and this is a big one, report writers often lack a fundamental understanding of the performance measures they're tracking.
They're just tracking data points. They don't grasp the underlying value of the metric.
Exactly. They just know they have to fill in a box. Second, they report far too late. Often it's only monthly, which the source explicitly, and I think quite dramatically, calls far too late for prompt action.
And third, and this is surprisingly common, they're generally unaware of the well-established science of data visualization.
They're just using default charts in Excel.
Right. So our mission today is to give you the shortcut past all of those hurdles. We're distilling actionable advice on when and how you should report key organizational measures.
Everything from your operational KPIs, your key performance indicators, to your more strategic PIs, your performance indicators.
All the way up to your executive KRIs, the key result indicators. And maybe more importantly, we're going to talk about how to tailor that message perfectly for every single audience.
The board, senior management, middle management, and the frontline staff.
And this tailoring, it's non-negotiable, isn't it?
Completely. Because the requirements for a board member who's focused on governance are fundamentally different from, say, a team leader who's focused on daily throughput.
Of course.
Performance reporting must be meticulously designed to accommodate the distinct needs and requirements of every level of the organization. The goal here is all about timely decision-making.
Which means we have to have this seismic shift away from the traditional monthly reporting cycle for anything that's critical or has high volatility.
If you are waiting for the month end to find out you have a problem, you have already failed.
That sets the stage perfectly. So before we dive into the action layer, I was genuinely surprised that the source material started all the way back at annual planning.
Right.
Why is getting that front-end efficiency, right, the administrative overhead, why is that so critical to reporting speed months down the line?
It's all about establishing velocity from day one. Think about it. If the process of just defining what you measure and what resources you're going to allocate takes 3 months.
You've already lost a quarter of the year.
You've lost 3 months of strategic agility before you've even started. So the recommendation here is highly aggressive. Implement a lean annual planning process, aiming for 10 working days or less.
Wow. 10 days.
It requires serious organizational discipline. But the speed of your reporting downstream is directly correlated with how quickly you can define the targets upstream.
10 days. I mean, that is a monumental achievement in any organization. You'd have to strategically strip out all the bureaucratic and administrative detail that historically just slows the finance and management teams to a crawl.
That's the only way. And the source provides some really specific financial efficiency tactics to hit this kind of speed.
Okay, let's unpack those.
Yes, and they're smart. They're practical decisions that reduce the administrative burden without you losing control. The first tactic addresses the time sink of micromanagement and budgeting. So instead of demanding budget holders review every single line item transaction, the recommendation is to budget at the category level rather than the individual account code level.
So, okay, instead of me approving travel and then meals and then office supplies separately for every single person, I'm just approving the overarching administrative expenses category total.
Precisely. That simple shift allows you to hide rows and rows of unnecessary minutia that nobody at that category level really needs to review during the initial planning phase.
You're trusting the budget holder.
You're trusting them to manage the allocation within that category total. And that significantly, massively, speeds up the input and review process for hundreds of budget holders at the same time.
Okay, that makes sense. And the second tactic takes aim at the forecasting process itself. We're also used to monthly forecasts, but that's an incredible amount of data entry and review.
It's a huge burden.
Yeah.
So the source suggests moving from monthly to quarterly figures for the annual plan.
Ah.
By forecasting on a quarterly basis, you're effectively hiding 2 monthly columns for every single quarter of the year. You eliminate 66% of the monthly data points that have to be painstakingly reviewed and detailed and adjusted during that crucial 10-day window.
That's a huge reduction in the administrative burden.
It is. It dramatically reduces the detailed review process.
Okay, and finally, there's the consolidation step, which in so many organizations is the single biggest administrative headache. Dragging spreadsheets together, hoping the formulas are right, reconciling all the inevitable errors.
Oh, it's a nightmare. The recommendation here is to achieve consolidation stability and speed by using the organization's general ledger, or GL, instead of relying on these cumbersome manual spreadsheets.
But the source is careful to say that this requires, technical feasibility.
Of course, if your GL system can easily integrate the category headings you used in the planning process, then automated consolidation this way streamlines a massive, critical, and often very error-prone step in the planning cycle.
Now, here's the problem created by this acceleration. You've compressed months of work into 2 weeks.
Right.
You now have a massive logistical bottleneck. You've got dozens, maybe hundreds of budget holders who all need one-to-one support right now. The source notes they might only have 3 working days to finalize their numbers. So you have to rapidly expand your support team.
This is the critical operational challenge. You simply cannot achieve a 10-day planning cycle without recognizing that immediate massive spike in the demand for personal support.
You need a creative way to do it.
You do. You need a creative way to temporarily inflate your support team's capacity quickly and with high-quality people.
So how do you build this rapid response team beyond just your core finance staff without, hiring dozens of expensive consultants?
It requires a real all-hands-on-deck approach, and it has to be backed by leadership. First, you involve all qualified accountants across the organization.
Not just the finance team.
No, even those who might typically work in product development or human resources, but have that core competency. And this is where the source suggests making a specific point of involving the CFO directly.
Oh, getting their hands dirty.
Getting them right in the trenches for frontline support.
I like that. Having the CFO involved sends an undeniable signal that planning efficiency isn't some junior administrative task.
Exactly.
It's a leadership priority. That's a powerful cultural move.
It is. And secondly, the source suggests looking to your external partners, specifically your auditors.
Really?
Yes. They are already intimately familiar with your chart of accounts. So the recommendation is to ask the auditors to loan some audit seniors from their local offices, particularly to cover those remote locations where in-house finance support might be sparse.
Loan audit seniors. That sounds unusual, but surprisingly clever.
It's highly practical. The source actually notes that audit seniors are often really eager to be involved in an interesting, high-stakes, non-audit task like this.
It's a change of pace for them.
It is. It provides them with engagement, and it provides the organization with high-level financial competency exactly when it's needed most. It's a win-win for resource capacity.
What about other internal staff? Can they be leveraged, maybe for supporting smaller departments with simpler budgets?
Absolutely. For smaller budget holders who might have simpler needs but still require some guided assistance, the senior accounts payable staff would be ideal.
Ah.
They already possess a deep familiarity with the organization's transactional financial data and payment systems, which translates really well to understanding basic category budgeting.
And we can't forget that not everyone is in the head office. How do we make sure that remote participants don't become the choke point in this rapid-fire environment?
But the source really emphasizes this. Geographical distance cannot be allowed to slow down the accelerated planning schedule. So the recommendation is to conduct one-on-one training and support for remote budget holders using modern virtual meeting technologies.
Like Zoom or Teams.
It specifically mentions Skype-based systems as an example, but yes, The key is dedicated, personalized virtual support to ensure the entire planning process concludes within those tight 10 working days.
And getting this foundation right is what allows the reporting to happen at the speed we're about to discuss.
It's the launch pad.
Okay, we've stabilized the planning foundation. Now we make the fundamental seismic shift from historical reporting to immediate action-oriented intelligence.
There you go.
The core principle here must be drilled into the listener. KPIs, the measures essential for today's success, need to be reported 24/7, daily, or, at the absolute outside, weekly.
And if the measure can genuinely wait until the end of the month, it is, by definition, not a key performance indicator.
That's the test.
This distinction is paramount. When organizations transition to reporting their KPIs on this continuous or daily basis, something transformative happens. Management gains an intuitive knowledge of organizational performance.
An intuitive knowledge.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't need a summary page on the 30th to know whether sales are strong or whether production efficiency is high or staffing levels are sufficient. They know the temperature of the organization hour by hour.
That's fascinating. So if you know the performance temperature daily, how does that impact that ritualized monthly close?
It radically diminishes its importance. If there are no major operational surprises left to report because managers have already been alerted to and have addressed volatility as it happened.
The meeting is just a formality.
The traditional month-end closing ritual becomes significantly less crucial for operational management. It shifts from being a moment of painful discovery to simply being an accounting confirmation exercise.
That intuitive grasp is the real reward for implementing this speed. The source illustrates this with a recommended intranet reporting structure for intraday or daily KPIs. And it's not some fancy dashboard, it's a call to action.
It is designed purely for operational intervention. For high volatility areas, like the example given in the source relating to flight delays or production bottlenecks, the report needs to be a functional table.
And this table must provide the specific operational details.
Yes. What is delayed, by how much, and why?
And what's the key actionable component that traditional reports so often miss?
Accountability and context. Crucially, that daily report must include the contact details of the responsible regional manager, a short, sharp description of the problem or the delay reason, not just the metric failure, and a concise history of performance, showing maybe 30-day and 6-month averages.
So you have instant context.
And a direct line to the person accountable for remediation. It reduces the time from alert to action to mere minutes.
That level of immediacy is obviously necessary for commercial operations, but the source provides this fantastic real-world analogy from the public sector, that 9 o'clock news report. Tell us more about that.
This was a government department that implemented a daily report every single morning covering the progress of benefit payment processing by each office around the country.
A daily transparency report.
That's what it was. And the power wasn't really in the data itself, but in the visibility and the comparison.
So it leveraged a bit of organizational competition.
Absolutely. That simple, transparent daily feed allowed regional management teams to easily compare their service levels and achievements side by side.
So if my office is lagging behind yours.
Right. If Manager A's office was processing 10% more payments than Manager B's office with similar resource levels, Manager B immediately felt the pressure, both internally and from their supervisor, to investigate and address that lag.
Instant visible comparison.
And it drove internal competitive benchmarking and enabled immediate, localized management intervention where service levels were lagging, simply by highlighting the discrepancy daily.
This daily rhythm sets the stage, but then the source zooms in on 5 specific, urgent human resources exceptions. The kind of issues that are so critical to organizational health that they bypass all standard channels and require CEO-level intervention, often within the hour.
These are the moments where the ROI of the CEO's time is exponentially highest.
Exactly. These 5 exceptions are high-impact items. They demand direct, high-level intervention. And the logic is that waiting even 24 hours can cost the organization significant time, money, or talent.
It's all about immediate action.
So let's start with the first crucial exception. Job offers outstanding for more than 3 days. Why is this an emergency?
Because a candidate sitting on an offer for 3 days is almost certainly evaluating a competing offer or experiencing some kind of uncertainty. The source is adamant about this.
So what's the action?
All job offers outstanding for more than 3 days should be personally followed up by the CEO. The logic is that only the chief executive's involvement can provide that unique, high-level assurance and appeal needed to close the deal.
And the source even provides a specific script for the CEO, moving beyond formality to make a personal connection.
It does. It avoids pressure, but it reinforces value. Something like, I understand, Pat, that we have offered you the position of role. I believe you will succeed well in this role, and I will take a personal interest in your career. What do we need to do to get your acceptance today?
That shifts the CEO from a strategic reviewer to a frontline closer, and the financial justification for this immediate action is just staggering.
The source provides a specific calculation, which is fascinating. A 10-minute call from the CEO could save over $20,000 in recruiting costs.
$20,000.
Yes, the fees, the interviewer time, the re-advertisement expense, all of it.
So if we look at the pure productivity of that action, what does that ROI look like for the CEO's time?
Well, if a 10-minute call saves $20,000, that action is generating a return of $2,000 per minute.
Or $120,000 an hour.
Exactly. When you frame it that way, suddenly the CEO taking 10 minutes away from a strategic meeting to make this specific high-leverage call is the most economically rational decision they can make.
The report justifies the urgency purely on the basis of return on executive time.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving to the second exception. Poor course attendance. This is a different kind of cultural emergency, isn't it? It addresses that internal belief that training is disposable.
It's all about organizational development versus daily firefighting. If in-house courses are poorly attended because staff members feel that their day-to-day crises are more important, that is a failure of leadership and priority setting.
And the CEO needs to step in.
Yes, to reset that internal calculus. The CEO should personally phone the managers who have not registered staff and make it explicitly clear that prioritizing operational crises over planned organizational development is not acceptable.
So the report alerts the CEO to a compliance issue, and the CEO uses that information not just to solve the immediate problem, but to reinforce a core cultural value.
That learning is essential.
Exactly.
The course must be treated as essential to the long-term health of the business, and only a CEO intervention can override that pervasive short-term pressure to just prioritize the immediate inbox.
Okay, number 3. Staff ill for more than 2 weeks. This moves reporting from passive attendance tracking to proactive wellness and productivity management.
This is a real point of inflection. Once a staff member has been ill for over 2 weeks, the situation requires an activated back-to-work program.
So the CEO's intervention isn't to micromanage the employee.
No, not at all. It's to call the HR advisors responsible for setting up that program.
And what does this program entail specifically? What does it look like?
The source suggests a proactive approach. It includes things like visits to the company doctor to assess readiness and partial return planning, for example, scheduling a couple of half days in the office each week.
So it's a structured, proactive approach.
Mandated by the CEO's attention. It ensures the process is being managed actively toward a return, and it mitigates the costs and disruption of a really extended absence.
Number 4 is a critical safety and liability check. Accidents or safety breaches.
Most CEOs naturally treat these with extreme seriousness, but the report formalizes the urgency. The required report back time to the CEO would be within an hour of the incident.
An hour.
This demands immediate investigation and the implementation of remedial actions. This 1-hour deadline ensures that the organization moves straight into damage control and prevention mode before the incident becomes a systemic risk.
And finally, the most delicate HR issue requiring immediate and personal intervention, crucial staff resignations.
This, like the safety breach, must be reported within an hour of the notice being handed in. The CEO must personally follow up on all crucial staff members who have handed in their notice.
And why is that?
Because the window of opportunity to successfully turn the situation around is tiny, usually less than 24 hours.
But what if the resignation can't be reversed? Is the phone call still worth the CEO's time?
Oh, absolutely. Even if the staff member is determined to leave, a personal, high-level phone call ensures that a positive relationship is preserved.
That makes sense.
That departing staff member could be a future client, a future supplier, or even a future rehire. Preserving that long-term relationship and reputation is highly valuable, and only the CEO can signal that level of organizational respect on the way out.
The insight here is just incredible. For the most volatile, highest ROI measures, performance reporting collapses to real-time, high-level engagement.
It has to.
Okay, so we've covered the 247 highly urgent issues that demand immediate intervention. Now let's move to the regular heartbeat of the organization.
The weekly and monthly cadence.
Exactly. The performance measures that matter weekly and monthly. What's the broader cadence for performance indicators and result indicators?
Well, the cadence slows slightly, but the focus remains relentlessly on exceptions, especially at the senior management level. Take weekly KPI reporting, for example. Some KPIs, just due to their natural cycle, maybe a weekly inventory turn or a weekly production run only, require reporting once a week.
And when designing this weekly CEO report, we have to remember the goal is avoiding information overload. If the report has 50 graphs, the CEO will look at none of them.
That is the critical design challenge. The source mandates intelligent reporting by exception. So, while the underlying system should ideally graph all KPIs over time, showing at least 15 months of history to assess long-term trends.
The actual report is much simpler.
The actual weekly CEO report should only graph the 3 KPIs showing a decline.
Why 15 months of history specifically? That seems very precise.
15 months is enough to encompass a full annual cycle and show the trend clearly against the equivalent period last year.
So it prevents overreacting to seasonality.
Exactly. It prevents managers from overreacting to cyclical or seasonal noise. But by only presenting the 3 worst performers, we force the CEO's focus onto the most critical areas needing immediate strategic attention.
Directing the CEO's limited attention to those 3 graphs is the definition of high-leverage reporting.
It is.
The report then needs to transition from metrics to people. The CEO also needs a weekly human resources update covering IIs and PIs that are crucial for organizational health, but maybe not critical enough for that intraday alerting.
These are the long-term drivers, and there are 4 key areas here that inform the CEO about the health and development of the organization. These are the measures that are often overlooked but dictate future success.
Okay, first one, missing induction programs. This seems like a low-level administrative detail, yet the CEO needs to see it weekly. Why?
Because it's a leading indicator of performance disruption. It is surprisingly common for new staff to miss out on the planned induction program because their new manager prioritized some immediate small task over the long-term organizational benefit.
And that has a real impact.
It can have a substantial negative impact on their performance over the short to medium term. They don't know the systems, the culture, the mission. The CEO's review ensures that staff know there is an explicit expectation that they will attend induction and that follow-up calls will be made for exceptions.
It makes it clear that management values the long-term benefit of induction over immediate operational triage.
Exactly.
Second on that list, upcoming courses. This forces the CEO to look forward.
Absolutely. The report should highlight in-house courses that are scheduled to be held within the next 2 months. It should include expected numbers, enrollment figures. This keeps organizational development visible and allows the CEO to emphasize the value of these learning opportunities weekly.
It reinforces the culture we talked about earlier.
It does. It goes back to course attendance.
Third, high sick leave. This is a diagnostic tool, not just an expense tracker.
Precisely. If a specific team shows higher than average sick leave, this may not be due to a genuine epidemic. It may indicate a deeper systemic problem within that team.
Like what?
Potentially related to poor leadership, excessive workload, or strained interrelationships. It is imperative that the CEO follow up on excessive sick leave to explore these underlying team dynamics, using the sick leave report as a prompt for a necessary leadership audit.
And the fourth area is focused entirely on organizational culture, inspiration, and morale. Recognitions. This is a proactive check on celebrating success.
The CEO needs to maintain a weekly focus on the recognitions plan for the next 1 or 2 weeks. The source is grounded in management psychology here, citing the seminal work of Peters and Waterman and Jim Collins.
In search of excellence and good to great.
That's right. Both emphasize the fundamental importance of celebration, not just as a morale booster, but as a vital communication tool.
A communication tool? How so?
By celebrating specific achievements publicly, you communicate what success looks like, and you inspire staff to exceed normal performance benchmarks. The recognition should be planned, deliberate, and visible at the CEO level, ensuring it doesn't become an afterthought lost in the monthly paperwork.
Right. Okay, so moving finally to the broader monthly updates for general management. We're transitioning here from crisis management and development to a more comprehensive performance review.
And these reports will necessarily contain a mix of financial and non-financial result indicators and performance indicators.
At this level, managers need a comprehensive summary, but it has to be visually compelling. We're moving beyond simple spreadsheet text.
Oh, absolutely. The source notes the vast array of visualization options available today. Icons, gauges, traffic lights, complex graphical representations. It really stresses that just relying on a basic spreadsheet is insufficient for clarity.
And what about the practical recommendation for the tools themselves?
Organizations must leverage the reporting tools they likely already possess. The source points out that many organizations already hold the license to use at least one robust data visualization tool, something far more capable than Excel, but they fail to deploy it effectively.
So the key is to start using those licensed assets.
Yes, to build dynamic, visually optimized reports.
This brings us to a crucial element that distinguishes successful reporting from just generic data dumping. Reports aren't just about timely numbers.
No, they're about minimizing cognitive load and maximizing comprehension. If the data is poorly presented, all the timeliness we've just discussed is useless. This is why reporting must be treated as a science of data visualization.
We're moving from reporting philosophy to sophisticated technical presentation. And the source name checks two visualization masters who provide the foundation for modern dashboard design.
And whose work we should all study. Absolutely. The reader is strongly recommended to follow the work of Stephen Few on effective dashboard design, specifically his principles for clear, rapid data assimilation, and Edward Tufte, the master of information density.
Specifically, his concept of sparkline graphs.
That's the one.
Okay, let's define these tools because they are the cornerstone of a fast report. What precisely is a sparkline graph, as advocated by Tufte?
A sparkline graph is a radical simplification. It looks like a traditional line graph, but it strips away all the clutter. There are no accompanying axes, no explicit labels, and no external context that would typically frame it.
It's just the line.
It's a highly compressed, truncated diagram. But because of its simplicity, the sparkline clearly and compactly shows the trend over time.
So, in a tiny square of space, you instantly see the history. Is the metric rising, flatlining, or plummeting?
Exactly. It maximizes data density while minimizing the noise, allowing a manager to see the performance history instantly without having to scroll through pages of time series data. It tells the story of the trend.
Sparklines are brilliant for trend, but if we need to see current performance against a defined target, we look to Stephen Few's innovation, the bullet graph.
And bullet graphs are powerful for immediate comparative analysis. They replace traditional clumsy gauges and meters with a dense, horizontally oriented bar that shows different details about current performance in one tightly compressed visual.
Tell us how they work visually. How do they communicate performance quality so quickly?
They achieve this through shades of gray. Few recognize that color is distracting and potentially misleading. So bullet graphs use ranges of gray shades to indicate performance quality or zones.
So dark is bad, light is good.
The darkest shade of gray represents poor performance, the lowest quality zone, and the shades gradually lighten toward the lightest shade of gray, which indicates the good performance quality zone.
That immediately gives you context for the performance range, but where is the actual target or the comparative measure within that bullet graph?
That is indicated by a dark vertical line superimposed on the bar. This vertical line represents a crucial comparative measure, such as the budgeted target or the strategic goal, or maybe last year's result.
So you can see the current bar, the target line, and the quality zones all at once.
Yes, this configuration allows managers to see current achievement instantly against the required benchmark and within the entire range of acceptable quality metrics.
And the real power, the source notes, is the combination of the two.
Oh, absolutely. When you integrate spark lines for the trend over time and bullet graphs for current performance and variance from plan into a single dashboard view,
Like a sales dashboard showing sales expenses, profit.
you create a high-density, high-impact overview. Managers get both the historical context and the current status relative to the plan in one visual sweep, which drastically reduces the need for complex table interpretation or flipping between pages.
That dramatically improves efficiency, which is the core goal. But you mentioned Few's philosophy on color earlier. We so often see dashboards that look like Christmas trees, full of red, yellow, and green. Why does Few caution so strongly against that?
Stephen Few is very cautious about the excessive use of color for several cognitive and practical reasons. From a practical standpoint, he points out that a significant portion of the male population will have some form of color blindness, rendering multicolored dashboards confusing or misleading.
And cognitively.
Cognitively, excessive color creates visual noise. If everything is shouting for attention, nothing is.
So what does the source recommend based on Few's principles for using color effectively? How should we use it?
Color should be an intentional signal for immediate action, not for decoration. Therefore, The source suggests reserving the primary use of color, specifically red bullet points, only for those exceptions that need investigation and follow-up.
So everything else is just gray.
Performance that is green or amber should default back to the neutral low-distraction grayscale. Red is the intentional alarm bell. It signals to the manager, stop, investigate, and act now. It must be used sparingly to maintain its impact.
Okay, we have the speed, 247 or daily, and we have the format, using visualization science. Now we execute the final step, tailoring the message.
This is crucial.
It is, because a report for the CEO is fundamentally different from one for the board or for frontline staff. Their information needs are completely distinct.
This is where organizational structure meets communication strategy. And the biggest, most challenging distinction is the information flow for governance, specifically reporting to the board.
Let's be blunt about the major conflict of interest the source highlights regarding board information. Why is giving the board too much operational detail inherently dangerous?
Because the board's role is one of governance. It's focused on strategic direction, oversight, risk management. It is not management.
They're not running the day-to-day.
They are not. The source explicitly states that because of this distinction, it is totally inappropriate to provide the board with KPIs.
Why totally inappropriate? I mean, if the operational metrics are failing, shouldn't the board know the details?
Because providing daily or weekly KPIs encourages micromanagement. It pulls the board's focus down to operational troubleshooting. Why was Flight 402 late yesterday instead of strategic governance? Is our overall on-time delivery trend putting our brand at risk?
It subverts their function.
Giving them KPIs subverts their strategic oversight function, and it can paralyze the executive team, who suddenly have to report on operational minutia to non-executive directors. The board needs high-level summary outcomes.
So the board needs key result indicators, KRIs, which are essentially the opposite of KPIs.
Correct. KRIs are appropriate for the board, and they should be reviewed monthly or bi-monthly. They are lagging indicators. They summarize the results of past management actions and the overall strategic progress and health of the organization toward its long-term strategic goals.
What's the story these KRIs have to collectively tell the board?
They must cover the critical elements of the strategic vision. This means telling a comprehensive story about the direction and speed of strategic progress, whether the customers and staff are happy, and whether the organization is acting in a responsible way environmentally and ethically.
They're the measures of long-term success.
Precisely.
And the structure for this is the board dashboard, which is far more comprehensive than the CEO's weekly exception report.
It has to be comprehensive to cover the full range of governance responsibilities. This board dashboard is highly structured. It typically requires between 6 and 12 graphs that cover the organization's critical success factors, or CSFs, and all 6 balanced scorecard perspectives.
6 perspectives. I mean, we typically hear about 4: financial, customer, internal process, and learning and growth. What are the 2 additional perspectives the source suggests must be included for modern governance?
The standard 4 are essential, but the source adds staff and social and environmental responsibility.
Ah, okay.
The inclusion of all 6 ensures the board is forced to consider not just financial outcomes, but the long-term intangible assets of the business, the health of the internal system, the future capabilities of the workforce, and the organization's license to operate.
This composition is crucial for ensuring the board focuses squarely on strategic issues and holistic risk, not just the quarterly numbers.
Exactly.
Can you give us some specific strategic KRIs that belong on that dashboard to illustrate the point?
Sure. The examples provided really highlight strategic risk and outcome failure. Measures like the staff satisfaction trend in different divisions, that's a leading indicator for talent retention risk. Or the overall return on capital employed, a measure of efficiency and strategic asset use.
So high-level metrics.
Very high level. You might also include specific failures like the net profit before tax falling short of budget, which is the financial result, or an alarming increase in accidents, a safety risk, or operational failure indicators like waiting lists rising, which signals a customer service failure.
These are all results that require strategic oversight and potentially a change in top-level strategy.
Not an urgent phone call to a manager. That's the difference.
Okay, switching gears completely. Let's look at reporting progress to staff the people who execute the strategy daily. They need motivation and alignment, but giving them the full financial dashboard could compromise competitive intelligence.
Right. And for staff, the ideal format is a monthly icon report.
This format covers the organization's critical success factors and uses simple visuals, red, amber, and green indicators, to communicate status against the mission and vision.
And this icon report carries a critical security benefit. Why is that so important?
The source makes a fascinating point here.
Mm.
If this icon report were left on a bus and found by a competitor, it would not damage the organization.
Because there are no hard numbers.
Exactly. This is because the icons communicate only whether performance is good, which is green, adequate, amber, or needs improvement, red, without giving away core operational figures, proprietary processes, or sensitive data like customer volumes or exact expense figures.
It motivates staff by showing them their impact on the CSFs without compromising competitive intelligence.
Precisely.
So, for example, on-time deliveries to key customers is amber, meaning we're close to the target but not quite there. And wastage reduction programs started in the month is red, indicating a strategic failure. It clearly shows the strategic gap and focus areas using simple traffic lights.
It communicates the strategic urgency and focus without compromising security. It drives appropriate staff behavior based on high-level status and targets, aligning the entire workforce behind the same simple visual goals.
Okay, finally, we turn to team performance reporting, the highly granular level, the engine room of the organization.
Teams should monitor their own performance via weekly updates and monthly scorecards. These weekly reports are crucial because they track measures that are too important to leave until month end. Things like proactive client visits completed or specific projects in progress. They keep the team honest about their weekly commitments.
And there's a fascinating social and motivational rule attached to when these team reports are shared externally. It's a rule that fosters internal accountability.
This is a great cultural technique.
Yeah.
The rule is that team reports should only be communicated internally, just among the team members, until that team is proud enough to report their performance to the rest of the organization on the internet.
That's brilliant. It turns the internal scorecard into a source of internal competition and pride.
It fosters strong internal ownership. It means no manager is forcing them to publish bad results. The team itself creates a self-driven motivation to improve performance until their results are worthy of public organizational display.
It transforms reporting from a chore into a motivator. So, looking at the entire integrated portfolio, we have a structure built entirely on speed and audience. Daily and weekly KPIs go to the front lines and senior management for immediate action.
Monthly summaries, the KRIs, go to the board, staff, and general management for strategic review and motivation.
And team scorecards handle the detailed, internalized operational monitoring, driven by pride.
It ensures that every piece of data is delivered at the right speed to the right audience to prompt the right kind of conversation. It optimizes for governance, strategy, and immediate intervention, making the organization truly data-driven, not just data-clogged.
This has been a tremendously actionable deep dive into the engineering of performance intelligence. Let's quickly review the major takeaways we extracted from the source material.
Okay.
First, the speed of reporting must always match the volatility and urgency of the measure. If it's critical, monthly is just too slow.
Second, visualization is a science. It demands we use structured tools like cuffed spark lines for the trend and fuse bullet graphs for immediate status against a target. And we have to rigorously use color only for true exceptions that demand action.
And third, and I think most critical, the audience dictates the content KPIs for managers focused on action, KRIs for the board focused on governance, and simple security-conscious icons for staff motivation and alignment.
This entire process fundamentally changes the relationship managers have with data. It shifts it from historical accounting to real-time guidance and intervention.
Which brings us back to our final provocative thought for you to consider. If you implement this strategy and transition your organization to reporting key performance indicators 204/7 or daily, management will know intuitively whether the month is good or bad by the time the calendar hits the 28th.
So consider the implications of that speed shift. If you already know the operational story daily, what does that do to the traditional, time-consuming month-end close ritual that consumes so much energy?
When management knows the story before finance issues the final report, the organization can shift that saved time and energy from explaining the past to fundamentally influencing the future.
What opportunities does that speed unlock for truly proactive management?
Go forth and find your spark lines. You can often find templates for the board dashboard and other reporting exhibits referenced in the source material available free online to help you get started on building this faster, clearer reporting structure. Thank you for joining us on the Deep Dive.